Lenny brandished his dagger. Many assassins dual-wield daggers, since it doubled the equipment's bonus stats. Even some of his comrades did that. But he wasn't used to that fighting style. He had always been good with fighting using one dagger. He came to the old man without hesitation. He had killed many youths since this battle started. He thought dealing with an old man would be a nice change of pace. The old man was carrying a glaive, a long weapon. Lenny paid attention to the old man's hand. The glaive was carried with its blade facing down. Such a sheep, Lenny thought. The guy wasn't even holding his weapon right. Lenny planned to evade the clumsy attack this civilian old man do before closing in and dealing a deadly blow. When they almost meet, the old man's glaive was still down. He did not attack. Lenny thought. Usually, civilians got anxious when their enemy was almost upon them. They would carry out their attacks way before their opponent was actually in range. Perhaps this old man was not a civilian, Lenny thought. But still, he didn't think a decrepit old man was someone he couldn't take care of. He continued advancing with confidence. All of a sudden, the blade of the glaive was right in front of his face. The old man in front of Lenny was Doman. Doman had made a small twist on the wrist of the hand that was holding his glaive. That small movement had spun the glaive from a downward position to upward in an instant. Lenny was given the scare of his life. The timing this old man used was very accurate. If his reflex had been any slower, his head would have been diving right into the blade. Still, Lenny's momentum had been too fast. His forceful dodge caused him to fall flat on his back. At this time, Doman's feet came down at him. Lenny snickered. This old man was senile. Had he forgotten already no damage would occur if an attack was done without a weapon? Except, of course, if he was a battle monk, but he was not. Lenny was going to stab the old man's leg using his dagger once the old man's feet touched his body. Yet, when the foot was planted on his stomach, he felt all the air in his body was forcefully pushed out of him. He felt like he had been stepped on by an elephant. His body bent from the point of impact as he felt the ground underneath him break apart. Most surprisingly, he saw his health point taking a deep dive. Doman had executed a martial move of him 1,000 pounds mountain. It was a martial method that was the opposite from when he made himself weightless and jumped between heads. He now concentrated all his weight onto his foot and multiplied it using his chi, resulting in a very heavy stomp that could crack even concrete floor. Bowler cringed seeing this man getting stepped like that. In their past world, the man would have vomited blood from that powerful stomp. Doman twirled his glaive, then stabbed it into the head of the man on his feet, resulting in critical damage that took out Lenny's life. It's no time to be merciful. Doman had seen them slaughtering others when he approached. He could see at once from their deed and movements that these men were real-life soldiers or mercenaries. They considered this as a war where slaughtering was fair, so he would do the same. Jim, who watched from afar, was astounded. He couldn't believe Lenny had been taken out in such a short time. That proud soldier might be cocky, and it might also be because he had been careless. But still, to be able to achieve that in an instant meant that the opponent was not simple. Joe, Kravitz, Sam with me, Jim ordered. 3 of his men came to him and the 4 of them moved out. I will deal with them, you help the others, Doman said to Bowler when he saw the 4 coming. Bowler nodded. He moved to the side, taking a roundabout to reach the others who were still fighting at the choke points. Jim saw the priest moving away. He did not ask his men to chase. The old man in front of them who had killed Lenny was the true threat. Doman was standing his ground waiting for them. Doman, Jim uttered, reading the name after performing inspect. Are you a martial artist? I am. Are all of you soldiers? Doman asked back. We are, Jim replied. I suspected so? Your killing intents are very thick. Come. It had been some time since I have a spar with real troopers. Don't get big-headed, old man, Kravitz uttered. You managed to kill Lenny because he thought you are just a simple old man. Do not expect that you will be able to deal with us if we are serious. We soldiers fought real combat, not play competition like you martial artists do. I remember a trooper said similar words to me when I was invited to teach martial arts in a military camp. After I put him down, He never dares say anything disrespectful again. Talking time is over. Kravitz, we are on a mission. Keep your head in the game, Rejim admonished. He then ordered Kravitz and Sam, who were assassins, to go for close contact, while he and Joe, who were gunners, to stay behind. Joe was using a shotgun while Rejim carried a long-barreled handgun. The two started shooting. Doman moved when they did. Joe's shotgun had less rate of fire while Rejim's shot more frequently, but none of their shots hit. Doman seemed to be moving away just an instant when they were pulling their triggers. It was uncanny. The old man was already away from where they were aiming at before the bullet left their guns' barrels. Impossible, Rejim uttered. Although the players here exhibited superhuman speed due to high dexterity stats, a bullet still traveled faster. They had not yet met anyone who could dodge bullets, whether in the past world or this game world. Until now. Rejim was very much missing a machine gun at this moment. Unfortunately, no weapon with such a high rate of fire had yet been found. When Kravitz and Sam came into contact with the old man, it was even more difficult for Joe and Rejim to take a shot. The old man was always putting himself in an angle that had their comrades blocking the line of fire. Spread out, Rejim told Joe. Kravitz was one of those that had learned to use dual-wielding daggers, while Sam was like Lenny, still prefer using one dagger. The two tried to attack Doman from opposite angles, but Doman easily deflected their attacks. He swatted Kravitz's daggers using his glaive and kicked away Sam's arm that was stabbing, all the while dodging occasional gunshots. Kravitz disliked using game skills. He thought it was unrealistic. Many inside the Guild Jackal crews felt the same, but it didn't mean they don't know how to. At this time, failing to land any attack even after the four of them were ganging up on this old man caused a hurting to his pride. He sent a message to Sam, coordinating their attacks. Both of them executed Unblockable Stab, an assassin's level 35 skill. A phantom dagger came out from Kravitz and headed to Doman's chest. Sam's one came to Doman's back. This skill ignores 100% defense, dealing full damage with a high chance of critical. However, before the phantom dagger hit, an axe appeared in Doman's left hand. His glaive went to his back to block Sam's strike while the axe cut at Kravitz's one. Kravitz sneered. This old man didn't understand their skills mechanics. This attack phased through everything. That's why it was called unblockable. However, he watched with wide eyes. The phantom daggers from both him and Sam shattered to pieces when these daggers touched Doman's glaive and axe. How a euro! Both Kravitz and Sam were taken aback by this, which stopped their movement. Doman used the two weapons on his hands and performed death carrying Cyclone while activating key weapon. His two weapons glowed as they spun, cutting both Kravitz and Sam several times. Sam snapped out of his surprise early and managed to activate Assassin's level 40 skill, Vanish, to save himself. He shifted 10 meters away in a random location and stayed invisible afterward for a short duration. It was the same skill that the expert assassin player had used to escape from Jack before Oswald appeared. That expert had used a magic scroll that contained this elite skill. Kravitz was not that fortunate. His health point dropped to 0. Although Sam had managed to teleport away and become invisible, Doman could sense his position easily. Doman used Keywave, a level 40 Weapon Master skill, the only range attack he had. The skill produced an energy wave that traveled through the ground. Sam was already low in health when he escaped. This wave took out his remaining health point when it hit. Rejim and Joe, while they continued shooting their guns, were filled with disbelief when their two comrades fell before their eyes. How did you stop their unstoppable stab? Rejim asked with unease. If you want to learn, you can come to our guild and register as a student, but you have to let go of your violent way of life, Doman replied while storing his axe. Old man, from the way you fight, I say you are as violent as any of us, Rejim said and resumed shooting. Doman never let his guard down. Once he noticed Rejim's finger started squeezing the trigger, he moved. Joe followed Rejim's lead and shot as well. The two of them had separated and positioned themselves opposite each other. At the same time, two hounds appeared and dashed at Doman. Both Rejim and Joe used to be archers, so they have the tame pet skill. These hounds were their choice of pets which they bought from the League faction they joined. These soldiers felt more comfortable with these hounds compared to the other fantastical beasts they could tame for their pets. Their peculiarity was also what prevented them from using these summons right from the start. They felt these pets were a bit unrealistic. But with their current situation, they needed every edge they have. Dodging attacks from two opposite directions was much harder. Added with the hound's harassments, any other opponents would have been pressed into desperation. But with Doman's perfect grasp of mana sense, he could detect any movements even when he did not see them directly. The unnatural density of mana in this world further enhanced this ability. Doman used his glaive to parry the bullets that came from the front while evading the bullets that came from behind. All the while his legs sent out shadows that kicked the hounds away. Shadowless kicks? Rejim muttered when he saw Doman's kicks. Doman was advancing to Joe, who he thought was the weaker of the two. Rejim and Joe both used rapid shot, gunner's level 35 skill. There was no machine gun weapon, but this rapid shot skill allowed a brief imitation of the weapon. At the first level, the skill shot 2 bullets in rapid successions like a double tap. Every 5 levels increased added another bullet to the skill. When Rejim and Joe used the skill, Rejim shot out 4 bullets while Joe shot 3, indicating Rejim's skill level was higher. The shot was too fast that Doman failed to dodge all the bullets. He parried some, but 3 of the combined bullets cleanly hit his body. He had been receiving small damages from all the parry before this. With these additional clean hits, his health point dropped further. Luckily, a weapon master had high health point and decent defense. Doman still had more than half his life. Once the skill ended, Doman took advantage of the brief pause when his opponent's skill ended to use charge at Joe, leaving the hounds behind. The guy was startled by Doman's aggressiveness but not flustered. He used roll to move away. Doman followed closely while dodging and parrying Rejim's shots. Joe, seeing Doman was still hot on his heels after his roll, slightly panicked after another of his shot missed. His shotgun's rate of fire was slow, so he threw a grenade, gunner's level 45 skill. He realized his mistake once the grenade was out. Doman was too close when he did the reflexive throw. A grenade could be mentally detonated by its thrower or after 3 seconds had passed. Joe couldn't detonate the grenade since Doman was too close to him. The blast hit all within an area of a 3-meter radius. He tried to move away as best as he could before detonating the grenade. Yet, before that happened, he saw his grenade fly away in another direction. Doman had used his glaive to bat the grenade away at the 2 hounds who were coming from the back. The grenade exploded and blasted the hounds away. Doman caught up to Joe, who made another shot with one hand while his other hand took out a dagger and stabbed. Doman tapped Joe's shotgun before it fired, making the shot go off course before ducking away from Joe's stab. The maneuver brought their bodies close to each other. They were practically touching, with Doman's left hand on Joe's belly. Joe heard the old man's whisper, penetrating wave palm, before he suddenly felt as if a bomb had detonated inside his stomach. He doubled over as he watched his health point bar going down. He could still feel his innards shaking inside. What the hell did this old man just do? He was still wondering when Doman's glaive came down upon his neck. Then his vision went black. Rejim watched another of his comrades fall. He made a quick decision and sent a message to his team here. Retreat! The others looked over with surprise when they received the message. They were even more shocked when they saw 4 bodies of their comrades on the ground. Bowler had come to the others' aid, but he didn't help much. He managed to keep the others alive though with his healing spells. With many of Jackal Crew's players going to fight Doman, their already small number reduced further, allowing the surviving players here to cope against these skilled opponents. Rejim had made the right choice. If he insisted on continuing, they will be the ones that got routed. He and his comrades retreated orderly. With the backline free from harassment, Everlasting Heavenly Legends players could resume their tactical withdrawal. Once Rejim and his people left, Bowler asked Doman the same question Rejim had asked. How did you stop their unstoppable stabs? Although Bowler was healing the others some distance away, he also observed Doman's fight. He knew about this assassin's skill. It was indeed supposed to be unstoppable. Remember what I thought you people about mana manipulation? Doman asked back. You used that technique? Doman nodded. I can sense those attacked couldn't be blocked by normal means. But if I disrupt the mana surrounding their attacks, I can cancel those attacks. So Kuliyuro Bowler uttered. You have to teach us that technique. If you cannot yet master mana sensing, forget about learning mana manipulation, Doman chided. At the other choke point spots, what happened were roughly the same. With the experts from core members coming to aid, Everlasting Heavenly Legends members could resume withdrawing. For the ones that were not so skillful, Genie sent more reinforcements, at least 9 in number. This was so that they could utilize 9 stars formation in case they met powerful opponents. Some spots still suffer many casualties during retreating. Genie tried to organize as best as she could. However, with the withdrawals, some gaps occurred in the defense. A portion of the coalition army, both players and natives, took advantage of these gaps and punched through. They rushed over to the wall gate, intent on being the first to break through the gate and infiltrate Heavenly Citadel. When the wall gate came into view, they saw a single armored man with a savage visage standing in their way. Only one man? How brazen, the heated invaders thought. Trample through him, one of them even shouted. The lone man lifted his two-handed club and slammed it onto the ground when the coalition troops were almost upon him. The slam resulted in a shockwave that lifted everyone into the air. The man then rushed in and hit one by one those who were still helpless and unbalanced. Each of the man's blows resulted in huge damage. Some who were unlucky enough to suffer critical hits were even getting killed outright. The savage man then swung his club as he continued to advance, creating a powerful whirlwind. Those that just got to their feet were swept off the ground again. The savage man continued batting everyone unhindered. Those at the back saw many bodies getting tossed away from the front line. Some already had 0 health point when their bodies were still in the air. Everyone was shocked by the display. They hurriedly used Inspect to find out about this man. The man was a native, naturally. No player was that powerful, yet. The man was a level 50 rare elite hero with the name of Uruk. This news was soon transmitted to the coalition leaders. What the shit? How did they manage to recruit a hero? A level 50 rare elite nonetheless, Queen Magenta uttered. She had parted with Nova. Nova continued leading her members in advancing while Queen Magenta came to where the other coalition leaders were gathering. The place where Manager Steelhand was using the platform to control his native troops. Any of you have gotten a hero yet? Scarface asked those that had got their guild headquarters. They all shook their head. After their guild reached level 3, they could also build Hero's Altar. However, they were confused as to how to use that structure. After further research in the library, they finally learned the way to recruit a hero and its benefit. Yet none had managed to do so. No one had yet to get their hands on a hero token. Those that owned a companion was not willing to let go. The last method should be the most feasible by capturing a boss. But finding another bandit outpost or gang hideout was already rare, not to mention they had to destroy the core without killing the boss, before then challenging the boss in single combat. No one was willing to waste their one hero slot for a weakling boss. But capturing a boss too strong, they still won't be able to recruit it. That's why they were very surprised when they heard Everlasting Heavenly Legends having a level 50 rare elite hero. Who the heck could go on single combat with that kind of boss? When they were still having the thought, they concurrently thought of one person. But they then shook their heads. Even he couldn't be able to win against a level 50 rare elite, could he? If he could a hero, everyone took a gulp. Of course, they were not privy to the knowledge that a hero, after being recruited, could be boosted 5 levels using mana cores. Uruk was actually subdued when he was level 45, around their top player's level. Even so, none of their experts could still contend against a rare elite of the same level. They wondered how the guy in their mind was faring at Saint Edge's headquarters. They suddenly took pity on Saint Edge. Outside Saint's seat, John's body was still dispersing. His summon had vanished when he died. John's god-eye monocle was on the ground. Jack picked it up. Jack's 10 wolves now stood behind him, awaiting his order. "Brother!" Jack heard a feminine voice at the same time he detected 2 projectiles coming. He leaned away as a throwing knife flew by his face. He used his sword to smack the second knife away. He turned and saw a young girl named Diana who was a level 43 hidden weapon specialist. Radiant Phoebe was blocking her as she tried to make another throw. "Brother? Is John your brother?" Jack asked. "You fiend! I will take revenge for my brother," Diana hissed. "Calm down, miss," Radiant Phoebe said to Diana. "Go ahead. I'm not done taking my revenge as well. As I said, you all shall bear my fury," Jack said. "Heh! You and what army?" Silas uttered. "You have difficulty even fighting one-on-one with a magic class player. Do you think you can take us all on? Let's see how you fare against me first." "No one lends a hand." Silas lunged as he finished talking. He was carrying a spear. The spear thrust at Jack. Jack dodged by sidestepping. The spear suddenly changed to a greatsword and Silas used swing. Jack ducked away. The greatsword changed again to a hammer this time. Jack could see that Silas was fully utilizing the perk of a weapon master, unlike his grandfather. Penuel had explained a weapon master received a damage bonus every time they attacked using a different weapon. Using one weapon would set an internal cooldown of the same type of weapon for the next 3 minutes. So a weapon master couldn't just abuse this perk by switching to only 2 different types of weapon continuously. There were 9 types of melee weapons. A weapon master could switch a maximum of 9 times before they had to wait 3 minutes to exploit this perk again. Silas also activated Assaulting Frenzy, a level 45 weapon master skill. This skill was an enhanced version of Adrenaline Rush as it increased attack speed and damage. At the same time, this skill also doubled the damage bonus from weapon switching. Jack's speed and damage were already a class above Silas, so he didn't feel overwhelmed by Silas' increased attack speed and damage. His 2 swords clashed with Silas' different types of weapons. While defending, Jack said, "I don't feel like explaining, but please understand if you see me having difficulty fighting John. It was because I never expected the fellow to be that good. I tried to humiliate him by using only 1 class, and then I tried 2 classes before I finally finished him with all my classes. I admit it was my blunder for underestimating that fellow, but that was not the extent of my ability. I will show you now what happens if I go all out." Jack used Flame Strike and smashed Silas away, making some space. All this time, his 10 wolves simply stood behind him, not moving a muscle. Jack then poured some mana cores into his amulet. A large rock golem appeared. He was not done. A bear-like creature with large antlers appeared on his other side. The Thuras beast huffed with clear disdain on all the ones before it. Finally, Jack took out a small token. A companion token? William of Wellington identified the thing on Jack's hand. "You are not the only one having such a tool," he said, and took out a similar token. A large man in armor carrying a halberd materialized next to him. This armored man was a level 46 elite. "Me as well," Diana uttered. She used a companion token as well, and a level 44 elite female knight appeared. "Mayuro impressive," Jack said. He muttered as he activated his companion token. "I wondered if Arlcard truly upgrade to mythical?" Winds of darkness streamed out from the token and blew the dust all over before they coalesced into a lean young man with long hair in an aristocratic coat. "Hey, isn't that Obelard's coat?" Jack thought after seeing Arlcard's attire. But come to think of it, that coat had been heavily damaged during their fight with Obelard. Either this was a similar-looking coat or Arlcard repaired Obelard's damaged coat. Jack used Inspect on his companion and was disappointed to find the vampire was still in the rare elite grade. His level had increased by 4 levels to 49, though. Arlcard had gained Outworlder's leveling speed advantage after becoming a companion, and it seemed like this vampire was not idle all this time. Also, Arlcard's vampire rank, which was still at mature rank the last time, was now at Elder. Obelard's blood might have failed to push Arlcard to mythical grade, but it still boosted his age counts. Arlcard looked to the sky above, completely ignoring the crowd before him. "This is Sangrod?" he asked. "Yes, this is where Obelard came from," Jack answered. "Didn't expect to visit this place so soon. I am not strong enough yet," Arlcard mumbled. He then asked Jack, "Where is the enemy?" "All of them," Jack answered. "Good. Save me the hassle from worrying about hitting allies." Arlcard said as he started casting a spell. William, who was amongst those that had the highest inspect skill in Saint Edge, had successfully inspected Jack's companion. Euro level 49 rare elite. He blurted out. The others were shocked hearing it. How did Jack gain such a powerful companion? All of them wondered. Arlcard's spell formation continued to form. When the fourth rune was formed and it was still ongoing, William finally snapped out of his daze and gave the order, "Attack a Kyuro!" Whatever the spell was, it won't bode well for them. But it was as if Arlcard was toying with them. When the order was issued, the rune forming picked up in speed. The spell formation was completed with 6 runes in total. Arlcard uttered as his spell took form, "Sonata of the Night." A stream of fog spread out with Arlcard at the center. This fog was so thick that no one could see anything within the fog, and it covered a very large area. Jack, on the other hand, could see clearly through the fog. Maybe it was because he was the spellcaster's companion, so his vision was magically unhindered? He saw several new figures appearing inside this fog. He recognized these figures. They were the ghouls that had assaulted him in Thessalvania's cemetery. St. Edge's people, on the other hand, were completely blind by the fog. They shouted for their friends, used their hands to touch and make sure that their comrades were still beside them. When they saw a shadow in front of them, they assumed it was their friends, only to have it approached and revealed a grotesque face that scared the shit out of them. A lot of screams were heard as the ghouls took St. Edge troops by surprise. As time went by, several ghoul hands burst out from the ground, immobilizing St. Edge people while the ghouls pounced on them. Jack was stunned by Arlcard's spell. This was a very good spell to use when going against a large group, but less so if against a powerful individual. Maybe that's why Arlcard didn't bother using this spell when they fought against Obelard. Jack didn't dally. This was a good opportunity to go for a strike. He gave his commands to all his minions. The wolves, rock golem, and Thuras beast spread out and started dishing out their attacks. This fog also didn't affect his minions' visions. Jack's Thuras beast was still a lowly level 35, but its rare elite grade gave him more than enough stats to fight against these higher-level crowds. Not to mention it was originally a top-notch beast even amongst rare elites, and its skills were all very powerful. Its tyrannical charge punched through the opponent's frontline defense and arrived directly at where the range players were at. It then used its overbearing stomp to incapacitate everyone around while dealing damage, before finishing them off with violent stomps and horn strikes. The wolves coordinated with the rock golem as the golem used its solid defense and strength to break the enemy's formation. The wolves went around picking on players who were off guard. Jack used his 100 synchronous thoughts to give detailed commands to each of his minions, directing them to prioritize attacking players who had less health point compared to the native soldiers. Arlcard himself only stood there after casting his spell. Jack came to him and asked, "Do you need to stay still to maintain your spell?" "No," he answered. Then why are you just standing here for?" Jack said in his mind. But he never considered this companion to be below him. He suspected Arlcard thought the same way, so Jack didn't give him any commands. He simply said, "I will attack as well. The sooner we wrap this up, the better." Jack rushed out. Arlcard stood a while longer before he opened the side of his coat, revealing a long rapier on his side. He took out the rapier. Its long blade gleamed with crimson color. Inside the guild hall of Saint's Seat, John strode to beside the controlling platform. Jonathan was at the platform issuing orders to the native soldiers. Jonathan could only afford to give his son a brief glance before his attention was back to the holographic image on the platform. "It looks like a mess," John remarked after seeing the hologram image. The fog cast by Arlcard had also filled up the hologram. Jonathan couldn't give accurate commands because he also couldn't see inside that magical fog. "You have lost a level," Jonathan said. "Such is what happened when you get killed while wearing Amulet of Rebirth," John replied. Silence returned as Jonathan struggled with the native soldiers. John simply stood there. There was another player besides the two of them, a level 45 sentinel. He was Jonathan's personal bodyguard. "Such a mess," John said again. "Why don't you go out there and help them?" Jonathan asked. a bit irritated by his son's remarks. "Why don't you go out there and help?" John returned the question. "I was just out there gotten whacked back here. You will provide way better help to them compared to me. You know what I'm good at. While you, as the leader, I'm sure you carry 1 or 2 trump cards that you can use out there. Don't you?" Jonathan didn't reply. He ignored his son as he continued focusing on controlling the native soldiers. John shrugged. He just stood there and watched his father at work. Outside the citadel, the chaos was escalating. Jack didn't worry about his wolf pack and rock golem. He won't lose anything even if those creatures died. 10 wolves would still come out the next time he used Call Wolf Pack. His Thurass beast pet, on the other hand, would be gone if it died. Although Jack didn't think anyone here had the ability to kill his pet, he still followed his pet just for precaution. Additionally, his Beastmaster perk made his pet stronger when he was close by. Arlcard was also attacking now. He turned into a swarm of bats, biting everyone the swarm passed by, causing damage and inflicting weakness status. That was Obelard's skill, Jack thought. It seemed that Arlcard absorbed more than just his vampire father's blood during that fight with Obelard. When Jack arrived at where his Thurass beast was, he saw it was fighting against 3 medium-sized beasts and several smaller beasts. Those must be the pets of St. Edge's players. The 3 medium-sized beasts were a bear, a large lion, and a horned buffalo-like beast. This meant that there were 3 Beastmaster players nearby. Although mainstream players had mostly gone past level 40, there were still few that had successfully gotten their elite classes. Due to the difficulty in passing the trials, more than half the players were still in their advanced classes. Those 3 large beasts were all higher in level than Thurass beast, but they were still having trouble dealing with Jack's Thurass beast. If not for the smaller beasts running interferences, the Thurass beast would have broken out of their encirclement. Amongst the smaller beasts, there were also many wolves from the Call Wolf Pack skill. Upon observation, Jack noticed that all the wolf pack was the normal gray wolf. There was no larger black alpha wolf. Jack wondered if this was because he performed better in the trial. The trial keeper lady did praise his result of only losing a few of the wolves. Jack cast energy bolts, arcane turbulence, and mana beam to disrupt the beasts that were bothering his pet before he dove into their midst and hacked all those beasts. Those that owned the smaller beasts hurriedly called their pets back, leaving only the wolves. If they lost their pets, they lost them forever. All of a sudden, 3 extremely large wolves came before Jack. They clawed and bit at Jack. Jack found their cooperation and movements to be very unbeast-like. "They are Beastmaster in transformation," Penuel informed. Jack had suspected so. Every Beastmaster got a wolf form for their basic transformation. "Hee, let's reciprocate," Jack said. His body suddenly became larger, his face deformed and elongated. His hands and feet turned into claws. Black fur covered his entire body. He had done this transformation before when he first got this skill. He didn't think it was anything special at the time, but after seeing the other Beastmaster's transformation, he noticed that he had a different black fur compared to the others who had gray fur. "Is this also because I performed well in the trial? Meaning my black wolf transformation a better one than those normal gray ones?" Jack asked Penuel in his mind. "Probably," Penuel answered uncertainly. It didn't matter. Jack's attributes and equipment were still a league above the others. When he transformed, even if he appeared buck naked at the moment, his weapons and equipment stats were still considered equipped. He could even cast spells. The other 3 werewolves were completely outmatched by his speed and strength. One advantage of beast transformation was the player's health point was doubled, making them harder to kill. 2 robot-like entities came to support the 3 werewolves. Penuel informed Jack that those were Technocraft's techno-golems. After seeing Wiltit's Mason, these 2 techno-golems looked like oversized cheap plastic toys. They made Jack realize how special Wiltit's Mason was. Jax, in his werewolf form, activated his gold scale armor. The others nearby were shocked. Jack's beast form was already different in black color. Now it transformed again into a golden color. With the extra health point and damage reduction, Jack became even more reckless. Every attack they sent to him was like simple mosquito bites. Not to mention during beast form, Beastmaster also acquired a small regeneration effect, sort of like a healing factor, further enhancing his already high health point recovery ability. With such survivability, he just barreled through everyone savagely, fully embodying his inner beast persona. The Thuras beast followed in his wake. It stomped and headbutted anyone that escaped Jack's ravages. On the other side, Arlcard delivered lightning-fast thrusts with his rapiers. None of the native soldiers nor the players could touch him. Even if they did, his overwhelming health point meant that they would need more than a few touches to deal with him. The fog was getting thinner by then. He saw that his spell was nearing its end. Arlcard made a circular swing. The energy wave from his swing threw everyone away. He then started casting again. The ones who saw his spell formation panicked. There were 4 runes and the spell was still ongoing. They tried their best to interrupt, but Arlcard was casting his spell with his offhand while the rapier on his right hand thrust anyone that dared to come near. Any offensive spell cast his way was also getting slashed to oblivion by his rapiers. Was he casting the fog spell again? Everyone wondered. The fog had gotten so thin that the ghouls had disappeared by themselves. When the runes reached 6, it continued. Everyone's heart fell by then. The spell was completed after 7 runes. Several black holes appeared randomly all over the place. Before anyone could react, sharp and devastating sword energy shot out from the holes. Most of the players getting cut by these black sword energies died instantly. Native soldiers survived, but their health point fell by a large chunk. The worst thing was, these sword energies didn't stop after that one attack. It bounced back and struck anyone who had been lucky enough to have escaped the first one, and again and again. The attack seemed unending and even covered an extremely large area. Many of the native soldiers also died after getting hit by this sword energy 4 to 5 times. Jack, who watched from afar, recognized the spell for Obelard's perpetual sword of death. Those people are in trouble now, he thought. William's companion had already died, but William himself managed to escape. Diana's companion was wounded as he grabbed Diana and tried his best to bring the girl away from the danger zone. Jonathan banged his hands on the platform. How did he get such an overpowered companion? He yelled in frustration. Not only his companion. You see, he himself is rampaging throughout our force unhindered, John said. You should have better heeded the stories about when he fought the coalition. Why do you think they are so scared of him? Their entire offensive plan hinged on the fact that he is not there to fight them. Jonathan glanced at his son. His gaze was then back to the holographic image before turning back to his son again. John simply watched him without saying anything. You think you can do better than me in controlling these native troops? Jonathan asked. You know what I'm good at. I say I should fare better than you in that department for certain, John replied. Humph. I guess you are more like your mother in that department. Fine. I will leave the tactical movement to you. I'm heading out, Jonathan exclaimed. You should have done this earlier, John said. Don't push it, boy. I'm not in the mood, Jonathan uttered. Then to his bodyguard he said, You stay here. Guard him. Yes, sir, the sentinel replied with a bow. Jonathan strode out of the guild hall. John started to assume control over the platform. He watched his father leaving the building from the platform's map. He then smiled. In the battle outside of Heavenly Citadel, Uruk might have been overwhelming, but he was still only one person. As time passed, many more enemies charged through. Uruk wouldn't be able to stop everyone by himself. Genie was having trouble retreating fast enough. They were constantly getting attacked by the main coalition army. If she forwent defense and focused just on retreating, they would suffer many casualties. The defense at the wall gate should hold the enemy for some time but not for long. After reviewing the situation, Genie decided to use the High Lich summoning crystal. She lifted the crystal high before crushing it. Streams of black smoke burst out from the crushed crystal. The smoke was as if alive. It fell to the ground, slithered around both the defenders and offenders before floating upward. The smoke dispersed slightly and revealed the High Lich who invaded this headquarters months ago. Some residual black smoke swirled around him like an aura. Its skull-like face gazed down without any emotion. The High Lich started casting a spell using its Skullhead staff. Coalition's range players attacked the best they could, but the black smoke around the High Lich protected it whenever attacks arrived. The attacks still hit the High Lich, but they were significantly weakened. The spell formation was completed with 6 runes. Pillars of black fog dropped and the fog spread out. Everyone's health point started falling after touching the fog. Many low health point players died. Ones with higher defense and health point could still survive, but their defense stats were reduced substantially. Native soldiers survived due to their higher health point, but their defenses were also much reduced. At this stage, the High Lich was not as overbearing as it first appeared during the Coalition's last invasion, but it was still very powerful. Its first spell had caused the Coalition's offensive to pause. Genie took this chance and ordered a full retreat, letting the High Lich hold the invaders. The hella Euro. They have 2 rare elites now, Manager Steelhand said as he watched the holographic display on his platform. Ugh, damn. How can they have so many trump cards? Queen Magenta added with gritted teeth. Scarface was pondering the situation. He then said, "My people will deal with this new rare elite." Huh? You have something that can be used? Manager Steelhand said. Scarface nodded. Before their first rare elite showed up, I originally planned to use it to break the wall's gate. If I use it for this second rare elite, we will have to deal with the first rare elite conventionally while trying to break the gate. Leave the gate to me, we have something for that, Manager Steelhand said. All right, Scarface said as he sent a message to his team on the field. On the site where the High Lich had emerged, Red Death had been amongst the few that had dodged the black fog and was still on the defender's tail. A large portion of the others was being held back by the Lich's spell. She backstabbed and killed a player. Yellow Death was with her. He was shooting at the defenders who were running away. The defender was fully retreating now. With so few of her people on this side, Red Death could do little to cause harm. She received a message. We are using it? You're okay. She took out a red crystal and crushed it. A bright red light flashed and a large figure emerged from the light. It was a giant lion with a pair of bat wings and a snake for a tail. The crystal was a summoning crystal usable in guild battle, same as the one summoning the High Lich. The one Red Death used is a reward from the second prince after completing a kingdom faction quest. This manticore will hold that Lich. Let's charge a euro. Red Death shouted her order. The manticore had no problem identifying its opponent. Its lion head roared and its snake tail hissed at the Lich floating in the sky. It beat its giant bat wings and its large body started to lift off. It then flew towards the High Lich. The manticore was a level 50 rare elite. It was slightly lower in level, but it had no problem keeping the High Lich busy. Its snake tail shot a stream of venomous spikes while its mighty lion's maw opened wide to take a bite at the smaller Lich. A transparent bubble deflected all the venomous spikes. When the manticore's maw chomped at the Lich, it turned into a puff of smoke and appeared a distance away. With the 2 rare elites tussling in the sky, the Coalition main army was unhindered. They hurriedly advanced to chase after the fleeing defenders. Near the wall's gate, Uruk was still battling ferociously. The Coalition pooled all the native soldiers that had managed to break through to hold him while the players rushed for the gate. Several few players advanced first. As expected, traps were activated, they were wounded and immobilized. A trap only activated once. We can advance now, Supervisor Killmonger, who was amongst them, yelled. The others were motivated by the yell and rushed forward. But as they were getting close, the 2 towers at both sides of the gate lighted up. They suddenly shot a torrent of icy light. Those that were hit by the light received damages and were slowed or frozen. Shit! They still have such defensive structures. Killmonger cursed. Look! They need time to charge between shots. Assistant Manager Ironhand, who was an elite marksman now, said. You are right. Charge. Charge a euro. Before those towers make another shot. Killmonger shouted. To Ironhand, he said, prepare to use that thing. Everyone rushed over, ignoring their comrades who were still in frozen status due to the tower's beams. The towers started to light up again. Spread out. Spread out a euro. Iron Hand yelled. Everyone spread randomly. The towers make their shot. Their linear beams could only hit a limited number of foes. Many were spared. The players advanced again. It took the towers 6 seconds to recharge between shots. Iron Hand informed everyone. When the invaders almost reached the gate, several arrows came down from the sky. Every arrow struck accurately. Many even hit the heads, which resulted in critical damage. The damage was also high. Those critical strikes almost took out the players in a single shot. Everyone looked up and saw around 10 large eagles flying up there. Thosiauro Iron Hand, who could see better due to the archer's level 25 skill, keen sight, saw people riding on those eagles. Theauro, they were trained native soldiers, Iron Hand uttered. The 10 eagle rider hunters used their skills. Each hunter shot an arrow which then broke into several smaller pieces of arrows. It was similar to elite marksman's skill shower of arrow. The rains of arrows came down on the coalition troops. The sentinels in the troops hurriedly activated their protection field while putting their shields up to defend against the rain of arrows. Fuck! How many surprises do they have? How come they possessed flying units? Iron Hand cursed as he fired an arrow at the eagles above. Despite his range having increased after becoming an elite marksman, Iron Hand's arrow became slower after traveling a certain height. The distance of ranged attacks was significantly decreased when shooting at a higher elevation. The eagle rider hunters happened to fly just at the height where Iron Hand's arrow failed to reach. The eagle rider hunters, on the other hand, had their attack range increased for shooting from up above. Such was the advantage of flying units. The troops below could only suffer the harassment. Fuck! They are only 10. We just need to bear more casualties, Iron Hand uttered. Continue to charge. Once we get into the building, they will have to come down if they want to stop us. Hence, the coalition's shock troops continued to charge ahead, tanking through the ice tower's beams and the rain of arrows from above. After many hardships, they finally arrived near the gate. They heard some commotion from behind. They looked back and saw Genie's main army was approaching. Their main army was also close at heel. If Genie's army arrived first and defended this gate, with the addition of the ice towers and the eagle hunters, it would be a whole different level of difficulty in breaching this gate. Hence, they knew it was now or never. Use it! Killmonger yelled. Iron Hand took out something that looked like a miniature vehicle model. He activated it and all of a sudden, a giant battering ram appeared. This was something their blacksmith had built out of a rare blueprint they got from a dungeon. This battering ram was precisely for use in an offensive guild battle. Without further ado, the battering ram started ramming on the gate. The gate shook from the impact. Unfortunately, Heavenly Citadel never upgraded the level of its wall gate. It was still at its starting level 1. After 3 hard rammings, the gate was broken to pieces. Genie, who was still retreating, looked at the destroyed gate with apprehension. The attackers were free to enter their headquarters now. Inside Saint's Seat's guild hall, John was working with the control platform. "Aren't you my father's personal guard?" John asked the sentinel who was standing not far away. The sentinel didn't answer. John laughed. "He asked you to guard me, but I think what he meant is to watch me." Well, the fact that he asked you to stay here meant that he still doesn't fully trust Mayuro for a good reason. On John's last word, his magic staff appeared and a spell formation formed very swiftly. The sentinel was startled by John's act. He brandished his sword and used charge to approach John. While the sentinel was still midway, a curtain of water appeared. He was too fast to stop his movement abruptly and the curtain was too wide. Furthermore, the curtain of water seemed alive and was moving at him. His entire body was wrapped by that living water. The sentinel soon found himself floating inside the water. The water formed a large water bubble with him at the center. He tried moving his limbs to swim out, but he remained at the same position inside the bubble. He tried using his sword to thrust and slash, even using skills, but the water remained unaffected. John came to beside the bubble and observed. "Mayuro, you can still breathe. Does it mean that we don't need to breathe underwater in this world? Interesting. Might need to test that out later." Anyway, this spell of mine is something I learned from a technique book. This is the first time I cast it on an actual opponent, to be honest. I never cast it before, even though I have learned it quite some time ago, because I want to keep it an absolute secret. So my enemies won't know about it and I can use it in a more crucial time, like for now. John took out a magic scroll and walked to the guild hall's entrance while continued talking. That spell is called Living Water Prison. A fitting name, I might say. It has no offensive capability, simply a one-target controlling spell. A very good one, though. He activated the magic scroll and a wall of ice appeared right in front of the entrance. He then took out another magic scroll and a bone fence was erected behind the wall of ice. Another magic scroll, this time a wall of vines grew behind the bone fence. Afterward, he walked back. I'm sorry you have to listen to my ramblings. I like to let people know how smart I am, and since you are the only person here, you will have to do. I am guessing you have been sending messages to my father. Haven't you? John asked. The sentinel seemed to realize something. You haven't? Damn. You must be one dense bodyguard, John criticized. Never mind, those 3 spells should be able to hold anyone long enough. Long enough for what, you might ask? Well, my dense bodyguard, you will find out soon. But first, let's turn off this signal blocking tower. You people are quite good to gain a blueprint to construct a structure that jams the enemy's messaging capability. It will be quite troublesome for the force attacking this place when they can't send messages to one another. On the battlefield outside of Saint's Seat, Jack and Arlcard were still wreaking havoc all over the place, with Jack summons providing backup. Jack was still in his werewolf form. On the first level, beast form lasted 5 minutes. While in his max level, Jack's beast form lasted 10 minutes. 2 out of the 3 other werewolves he was fighting against had already perished, while the third one was wounded and had run away and should have reverted to his human form by now. Another beastmaster appeared, which surprisingly had a bear form. Penuel informed that different beast forms required either special quests or lengthy processes, so it was remarkable for someone to have acquired it at this stage. But Penuel also pointed out that this bear form was not that rare. Bear and cat form were the second most common ones after wolf form. This werebear was slower but was much stronger. Yet, it proved little challenge to Jack. Jack continued casting spells as he clawed and bit. It must be weird for people to see spell formations kept on forming one after another by a savage werewolf. Jack bet this was never meant to be when Wilted designed this game world. While he was still happily mauling his opponents, he suddenly received several ping notifications. He checked and saw several incoming messages from Genie and the others. Is there a problem at Heavenly Citadel? He thought. When he was about to read them, he received another new message. Surprisingly, it was from John. The guy must have turned off his friend's message blockage. Hey expert, are you still having fun out there? The message read. How about you come out? I can skim you by another level. Oh wait, you need time to buy the Amulet of Rebirth, so you are now cowering inside your headquarters. Don't worry, I will come in soon, Jack replied. Hee hee cute, now be serious. Invite me back. John sent his reply. Invite you back to where? I will be happy to send you to hell. You will be right at home there. I know it will be hard for you to listen. Wait, I will send a proof soon. What proof? Jack had no idea what this traitor was talking about, but he soon heard a notification voice. Not only him, everyone from Everlasting Heavenly Legends heard the notification. Everlasting Heavenly Legends Guild hostage token had been destroyed. Your guild no longer has to pay resource toll to Saint Edge. Jack was so stunned by the notification that he paused. He ended up getting hit from behind. Lots of native soldiers rammed onto him soon, trying to hold him down. Hey, get off me, Jack shouted. It's a good thing his Thurass beast was closed by. It rammed a native soldier right beside Jack. It then activated its strongest skill, Imperious Pressure. A spherical field spread out from the Thurass beast. All enemies within this field felt their bodies become extremely heavy. With such a severe handicap imposed, the enemies were unable to resist Jack's overwhelming strength. He shook everyone off and performed whirlwind slash with his claws. Many died, Those outside the gravity field didn't dare to enter. Only the ranged classes were able to do something by shooting from outside, but their efforts were meager. Funnily though, those St. Edge's people outside seemed to be panicking about something. Jack saw a lot of them running away from the battlefield back towards their headquarters. Huh? They can't be that scared of me, can they? Jack thought. But that didn't make sense. Why were they only terrified now after fighting for so long? Jack continued to tear those helpless players and soldiers within their ass beast's field while exchanging messages with John. Our guild hostage token is gone. Is that your doing? Do you think there is anyone else who could have done that at this time? Now hurry up and invite me back to the guild. I don't have much time. They are banging the entrance as we speak. The guild core will also break soon, John replied. Whose guild core? Whose do you think? Now stop asking stupid questions and just tap that invite button. Euro. Jack was speechless. Do you believe him? Peniel asked. After a brief thought, he said, well, our guild hostage token is no more, so there is no need for me to force my way in. If that dude tries anything funny, we can just kick him out. Jack opened his guild invite interface and selected John from his friend list. Thank you, expert. It won't be long now. You can hurry up and escape. I will meet you back in Heavenly Citadel. John sent his message. Jack was still having trouble understanding John's words. Not long after, he heard another notification. This time informing him that Everlasting Heavenly Legends had destroyed St. Edge's guild core, receiving a generous amount of resources from its current stock and acquiring its guild hostage token. From now on, St. Edge would have to pay a toll every time they gained resources. Additionally, Everlasting Heavenly Legends also received a hefty number of reputation points for a successful invasion. Jack was again stunned by the notification that he stopped, only to be snapped back by those ranged players' attacks. Was that your doing as well? Whose side are you on exactly? Jack asked John. Is there any point asking? Have you escaped? Have you? Jack asked back. Of course. I used a consumable tool that teleports me far away even when I am still in combat status. I'm going to use Guild Return Scroll now. You better escape if you haven't. They will be very angry now and will throw everything they have at you. Have they not already? Jack said in his mind, but he didn't plan to dally any longer. There was no point staying here anymore. He sent a mental message to Arlcard before unsummoning the vampire and his Thuras beast. His beast form had ended just now, but he didn't need that form to escape. He had an even better move to clean up his escape path. He lifted his sword high and 20 lightning balls appeared. He didn't forget to activate life-burning art and his sword's over-limit state to maximize the damage value. The 20 balls were sent in the direction away from Saint's seat. Jack spread it out in a linear fashion. The carpet bombings created a long path filled with fallen bodies. Without further ado, Jack ran along this path. No one was able to match his running speed. At the wall outside Heavenly Citadel, Supervisor Killmonger and Assistant Manager Ironhand looked at the broken gate. Forward. Euro. They both shouted at the same time. They left the battering ram behind. It was a one-time use item in a siege battle. Couldn't be transformed back into its initial miniature size. In its current state, it had become an item type that could not be stored inside the player's inventory bag. The battering ram was also not in a good condition anymore. Once it appeared, the Eagle Rider hunters above started focusing their arrows on it. But there were only 10 of the Eagle Riders. The battering ram had high defense and high health point. Their attacks were not enough to deal meaningful damage within a short time. Everyone rushed in with a fiery spirit. They were very close to victory. As they rushed in, they didn't notice the strange shadows on the ground. When they came close to these shadows shot out from the ground. 10 players got wrapped by these shadows and started losing health point. Their health point was not in a good shape after undergoing the barrage of arrows and ice beams. They lost their lives in an instant. The others were startled to a pause after witnessing it. Was this another trap mechanism? But the shadows didn't vanish. Usually, a trap was activated only once. These shadows stayed on top of the fallen players. Wait, not shadows. After paying better attention, They were people in dark coats. The evening had arrived and the lack of sunlight caused poor visibility. All 10 persons had red eyes and pale faces. One of them was grinning with a smear of blood on his mouth. 2 sharp fangs were seen when this person grinned. Iron Hand used inspect on them. Blood count? They are native soldiers, he exclaimed. There were only 10. Finish them and charge in, Killmonger declared. They didn't have much time. They needed to rush in and break the guild core before the main defensive army arrived. I can't move, someone suddenly said. Me too, some others said. Iron Hand looked at the soldiers who had said that and then at the blood counts at the front. It's their doing, he declared. I think it's their eyes. Don't look at their eyes. Rarara Euro. Killmonger made a loud roar. The soldiers who said they couldn't move find themselves in control of their bodies again. What Killmonger used was Berserker's level 45 skill, Cry of Rage. It's a battle cry that increased all allies' attributes within a 10-meter radius by 30%. It also eliminated all movement restrictions and make everyone 50% more resistant against any movement restriction skills or spells they received later. This effect lasted for 2 minutes. Break through them, Killmonger declared and took point. He used level 40 Berserker's skill, Jump Assault. If Jack saw it, he would recognize this move in an instant. It was the famous boss skill. Killmonger made a super jump that covered a very large distance. He arrived above one of the blood counts and made a powerful cleave. Yet all he hit was empty air. The blood count had turned into a shadow and moved away agilely. Killmonger was not flustered. He immediately followed up with Punishing Cyclone. All the blood counts had to move away to evade his rampaging move. Charge in, Iron Hand yelled. Killmonger's 2 skills had cleared a path. Priority is still entering the headquarters and destroying the guild core. Knights and rogues hold these blood counts. The rest rush in. The blood counts were strong, they were very fast, and their hit took out a large amount of health point, but they were too few. They couldn't stop the tide. Despite killing a good number of players, many still passed through. The Eagle Rider hunters above also continued shooting their arrows and added to the enemy's body counts. But such a small number couldn't stop the enemy's advance when the gate had been broken. The first number of players reached the headquarters door and started hitting it. This door was not a proper defensive structure like the wall gate, so it was broken in just a few hits. Everyone rushed in. Genie had those with fast movement classes go ahead and rush towards the headquarters. She had Fierce Flame took the lead for that team. But when he saw the enemy's shock troops entering their headquarters, her heart sank. Many of the enemy's loose teams were still rushing towards Heavenly Citadel. They broke through from gaps created by this group of experts called the Jackal Crews. The ice towers continued shooting ice beam attacks, but the enemies were too spread out for them to be effective. Many of these loose teams started clashing with Fierce Flame's group instead, hindering her from reaching the headquarters. Genie's main army was again clashing with the Coalition's main army, led by Red Death. After the High Lich was occupied with the Manticore, the attacking army marched on without a hindrance. Everything was chaos. If only their strategist was here, it wouldn't have turned into such a mess, she secretly lamented. While she was having the thought, their native cavalry units broke through from the side and hit those enemies that were still trying to enter the headquarters. Each of these cavalries carried a squire aside from their rider. The cavalry ran swiftly to the broken gate wall and the squires jumped down. They formed a wall and prevented more enemies from going in. A squad of bandit archers and mages came forward and sent a volley to enemy native soldiers who were still hindering Uruk, allowing the hero to break through their encirclement. A small number of native knights then joined the hero. With the hero close by, their attributes increased. Together with Uruk, archers, and mages, they beat back the enemy's trained soldiers. Inside the courtyard, with no new enemy entering, the 10 blood counts and 10 Eagle Rider hunters ignored those that had entered the headquarters and focused on slaughtering the remaining players. Overall, Genie saw better coordination between the native soldiers on the battlefield. That's odd, she thought. She never thought Tip was this good. At the place where the coalition leaders were watching the holographic view of the battlefield above the platform. Yes, they have broken into the headquarters, Queen Magenta exclaimed. Finally, I honestly thought we are going to fail again, Fat Gregory uttered. He made an act of wiping his brow. Humph. We can finally end this disgrace, prideful Josh added. It's not done yet. Don't let down our guard, Scarface warned. Don't worry. You people just have your troops continue holding their main army, Manager Steelhand said. With the numbers that are already entering their headquarters, we should have no problem. Toayuro he stopped talking because he received a message from Iron Hand. Oddly, the message only wrote, Fuck, 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 what the hell? Steelhand thought. Iron Hand was not the type to curse. What was the guy doing sending him a message with only cursing words? How was he supposed to interpret this profane message? What is it? Steelhand sent a reply message. We file a euro. He is here, Iron Hand replied. Who is here? Steelhand was getting irritated by Iron Hand's cryptic messages. Who do you think? The demon. He is standing guard over the guild hall's entrance. Steelhand froze from the message. Genie could see the fight was getting more in control now. The native soldiers gave perfect support to the players and covered any weakness they unintentionally exposed. Everyone could feel the battle was slowly turning in their favor. They were pushing the enemies back. The only thing she still worried about was the enemies that had managed to breach into their headquarters. There was only Pointy Tip inside. No way he could defend against the enemies. She had dreaded for a while to hear a notification that their guild core was under attack. She sent a few more squads to reinforce Fierce Flame's force to break into their headquarters. Now that the battle was more manageable, she could spare the time to send Tip a message. How are you doing inside? Has any enemy entered our guild hall? We are trying to send assistance as soon as possible. And by the way, good job on controlling those native soldiers. Tip sent his reply, Uhayuro, it isn't me controlling the soldiers. Huh? What was this message implying? Genie was puzzled. Tip was supposed to be alone inside the headquarters. If it was not him operating the platform, then who did? She also received another message from Tip. You don't need to worry about the enemies who had entered the building. Jack was guarding the guild hall's entrance. With such a small number, the enemy won't be able to get through him. You just focus on routing the enemies outside. Jack is back. Genie replied with elation. Yeah, he did. He also brings someone else back. Someone else? Before Genie could ask, that someone had intruded into their guild chat. Have no worry, people. Daddy is back. Now, let's kick these intruders off our territory. Everyone looked at the chat and was surprised to find out that the speaker was St. John. What the fuck are you doing here? Bowler cursed in the chat. Why are you in our guild chat? Why? Because I am a member, of course. John replied nonchalantly. What? How are you a member? Traitor. Hang him. Kick him out. Who invites this traitor back in? Many members started chiming in the chat. I did. Jack replied the last question, which shut everybody up. Let's leave the questioning for later. We still have enemies to beat back, Genie said, keeping everybody on the matters at hand. At the guild hall's entrance where Jack stood guard, Killmonger was unwilling to give up. He ordered all the ranged players to attack. Since Jack had to continue standing before the entrance to prevent anyone from entering the guild hall, he was sitting duck for range attacks. Jack cast Magic Wall, blocking all the attacks. Unfortunately for Jack, his gold scale armor was in cooldown. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect skill to use considering he could not move away. So, he asked Penuel to cast Healing Field at where he stood. With his superior defense and excellent recovery, the Healing Field helped him tank through all the range attacks thrown his way. Seeing his method was not working, Killmonger decided to take matters into his own hand. He activated his Berserk mode, then asked all melee players to attack while he took point, with the range players providing support. Jack met them head-on with his sword art. All his minion was in cooldown except for Tame Pet and Summon Companion. Those two had no cooldown since they could get permanent death. The only drawback for summoning them again so soon was that whatever wounds they suffered in the previous battle would still carry over. He didn't think he needed Arlcard's help for these small fries, so he only summoned their ass. The beast ran through the backline enemies who were still sending Jack ranged attacks. While those range players were interrupted, Jack used his 48 burst slashes to beat everyone back. Seeing Killmonger lose his balance, Jack didn't want to lose the opportunity. He cast myriad ensnaring chains in front of the entrance. Unless more than 12 people rush in at the same time, the chains should be able to serve as a substitute guard for a short time. Free to move around, Jack's assaults became more deadly. Killmonger tried his best, but he was unable to keep up with Jack by himself. All the others he brought weren't expert enough to provide him sufficient assistance, while Ironhand got his hands full dealing with Jack's Thurass beast. When Killmonger fell, the others lost their fighting spirit. With a heavy heart, Ironhand issued a retreat. There was no point losing everyone here. Jack let them leave. He couldn't leave the entrance. He had to continue staying guard in case someone used an invisibility scroll to sneak in. When Ironhand's team was on their way to the exit, they met the 10 blood counts. They focused on just escaping. They had to leave behind those that were unfortunate enough to get caught by the blood counts. Coming out to the courtyard, they had to suffer through a hail of arrows from the Eagle Rider hunters again. At where the wall gate used to be, a wall of squires was standing guard. These squires were still dealing with assaults from the front, so Ironhand's team had an advantage when they attacked from behind to create a gap to escape through. Even so, they still suffered many casualties. A decent number of them broke into Heavenly Citadel. Less than 10 managed to escape. Manager Steelhand dropped to his knees. His head was down. Even after such a preparation, they still failed. "Humph! This is a disgrace," prideful Josh uttered. "We are pulling out." He started sending messages to his guild members to retreat. The others did the same. Scarface put a hand on Steelhand's shoulder. "We have done all we can," he said in consolation. The coalition members were retreating after receiving their leader's commands. Genie asked the others to stand down. Everyone had been tired. If the enemy wanted to leave, let them. After their forces put a decent distance from the enemy, Steelhand deactivated the platform. All Corporate United's native soldiers were unsummoned back to their guild headquarters. The platform turned back into the guild army summoning crystal, which Steelhand stored in his inventory. The coalition forces separated and just left without saying anything. Seeing their allies left in that way, Scarface wondered if there was any future left for the coalition. This second failure in assaulting Heavenly Citadel was sure to leave a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Third failure if they considered the Battle of Crestfall Plain. It would be difficult to persuade them to make another joint attack again. But frankly, he himself didn't think he want to mount another attack anymore. Luckily, they still had that quest with the third prince that tied everyone in the coalition. He figured they should just focus on that quest. Once the coalition army left the territory, a voice notification was heard by every member of Everlasting Heavenly Legends, informing them of a successful defense. Every participating member received a generous amount of contribution points while the guild received a sizable number of reputation points, pushing them ahead of the others. Added with the reputation points they received for successfully destroying St. Edge's guild core, their guild should be able to level up again before the others. Everyone cheered after hearing the notification. They had managed another successful defense. Genie and some of the core members entered the guild hall, finding Tip, Jack, and John were waiting for them inside. "What the hell? You better have a good reason for us to not just kick you out of here," Bowler said to John. "I will gladly do the kicking," the man added. Now, be reasonable. I know you are all upset," John said calmly. "You bet your ass we are upset," Bowler hissed. Genie went to Jack. She was curious about John as well. But to be frank, she was also upset. She couldn't bring herself to talk to him, so she came to Jack instead. Before she asked about John, though, she thanked Jack first. "Good job on destroying our guild hostage token," she said. "It wasn't me," Jack said. "Wasn't you?" Genie asked. "Yeah, it was him," Jack said and pointed to John. The others who were still cursing and scolding John stopped after hearing Jack's words. Genie asked Jack again, "What about St. Edge's guild hostage token?" "It's him as well," Jack answered. The others looked at John. See, I never betrayed you people. It's all my strategy to successfully acquire St. Edge's guild hostage token, John said. The others were unwilling to trust his words, but the fact was indeed so. Their guild hostage token was no more. They instead got another guild hostage token. There were 2 of them now inside this guild hall, netting them continuous resources from 2 of the wealthiest guilds. Explain yourself, Genie said to John. My ploy is to gain their trust. What better than to let them see I betray you people? With their trust, I managed to trick them into leaving me alone inside their guild hall, which allows me the opportunity to do what I need to do. Why didn't you let us know? Bowler complained. He was still feeling bitter with this guy. Friend, haven't you heard the saying, to deceive your enemy, first you have to deceive your friend? If I have told you people of my plan, will you all still act so convincingly? Will Jack rush out to attack Saint's seat? Will he fight so heatedly? Will he be able to kill me knowing that I am still a friend? John asked. Oh, believe me, dude. I will still happily kill you even if I know the truth, Jack said. Well, then it will be happily, not furiously. Your act will then not be so convincing, John countered. So that's the real reason you called me back? To be part of your ploy? Jack asked. Of course. You are an integral part of my plan. I need to make sure you are available before I proceed. The others were quiet after hearing John's explanation. Well, all's well that ends well, I say, Jack said. He was not the kind to dwell. Since John had proven that he didn't actually betray them, Jack could forgive him. I know you will understand, friend, John said to Jack. I just need one thing from you, Genie said. Oh? How can I help? John asked. The answer came to him in the form of a hard punch to the face. John reeled back from the impact. Ouch! What was that for? He exclaimed. You try this kind of stunt again, it will not be just a simple punch. Remember that, Genie declared. Yes, ma'am, John said while massaging his jaw. Hee. I will have to have mine as well, Jack said. He cracked his knuckles. Hey, you have already done worse to me. You killed me. Remember? John protested. €1, well, I suppose I did. Okay, I won't do anything to you. But, the €30, Jack looked around at the others in attendance. Bowler caught his meaning. He immediately exclaimed in joy. Ha! That's right. You let each of us punch you one time, and we call it even. Agreed, the man said as he copied Jack in cracking his knuckles. Hey, wait. Don't you €1, ouch. Hey, enough €1, ow. I'm serious €1, oof. That's too strong €1. Here, Jack said as he tossed the God-Eye monocle to John, who was still scowling from all the punches. Most of the core members had dispersed by now, leaving only the 3 leaders and a few others. By the way, why are you making an enemy out of St. Edge? It's not like we are lacking any enemies from the coalition. Now we add St. Edge to our hostile list. Are you bitter because your father tried to force you to return to St. Edge? No one can force me into doing anything, John said. I target them because they are already enemies. The rest of you just don't know it yet. Oh? How so? Genie asked. They were already in talk with the coalition to mount a joint attack on us, John answered. The coalition had been planning for an assault out of the urging from Corporate United after you took their guild hostage token. They were simply not confident yet to mount another assault all this time. When St. Edge came to them, it bolstered their confidence. Hence they moved forward by using the challenge from Wicked Witches to draw most of you out. St. Edge came to them? Why did they want to make an enemy out of us? Genie asked. Well, I might have something to with that. You see, my father never really agreed for me to leave the guild. But since I'd never joined any other guild before this, he left me alone. Now that he found out that I'm in a guild, he probably wants to prove to me that no guild is better than his. How do you know all those things about them meeting the coalition anyway? Jack asked. I still have my eyes and ears within St. Edge, John replied. Huh? Really? Who is willing enough to betray that guild for the likes of you? What are you saying? I have my charm. Furthermore, she didn't know that she was betraying St. Edge. Shayuro? Are you talking about Diana? Oh? Have you met her? Good lord. You even use your own sister. What a fiend. Jack exclaimed. This awful man has a sister? Bowler asked. Go away. This is a talk between leaders. John shooed Bowler away. You want another punch? Bowler threatened. Try it. See if I don't retaliate this time. John threatened back. By the way, your status is only a common member at this time, Jack reminded, which drew a laugh from Bowler. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and reinstate me as co-leader again, John said. Jack looked at Jeannie, who gave John a hard stare before using her authority as the main leader to reinstate John's co-leader status. John returned his laugh to Bowler. So, you devised the plan to cause St. Edge to back off from the joint attack and at the same time steal their guild hostage token? Jack asked. That's correct, John answered. But the coalition still attack in the end, Bowler reminded. It was expected. I told them that Jack had come to Saint's seat, so that was the best opportunity for them to strike with him being unavailable. You told them? Bowler exclaimed. You want us to get attacked? Do you know that we almost lost? I am confident this guild is strong enough to hold out before Jack and I returned. If this guild is that weak, I wouldn't have bothered spending time here. Additionally, with another failure like this, I doubt the coalition will dare to mount another assault again. The weakness of a coalition is that they need almost unanimous decisions. One party decided not to join, others who are on the fence will pull back, which causes the entire operation to be scrapped. I'm sure there will be some in the coalition that will refuse to join the next time the proposal to attack us surfaces. Whatever your reasons, as Jeannie had said, the next time you pull this double-cross stunt again, don't expect to be let off lightly, Jack said. I think it should be triple-cross? John said. Whatever. I can promise you any funny move, you won't have a chance for a quartet cross. Is there even such a term? Jeannie asked. The man, who had just listened all this time, said, It's good that we didn't lose the battle just now, but isn't it time we talk about hitting back on those guilds that attacked us? That's right. I know John said unlikely for the coalition to attack again, but we will send a stronger statement if we retaliate. Just like last time when Jack retaliated by himself after their first attack. This time we should do it together. We are strong enough for that, aren't we? Bowler said. We lost quite a number of native soldiers and players in this attack. Out of the guild members, around 1,300 had joined this fight. Around 600 died. Almost 100 of them didn't even wear the amulet of rebirth. Stupid pricks. Didn't we already stress out that the amulet is mandatory whenever we have guild wars? For the native soldiers, we lost almost 200 units, with the majority of the lost on the squires and bandit archers. Re-recruiting them is no problem with the resources we had. Retraining them to decent levels will take some time. Good thing the surviving ones receive decent EXP points, so we can save the training hall to focus on new recruits, John reported. All things considered, we are not exactly in the best fighting shape. They lost more, Bowler countered. The one who lost the native soldiers is only corporate united. What use are we for attacking them again? We won't get a second guild hostage token from them, John said. Then let's hit Wicked Witches, Jeannie offered. Everyone turned to her. She was the last one everyone expected to call for retaliation and to offer in striking the guild where her family was in. You okay with that? Jack asked. Why shouldn't I? They had gone back from their words in attacking us after losing the challenge they proposed. Such a dishonorable guild need to be punished. Despite your eagerness, we can't hit Wicked Witches at this time, John said. Why? Everyone asked. Because we have no access to Orbor Dynasty, the country of the elven race, yet. I thought their guild headquarters is at Euro. John interrupted Jack before he completed his question. They had one in this country before, but once they got into contact with their main guild members in Orbor, they found out that the one in Orbor has a guild headquarters already, and the one over there has better developments. So they forfeited their headquarters here when they merged their guilds. How do you know that? Jack asked. I ain't exactly staying idle when I'm in St. Edge, That guild has an extensive information network. I learned as much as I can in the limited time I have there. Well, then Wicked Witches is out for now, the man said. Jack saw a slight disappointment in Jeannie's expression. It seemed that whatever happened during the battle just now still left this girl with some bitterness toward her past guild. What about Death Associates? Jack offered. They are a viable option. Their headquarters are called Death Hall. It's located nearby the main city of Theenward, John said. However, I don't know the details of their native soldiers' strength. Considering their soldiers are not involved in the battle just now, they are still at their full strength. So we should be at a disadvantage. Then we pick a weaker opponent? Bowler suggested. I didn't find any detail on the coalition's each guild's power level when I'm in St. Edge. It's hard to determine which guild is weaker or stronger. I personally didn't recommend going on the offensive at this moment. What if I cause havoc from inside Death Associates headquarters while you people attack from the outside? Jack asked. Do you have an invisibility scroll again? John asked. No, but I have something better, Jack said and turned into unrivaled arcaner. The others were startled by Jack's transformation. Jack removed his cloak of shadow, allowing everyone to inspect him. They were even more surprised after reading his description as a member of Death Associates. Ah, I remember seeing you during the Top Guild's meeting. So that is you in disguise. That's how you know about them coming for me at that time, John said. Yes, with this disguise, I can easily enter their headquarters. When you people are ready to attack, I can start synchronizing my attack from the inside, Jack said. HMA in this case, I think it can work. You can go for their guild core while we draw their forces out. Okay, let me organize people who we can trust. We can't have too many people for this surprise attack. I think we will need until tomorrow evening before we can depart. We will mask our movement at night. You can probably head there earlier to check their forces first. All right, I will go there tomorrow morning, Jack said. By the way, I know you are almost never present here. I bet your disguise is even more so. How do they allow you to continue in that guild for so long? If it is me, I would have kicked you out already, John said. I'm not sure. I have been expecting that as well. In fact, Scarface had sent several messages asking to meet from time to time, but I continue to ignore him. HMA odd. Never mind. Once we do this operation, I'm pretty sure my cover is blown anyway. Jack then looked at where his grandfather was standing. Are you coming for this attack? No thanks. No EXP in killing players, right? I will just leave these war games to you kids. I will play defense and help members level up, Doman said. By the way, you kids should be careful just in case you meet those people from Jackal Cruise. They are real-world soldiers, true killers who have gone through real war. Your war game can turn for the worse if you just treat them as your usual opponents. That's right. We lost quite a lot of members to them today, Jeannie added. Don't worry, they won't be there, John said. When he saw the others' inquisitive glances, he explained, I've learned this from St. Edge Information Network as well. They are a mercenary guild. Unless Death Associates know we are coming for them, they won't be enlisting that guild's help. Also, they are not the only mercenary guild with real soldiers. There are a couple of other guilds. I want to send someone to make a contact with one of these guilds as well, one that is called Dogs of War. We could probably build a good relation with this mercenary guild just in case we need their services. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I want to tell you people one thing, Peniel said. Everyone looked at her. If you people go on the offense at this time, you will lose your current 1-week protection status. Really? I do remember this guy hit Corporate United right back during our protection status, John said while pointing to Jack. He did it by himself, Peniel uttered. The world system didn't recognize that as a proper offense. Just like how a number of units or outworlders needed to die for the system to provide you a protection status, a decent number of attackers were also needed to be calculated as a battle between guilds. HMA I guess you are an anomaly, John said to Jack. Should we wait 1 week then? Jack asked. After some thought, John said, I don't think others know this feature. Also, I am still confident they won't dare to attack us again after the last battle. Let's gamble it. Our enemies won't be expecting us to hit them so early. Since we have the advantage of you as a mole, this should be the best time to ambush them. After agreeing to proceed with the offense, everyone was dismissed. Before everyone left, Jack came to John and asked, "Hey, earlier today, when I'm kicking your ass a euro? When we were dueling, you mean?" John corrected, "Sure. When I'm kicking your ass, you cast the mirror image spell, but my mana sense can't seem to make out which one of you is the real one." "How do you do that?" John smirked at the words. "Are you so eager to have your ass kicked again?" Jack asked. Doman, who was nearby, came over after hearing it. "Are you talking about the spell where he displays multiple copies of himself?" "Yes, that's the one," Jack answered. He had practiced a lot on that move, particularly to fool people who have the ability of mana sense. "He distributed his mana amongst his copies," Doman explained. "Distribute his mana? How did he do that?" Jack asked. "He has touched the realm of mana manipulation. Still very basic though, but a start nevertheless," Doman replied. Jack's eyes turned wide at John. "Ha ha 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 euro. That expression is priceless. Now you see, I'm not someone you can underestimate even in a fight. Although, of course, I prefer to avoid one if I can. Fighting is, after all, for expendable pawns such as yourself," John said in his usual conceited way. "Who to euro he has mastered his mana sensing?" Jack asked Doman, ignoring John. "Not quite fully yet, but he is pretty far already, probably near your level. To tell you the truth, I'm also surprised that he can start manipulating mana before fully mastering mana sensing," Doman said. "It's me who is surprised by you Outworlders," Penuel said. "There should be natives that are good in this mana sensing and mana manipulation as well, right?" Jack asked Penuel. "Yes, but very rare. You people made it look so easy," she answered. "Well, if there is such a mechanism, that means it is implemented by someone who understands martial arts. I don't see Wilted as that person. Probably that partner of hers, the main designer who had added this feature," Jack said. "Anyway, now that we know mana manipulation is possible even without fully mastering mana sensing, I can probably do that as well." Nope. I seriously doubt that. This is reserved for a genius such as me," John said. Jack again ignored him. He said to his grandfather, "Let's go into the time chamber. You have given me some pointers when we were inside the Valley of Tempest, but I didn't really get it since I've only started learning mana sense then. I would like you to teach me again. You know I won't turn you down if you want to learn." "Let's go," Doman said. He led the way to the time chamber. He had frequented the chamber very often, after all. Jack spent the remaining of the day until late at night inside the time chamber, listening to Doman's tutor while trying some practical training. Despite his diligence, he still couldn't manipulate mana yet by the end of the session, but he now slightly grasped some understanding of the technique. If mana sensing could be described as listening to the mana to know where they were and how they moved, manipulating mana was akin to communicating with them. Telling them, or maybe more correct was to say persuading them to move and act as one wish. Jack couldn't do it yet, but the mana had started to react to him when he tried some sort of communication. Jack could feel their vibration when he sent his thought at them, even if they didn't do as he wished them to. Jack didn't try to force his advancement. He could only do it one step at a time, as he always did with everything. John probably was indeed a genius in this department, but Jack never let the comparison with others who do better than he weigh him down. If any, he used it as a motivation to catch up. The next morning, Jack didn't leave directly. He had planned to fuse and level up equipment for the guild. Because of learning mana manipulation, that task had been delayed. So he used the time chamber again in the morning for that task. There was a lot of common equipment from the 2-month stock. In fact, their warehouse space was almost full due to them. Jeannie had planned to sell some away if Jack still didn't come back to deal with this pile. Jack fused 2 sets of super rare heavy armors for Jeannie and Giant Steve, a set of super rare medium armors for Doman, 2 sets of super rare light armors for Fierce Flame and Viral Cora, and 2 sets of super rare cloth armors for John and Trinity Dawn. He also gave the 7 of them super rare weapons. Although there was a lot of equipment stock, it was still not enough to make super rare equipment sets for every core member, so he just prioritized those 7 first. The remaining equipment he fused into rare equipment and put into warehouse stock for members to exchange using their contribution points. The task took him lots of hours. When he came out of the time chamber, it was past noon already. Due to leveling up so much equipment, Jack's blacksmith grade increased to advanced expert. He handed the super rare equipment to Jeannie. She, in return, had duplicated 10 magic crystals using the Book of Creation's ability and gave them to Jack. Jack left her and John to organize the troops while he left for Death Associates Guild headquarters. Jack departed from Theenward after teleporting there. He changed into unrivaled arcaner before he left the city. He didn't use Pandora. His steed was too unique. He would be identified from a mile away. He instead bought a common horse from the stable near the city's gate. He had sent a message to Scarface yesterday informing him that he will be coming to Guild headquarters today. Scarface replied that he was glad that he finally decided to show up. Scarface told Jack that he had given instructions to members to receive him when he arrived. He only needed to announce his name. Jack found it a bit weird. Why was he given such special treatment? It's as if he was an important member visiting the headquarters instead of someone who had been absent for quite some time. He didn't think too much of it. He only needed to stay inside the headquarters until the commotion started, and then it was his turn to act. After a few hours of riding, when the sun was already low on the horizon, his destination came into view. Death Associates headquarters, Death Hall, was situated around forested hills on one side and expansive grasslands on another. A large river passed by right beside one side of its defensive walls. Jack came through from the grasslands side. There were lots of native soldiers patrolling there, as well as several mid-level parties hunting monsters for EXP. From what he saw, Death Associates' advancement in developing their native soldiers was not behind everlasting heavenly legends. They had plenty of squires, archers, knights, cavalries, mages, and priests. Their mages had slightly different appearances. Their robes were more extravagant. Jack figured it must be a variant converted by using an insignia. Jack made sure to take off his cloak of shadow so everyone could inspect him. Since he was registered as a member of Death Associates, people just left him alone after finding out he was a member. But when he arrived at the wall gate, he was stopped by 2 native knights stationed there. The knights scrutinized him. After using their inspects and finding out he was unrivaled arcaner, they asked him to wait. Someone will be coming to fetch him shortly. Fetch me? Jack wondered. Such a high-profile treatment. Not long after, 2 people who he knew came, Big Arm and Earmouth. They were both still advanced class knight and mage at level 43. Why the 2 were among the guild's upper echelon, he would never understand. You finally show up after so long, Earmouth said in a not-so-friendly way. Why do they send you 2 to fetch me? If I am not welcome here, just say the words. I will leave, Jack replied haughtily. You dolt. You never present for the guild, and you still dare to act so high and mighty, Big Arm said with hostility. I can act however I want. Stand down. Stonecleave, who was now a level 44 weapon master, appeared and stopped the verbal confrontation from continuing. He came with a few other players. Arcaner, come. We have been waiting for you. There is a task that we need your help with, Stonecleave said. He gestured for Jack to follow him. Jack did. As he walked, he saw the other players Stonecleave brought, together with Big Arm and Earmouth, were walking by his sides and behind him. He felt like he was being escorted. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? He thought. He didn't feel good about this situation. But he had come this far, he decided to continue. If anything bad happened, he was confident he could still force his way out. The group ushered him into a room where he waited for almost an hour. After that, he was being taken to a building that was supposed to be the warehouse. When he entered, it was surprisingly empty from goods, but filled with players instead. At the center was Scarface. Amongst the crowd, he saw some familiar faces: Red Death, Yellow Death, Warpath, and Grimclaw. Scarface, upon seeing Jack arrive, called out, Unrivaled! Finally, you've decided to grace us with your presence. Come. We have something we need confirmation from you. When Jack was being ushered inside the headquarters, he had been sending messages to Jeannie and John, asking them where they were. Since Jack departed late and took normal steed, it was already evening now. Jeannie and the others were already on the move, but they would still take hours to arrive here. Is something wrong? Jeannie asked. I don't know, something feels off, Jack answered. We will try to move as fast as we can. We originally planned to move slowly to avoid attention, but if you think we need to arrive earlier, we will do so, Jeannie said. After thinking for a while and seeing that he was being brought into the warehouse, Jack sent his reply, Rush here please. But when he sent this last message, he received a notification that his message was unable to be sent. What the Jack tried again but received the same notification. Something is blocking your messaging system, Jack heard Penuel say in his mind. She was hiding inside her hidden dimension. Though Unrivaled was an archmage and was not weird to have a familiar, Penuel was one of a kind. She would get recognized straight away. Inside the warehouse, Jack was looking at Scarface, who was staring back at him with the others. Beside Jack was Stonecleave, who made a gesture for him to go to Scarface. Jack walked forward. Though he was sure now that something was wrong, it was also too late to back off. Might as well see what was going on. Hopefully it was just unnecessary worries. Jack came before Scarface, who was now a level 45 archmage. There was a small imp that flew above him. Jack deduced Scarface to have completed his elite class trial on the first try and get call familiar spell as well. Jack asked him, What do you need confirmation with? Scarface turned and gave Red Death and Yellow Death a glance before returning his attention to Jack. He asked, You are level 41 archmage? For someone with your expertise, isn't your level a bit low? Jack's archmage was actually still at level 40. Level 41 was referring to his main class, Blade Dancer. When he used the Orb of Disguise, he could set up any class he wanted for a disguise. The orb system only considered his Blade Dancer class when working on the disguise. If he had set up his disguise as a sentinel, he would be a level 41 sentinel, following the Blade Dancer's class. There are some unfortunate setbacks. Why? Is my level a problem? Jack asked back. Well, I have been calling you for some time now. I thought you were busy questing and leveling up so you couldn't heed my calls. I must admit I'm a bit disappointed when I see your low level, Scarface said. I apologize. I'm occupied and couldn't reply. I meant no disrespect. That's okay. But I do have something that weighs on my mind, Scarface said. When Scarface didn't continue, Jack gave him a questioning look. Scarface smiled. He said, Do you remember when we accepted you into our guild? I mentioned there was another person that is similar to you? You did, Jack asked, but inside his mind he said, Oh. Scarface nodded. I did. I said that this person had stats too high for his level, which defied the logic of this world. You know what? Turns out this person has two classes. He was a Blade Dancer now. Can you guess what his second class is? Archmage, same as the two of us. He does? How peculiar, Jack said with a laugh. Scarface laughed with him. Some from the crowds laughed as well, which added to the oddities of the situation. Jack, in the meantime, was already paying attention to the possible exits of this warehouse. There were no visible windows. The door he came in should have been closed. Jack didn't turn back to take a look. It would be suspicious, but he was sure that the door was locked already. Yes, I also find it peculiar, Scarface said. Now, of course, after finding out that he has two classes, I thought probably you are the same. That's why you are so strong for a magician back then. Perhaps you are hiding a fighter class. It's okay if you don't want to tell us. Everyone is entitled to a secret. But what was in my thought at the time was, this is good. If we have a member that has two classes as well, that will be great. We can do a lot of things with such a member. Jack shrugged, still laughing. He neither confirmed nor denied it. But then, something else came into mind. You see, around a month ago, one of us got his hands on an item, a consumable item, that allowed us to change our appearance into someone else and then I started thinking. What is the chance of one person gaining a godly item that gives him two classes? I haven't met one except that other person I mentioned, and of course you. But then again, what if it is actually just one person? The other one was the same persona in disguise. What are you trying to say? Jack asked, no longer laughing. As I said, I just want to confirm. Have been calling you for a while for this. If my suspicion is true, that will also explain your constant absence, Scarface answered. What do you propose I do to disprove this allegation? Jack asked. Scarface took out a magic scroll. He said, this is a rare scroll similar to an invisibility scroll. Haven't found a place that sells it. We got this from a boss drops and only one even after all this time. The spell inside this scroll is called Dispel. It can break away all illusions and disguises. Is it true? Jack asked Penuel in his mind. If the spell inside the scroll is as he said. Yes, your disguise will be revealed, Penuel answered. Do you mind if I use this scroll on you? Scarface asked. Jack stared at him in silence. The crowd was also in silence. The whole warehouse became eerily quiet. After what seemed like a long time, Jack said, go ahead. If he was to be found out either way, better made them lose that Dispel scroll. Scarface gave Jack a hard stare before bursting into a laugh. The magic scroll on his hand disappeared back into his bag. He clapped Jack's shoulder. You passed the test. I am worried for a minute there that you will reject me. But since you agree to it, we can be sure now that you are not Stormwind. Of course I am not. How can I be anyone else? Jack laughed as well, fully relieved on the inside. Come. We have a difficult quest on hand. With your help, we should be able to complete it in no time, Scarface said as he went to a nearby table. Some papers were scattered on the table. Jack walked over, but halfway there, he suddenly felt danger coming from his back. He immediately jumped to the side. The range of his jump had seriously increased after becoming a Beastmaster, so he was out of the danger zone from just one jump. When he turned back, he saw Warpath and Grimclaw standing behind where he stood just now, with their weapons extended. Warpath was now a level 43 blade dancer. He was still using 2 longswords on both hands. Grimclaw was a level 44 Avenger. He twirled his halberd after missed hitting on Jack. The rest of the crowd was now spreading out, encircling Jack. Red Death was level 45 now. Yellow Death was level 44. He being 1 level less than Red Death was probably due to Jack's fault. Jack did kill him when he tried to ambush Jack. Your instinct is truly troublesome, Scarface said. It's not instinct, it's mana sense, Jack thought. To Scarface, he said, I thought I passed the test? There is no test, Scarface said. I'm pretty certain you are who I think you are. I just thought we can get a drop on you by having you lower your guard. In the case I'm wrong, well, doesn't matter losing one member who never presents anyway. Are you truly Stormwind? Red Death asked. Jack looked at her. Guess the cat was out of the bag now, Jack thought. He deactivated the orb of disguise and returned to his original appearance. Some from the crowd gasped. Probably some still have a problem believing it. As expected. This explains how St. John knew we were coming for him after the top guild's meeting, Earmouth said. He was already expecting you people to come at him, Jack said inwardly, but he didn't bother to explain. Fine, let's get this show started, Jack said as he brandished his sword and magic staff. You should have assembled more people or call in those native soldiers. These numbers are hardly an exercise for me. Jack then cast magic weapon spell, or at least tried to cast. No spell formation appeared. Ha! Seeing Jack's puzzled expression, Scarface said, You just tried to cast a spell, didn't you? Do you think we are going to take you on without preparation? Not only spells, but you won't be able to use any skills as well. Jack continued to try sending messages and using skills and spells. None of them worked. How did they do this to me? Jack asked Penuel inside his mind. There are several possibilities. Most likely they possessed one unique artifact, Hex of Power Restraint. It prevented anyone within a set area to be unable to use any active skills or spells. See how they also don't use any skills or spells. You are right. Since he couldn't cast a spell, Jack had exchanged his magic staff with a second sword. He had been moving around and clashing with the crowds using only his martial arts. No wonder I see so few magic users in the crowd. Jack came to a realization. Scarface himself had retreated to the back of the crowd. Jack also understood now why they only used players here. Native soldiers without skills are only good for tanking due to their high health point. For this fight, Scarface required players with martial experiences, who were still deadly even with just normal attacks. This fight had turned into an old-fashioned brawl without skills and spells. Jack's 3 classes attributes still trumped everyone, allowing him to contend while being so outnumbered. But the inability to use skills had taken a large chunk of his edge off. A lot of his opponents were decent martial artists, with several being top-class ones. Jack couldn't continue to go on like this. You also can't use your healing spells? Jack asked Penuel. I can't, she answered. Damn. Fuck. How did they get their hands on this powerful artifact? They could have used this artifact on me in yesterday's battle. They can't. This artifact required 1 hour to power up before activating its effect. It is also not movable during power-up and activation. So, they had to make sure their target would have to be at the place where they wanted it to be. I see such a tool will not be practical in a war unless you play the defensive side. Damn. That's why they made me wait and took me into this warehouse. Motherfuckers. I fell right into their trap. Jack cursed. Can I stop the artifact's effect if I destroy it? You can't destroy it, but it will stop its repression if you hit at it. However, I don't think they place it in this room. The artifact was rather large. We should be able to see it if it is. It is most probably placed outside. Its area of effect can still cover this entire warehouse despite being outside. Seeing no option to cancel the artifact's effect, Jack continued to slash and repel all attackers that came his way. Although he couldn't use active skills, his passive skills were still in effect. His hard power gauntlet increased the knockback effect on every attack. With his already powerful strength stat, almost every opponent was smashed away even when he was not using Flame Strike. This caused the opponents to be unable to completely swarm him even with their superior number. His 8-diagram illusory steps had also undergone much improvement, as well as his advanced mana sense and superior dexterity. Most of the attacks coming his way missed. He slipped in and out of everyone while continuing to counterattack. Without skills that caused tremendous damages, his standard attack could not kill the players in a single strike. Especially those opponents that had also changed to elite classes. These opponents, after getting damaged, hurriedly moved back to the rear before drinking recovery potions. They then returned again. Against such unending attacks, Jack didn't think he could continue for long. Fuck! I can't see any exit. There is no window. This warehouse is different from ours. That door had a wooden plank barring it. It looks strong. I don't think I can break it while so many people ganging on me, Jack said within his mind. Any guild structures after being built would follow a standard design, but one can modify it as long as one spent resources. But such a modification was purely cosmetic. Normally competitive guilds wouldn't waste resources to do it at this stage. I will try to look around. Although they can make modifications, there should be at least one mandatory window, Penuel said as she came out of her hidden dimension and started flying around. Some arrows and bolts soon came flying her way. It's a good thing she was small and her flying was not slow so she could dodge. Yet all these attacks still caused her to unable to focus on looking for possible exits. Arrows and bolts also came at Jack. Despite his excellent mana sense and evasion capability, he was still struck once in a while. The opponents didn't allow him the chance to drink recovery potions. His passive recovery ability was slowly unable to keep up with these endless attacks. This is bad, Jack thought. The most troublesome were the 4 expert martial artists, Warpath, Grimclaw, Stoncleave, and the pretty yet deadly Red Death. And then there was also the gunner, Yellow Death, whose bullets contributed the most in hitting Jack while he contended against the 4 melee experts. Buzz off, you 3 musketeers, Jack exclaimed as he executed 48 burst slashes. Warpath, Grimclaw, and Stonecleave were forced back by the technique. Red Death, who had circled behind Jack, attempted a backstab. Jack moved away with 8 diagram illusory steps before the stab hit. Yet, Red Death followed closely. She moved and stabbed with deadly precision. Even Jack's illusory steps had a problem dodging every stab. Jack sent her a slash to force her back. Her body split into 2 from the slash, or at least she appeared to. She then stabbed Jack from the left. When Jack dodged away, the other image which Jack thought was an afterimage slashed from the right. Jack swayed his body back, hardly managed to dodge this other slash. Jack then felt his legs getting swiped. He lost his balance and fell on his back. Before he could react, he saw Red Death falling above him, her 2 daggers coming down on his face. He tilted his head away just as the 2 daggers came down and hit the floor. Red Death's body was on top of her at the moment, her head next to his. Southwest corner, small window, Jack heard her whisper. Jack was puzzled by her words that he paused. Red Death suddenly jerked up and away as if being pushed. I didn't do anything, Jack thought, but he quickly realized what was going on. He did a rising handspring back into a standing position before spinning his body around while slashing his 2 swords. Not exactly a whirlwind slash, but it still pushed everyone back. Southwest Euro, he thought as he looked around. Crap. He couldn't tell which way was southwest. He then directed his thought to his little companion, who was still flying around amongst the hail of arrows and bolts. Penuel, can you tell where is southwest? There is supposed to be a small window there. Southwest. Let me see, she said and flew in a direction, obviously knowing where southwest was. Jack continued to fight as best he could. The 3 musketeers were back again. Grimclaw, using his long-reaching halberd, sent Jack multiple thrusts. Jack parried half and dodged the rest. Stonecleave, who was using a 2-handed greatsword before, had now changed to a spear. He joined Grimclaw in thrusting at Jack. Warpath came at Jack from the side with his shadowless slashes. Jack had to use his burst slashes again, but this move was seriously causing him fatigue if used too often. Stonecleave, who saw an opportunity, changed his weapon again to a hammer this time. His passive weapon master skill was in effect despite the artifact's repression. Jack couldn't dodge this heavy smash, so he crossed his sword to parry. Despite not being a power strike, the blow still pushed him away. Jack felt multiple attacks coming from his back. Still unbalanced, he allowed himself to fall to the ground instead, evading those attacks. Before slashing backward, cutting the legs of those players who tried to backstab him. There are lots of boxes here. He heard Penuel's words in his mind. The boxes must be put there to hide the window, Jack thought. He didn't think Red Death was lying to him. She was not a stranger to dirty ploys, but she still preferred direct confrontation when against someone she deemed worthy, like how she issued him a duel in the past. With a clear direction to go, Jack didn't dilly-dally. He rose back and used his enormous strength to ram people over, receiving several hits at the same time. The players were rather surprised by his sudden forceful move. Jack managed to clear a small area due to this. He then jumped. His superhuman jump brought him high into the air. He was coming down on a sentinel. Seeing the opponent falling on him, the sentinel reflexively lifted his shield to cover himself. Jack landed on the shield and kicked, doing another superhuman jump. The next one he fell to was a knight who also had a shield. With the same reflexive cover, the knight provided Jack another foothold, so Jack jumped again. His jumps were not as graceful as when Doman did it during the fight with Crowds of Sins, but it still served its purpose. Jack's enhanced jumps afforded him to use the players as stepping stones even when he had less finesse compared to Doman. He only needed to target those with shields as the destination of where to jump to. Arrows and bolts came at Jack. Some with the enhanced jump passive ability also jumped into the air trying to attack Jack mid-air. But Jack's jumping speed was fast. Those who happened to come near him were easily sensed. Jack's one slash quickly sent each of them back slamming to the ground. Scarface, who was observing everything from afar, immediately shouted, "Don't let him step on you, move away!" The ones Jack was targeting were knights and sentinels who were used to parry or block instead of dodge. So it was their instinct to block when Jack came down. Even after Scarface's shout, The next target Jack came to still lift his shield up. His comrade at the side had to push him away, just to not allow Jack another foothold again. Losing the foothold, Jack slashed down instead on the guy who had done the pushing. He landed and then made rapid slashes while continuing to dance and move forward. He was not far from where he wanted to go already. Scarface, who was having a better view of the whole situation, looked at where Jack was trying to go. He then looked over and saw Jack's fairy flying around the box near the wall. "He can't be Euro, how does he know?" Scarface muttered with apprehension. Scarface, who understood the situation, hurriedly organized the players near him to go the southwestern wall, attempting a blockade. Yet Jack had been too close and too fast. He had arrived near those stack of boxes. Jack spun his body. His sword smashed aside all the enemy's weapons before he performed a roundhouse kick, driving his besiegers back with a serious headache. He then sent a quick slash at one of the boxes. A damage number appeared as well as an health point bar. The boxes were destructible. Without further ado, Jack used his burst slashes. The boxes abruptly turned into cut cartons, revealing a small glass window behind them. Scarface had modified this warehouse into an enclosed space with just one exit and almost no other opening except that one small mandatory window. He never expected Jack to find out about that small window. He had placed boxes there intentionally to hide that window. Fuck! Should have boarded that window instead. Scarface cursed. But then again, the boarded planks might easily get crushed to pieces by Jack's strength as well. "Do not think you can flee Euro." Grimclaw came from the side. He swung his halberd wildly with full strength. The afterimages of the swings made it look as if a hurricane was coming at Jack. "Taste my tearing twister," Grimclaw exclaimed. Jack watched the martial art-created hurricane as it approached. The hurricane seemed chaotic, but Jack could feel the mana flowing through the attack. He felt the part where there was almost no mana, the center of the attack, the eye of the hurricane. Jack thrust out. His thrust was so straight that his sword light created one straight line. It was another sword art Doman had taught him, one-word thrust. A companion art with the one-word slash that Doman had exhibited during the fight with the undead swarm. But Jack's move, of course, wasn't fueled by mana manipulation since he had not reached that stage yet. The thrust, though, was still as deadly as it was accurate despite its simplicity. It struck the eye of the hurricane, which was Grimclaw's hand that was holding the halberd. The hurricane art was abruptly broken. Grimclaw recoiled with a painful yell. His hand almost let go of his halberd. Jack felt another bullet hitting his body. His health point bar was below half now. He couldn't afford to hang around and continue playing with the people here. Warpath and Stonecleave were also closing in, with Red Death on their heels. Jack's and Red Death's eyes met for a brief second before Jack turned back and dove at the small window. His two swords thrust out, breaking the glass before his body shot through. He fell to the ground and rolled. He stood back up and found that he was already outside. Some players and native soldiers outside saw him breaking through. He had been expelled from Death Associates before the fight started in the warehouse. He was no longer a member and his status was now marked as an enemy. The native soldiers came running soon. Scarface never expected Jack to find out about the secret window, hence he didn't arrange any blockage outside. But even if he did, it would still be difficult to hold Jack down since it was no longer an enclosed space. Jack hurriedly drank a healing potion during the reprieve, before hurriedly running towards the nearest wall. He still could not use his skills and spells. He didn't want to waste time searching for the artifact. It was too risky. Jack's speed combined with his 8-diagram illusory steps gave him an easy time running while evading through the incoming native soldiers. Once he was nearby the wall, he jumped. His super jump brought him halfway up. He backhand stabbed his Stormbreaker into the wall for an anchor. He continued running up as he backhand stabbed his other sword to the wall as well. As if using ice axes, his two swords stabbed one after another while continued running up the wall acrobatically. "Shit! It is like looking at a weird monkey with climbing tools," uttered one of the players who was watching from below. Some ranged players sent their shots at Jack. Jack ignored them completely, relying on his high defense and health point to tank through the climb. He finally reached the top, which he found was facing the large river. He could see some players and native soldiers coming at him from both sides of the wall. Without hesitation, he leaped out of the wall and dove into the river. Scarface and the others, after running for a while, came to the wall where Jack leaped from. They looked down at the water below. No sign of Jack. Damn! Scarface cursed as he hit his fist on the wall fence. How can we still let him escape after all that? This was such a pity, Scarface thought. If they had managed to kill Jack here, it would have redeemed their failures. The coalition members would see them in a new light and probably give them the respect they deserved again. Second boss won't be happy about this, Stonecleave said. That dude just has to show up when Boss White Death and Blue Death was out on a quest, Earmouth added. Scarface didn't comment. He just looked at the water with a turmoil heart. After some while, he took a deep breath and exhaled. Things had happened. There was no need to dwell on the past. He looked over to his side. Red Death was standing some distance away. She was also looking over from the wall to the river. Scarface came to her. When he was beside her, he asked, "Why are you pulling your punches?" "I didn't," Red Death replied. Scarface looked at her for a bit. Her expression didn't change. "I've known you for a while. That move of yours, twin dragon stabs, should have hit faster than just now. A euro, I am not feeling well," Red Death said. "That's a pity. He wouldn't have been able to escape otherwise," Scarface said. Red Death didn't say anything further. Another pair of eyes were watching her from afar. It was Yellow Death's. Underneath the water, Jack discovered what John had suspected after he cast the living water prison, that he could breathe just fine underwater. There were some games where players started losing breath and then their health point if spending too long time underwater. There were also games that players were completely fine underwater. Guess Wilted and her partner had opted for the latter version when making Second World. Jack was not complaining. He had been able to remain under the water indefinitely because of that. He could even drink his healing potion underwater. Weird, but he was again not complaining. He continued swimming away from Death Associates headquarters. Several small fishes were swimming around him. Hope there was no water monster, he prayed within. As if defying his prayer, some red dots appeared on his radar, coming fast at him. "Shit, can I fight underwater?" he asked Penuel in his mind. The fairy had retreated into her hidden dimension when Jack plunged into the water. You can also use skills and spells. You should be out of the artifact's sphere of influence by now," Penuel answered. "Why didn't you come out? You can breathe fine underwater as well, right?" "I can, but I don't want to." "Why?" "I don't want to get wet," Penuel answered. Jack didn't know what to say to that. He just readied his weapon as he tried to get into a fighting pose, which was weird, considering he was floating in the water. The hostiles came into view already. There were 3 of them. They looked like water snakes. Jack used his inspect. Stinging eel, basic monster, aquatic, level 35, health point, 18,000, easy, Jack thought. The eels were swimming towards him. Jack slashed his sword down. The eels picked up speed and dodged his slash. They swam to his back. Jack whirled back, but he couldn't do it as fast as he wanted. His foot was not touching anything. Because of his slow movement, the eels bit his back. Jack felt the pain as he lost some health point. "Damn, this underwater fight is difficult. We'll need some practice," he said. He kept on slashing but continued to miss his targets. Getting annoyed, Jack replaced his left-hand sword with his staff. He cast energy bolts. Felt good to be able to cast spells again. The bolts chased after the eels and hit them. When the eels came back to him again, he cast Ice Ring, freezing one of the 3. Unable to move, Jack slashed the eel while ignoring the other 2 who continued biting him. Their damages were small. Seeing Jack ignore their attacks, the eels used their skills. Electricity covered their bodies as they bit, dealing lightning damage. Jack, however, had high lightning resistance due to lightning god blessing. The 2 could do nothing as Jack slashed their frozen friend to death. Jack then cast Magic Bind, catching another eel and repeating his bully. When only one was left, Jack re-equipped 2 swords again. "Now let's use you for practice," Jack said. Jack spent some time dueling the lone stinging eel. He could have finished it fast using magic as he did with the first two, but instead he insisted on melee. Fighting melee against the water denizens was extremely difficult. Jack could see now that melee players were seriously handicapped for battling underwater. He did not give up though. He was not a good swimmer, but he still knew the basics. Even though the underwater breathing mechanism in this game world was unrealistic, the movement was real enough. Most of the time when he wanted to change position, it was done using kicks. His high strength and dexterity stats allowed him stronger kicks to move faster, but they were difficult to control. He couldn't stop or change direction anytime he wanted to. While fighting, he found it was easier to just stay still and only slashed when the opponent came at him. Of course, since he was still getting used to it, he missed most of the time and ended up getting bit by the eel. But after many tries, he started to get the hang of it. He disliked staying at a spot when fighting. It made him feel passive. He tried several times propelling himself forward with a strong kick and slashed, but attacking using this method had scored him 0 hits. Probably this could be done when fighting a larger and slower opponent, but against this small and agile eel it was impractical. He continued practicing until the eel's health point was critical, then he intentionally missed to not kill it, simply because he still wanted to continue practicing. Then he saw another red dot coming from behind. Perhaps I have played too long," Jack said. He waited for the eel to come again and deliver the killing slash. The eel's damage was too small. Even without Penuel's boost on his passive recovery, Jack's health point bar still recovered to full during his underwater practice. Jack turned back as a large shadow was enclosing. It was fast, Jack thought. He kicked to the side to get away from the shadow's trajectory, but the shadow changed direction to follow him. Visibility was poor underwater, but his dragon eye gave him better clarity than it should be. The red dot soon came into view. It was a very large fish, the ugliest fish that Jack had ever seen. It opened its mouth and rows of sharp teeth filled its mouth. This mouth was coming at Jack. Fast. Jack made an inspect as he crossed both his swords in front of him for a parry. Giant sawtooth coelacanth, elite monster, aquatic, level 35, health point 37,000. The beast slammed onto him. His teeth clanged with Jack's 2 swords. Jack was helpless as he was dragged by the fish's momentum. The fish tried to clamp its mouth, but Jack's swords prevented it. It shook its head around fiercely until Jack was thrown to the side. It then swam away before turning around for another charge. Jack decided to not play around this time. He used his magic staff and cast magic weapon before firing a mana beam. The fish was agile enough to dodge the beam, but Jack easily swung the beam following the fish's movement and hit it. Jack then fired mana bullet and energy bolts before continuing with standard range attacks. The fish tried to dodge a few times before it lost patience and decided to just tank through those range attacks, coming at Jack. Jack tested a spell that usually only appeared on the ground, myriad ensnaring chains. What happened when there was no ground? Instead of a circle on the ground, the spell now created a sphere floating in the middle of the water. The 12 chains shot out from this sphere, binding the fish. Jack then tested another spell with similar requirements, arcane turbulence. It also created a sphere from the center of where Jack aimed at. The torrents of energies rampaged around this sphere, causing damage to the fish while it was still immobile by the chains. Done with his experimentation, Jack decided to just finish the fish. He sent wind slash and sword of light at the bound fish, as well as non-stop shooting standard range attacks. By the time the fish was free, its health point was low already. When it still insisted on coming at Jack with its sharp teeth, Jack waited for it to approach and executed Devouring Cross, finishing it. The fish disintegrated, leaving some coins and mana cores floating on the water. Jack picked them up and decided to no longer dilly-dally underwater. What if a stronger monster appeared? His movement was not that fast to allow him a quick escape. It was better to not take further risks. He swam to the riverside before resurfacing. He looked around and saw no players around, so he got out from the water. Penuel only reappeared after Jack was on land. Jack checked himself on the map. He was amazed to find that he had actually swum rather far from Death Associates' headquarters. Now that he was no longer in danger, he had time to check his messages. There had been several messages sent by Jeannie after his communication was blocked, mostly asking him what had happened. Why couldn't he receive her messages? Her last message told him to hold out. They were rushing as fast as they could. Jack sent her a message. Abort. Mission abort. Abort? What happened to you? Why couldn't we contact you? Are you all right? Jeannie sent a reply. I'm fine now. They have discovered my cover. They used an artifact that prevented me from sending messages as well as skills, spells, and tools. We have a tussle and I, fortunately, managed to escape. However, our strategy cannot be used anymore. And from what I see, if we insisted on the attack, we might suffer high casualties. I opted to abort our assault. Jack waited for a while before he received her next reply. I've been talking with John. He agreed to abort the attack. Since you were already fighting with them just now, high chance they expected us to come, so no point in a surprise attack anymore. We will retreat. Okay, I will return to Therath. I might be spending some days there. What will you people do? Do you plan to try hitting the other guilds in the coalition? Jack asked. John chimed in on the chat. I was against retaliating since the start. Doing so will just deplete our resources. Not to mention, if we fail, it will eliminate the image of us being unbeatable. This one with Death Associates could have been an easy win if our original plan works. With the others, we will sacrifice more manpower, which might open us to another attack. We should hold out on the offensive and focus on recovering our lost units and building more structures. Jeannie added, I agree. On another note, that Ice Throne Legacy Dungeon is already up and running. We have cleared the easy difficulty multiple times, but the medium difficulty still eludes us. Can you come and give us a hand? The loots from the easy difficulty are rather good, so we think the medium will be better. I need to catch up with some things in Therath first. I will come help once I am free. All right, another thing since you are going to Therath. Commander Quintus has been asking for you several times now. I told him you were still busy. You better go see him once you have the time. Okay, I will do that tomorrow. After finishing the chat, Jack looked in the direction of Death Hall and muttered to himself. You let me go, so I let your guild go as well. Huh? Who are you talking to? Peniel asked. No one. I was just mumbling, Jack replied. He then used the town return scroll. In their wrath, he went to Ellie's restaurant and Amy's bakery. It's already nighttime. He planned to take his investment profits before resting in Amy's bakery. He had not yet taken his profits the last time he came to Ellie's restaurant because of the thing with Wicked Witches and then John's betrayal. He intended to take them now. He only had 57 gold coins inside his purse. Despite the Jagera region providing him strong draconic monsters to slay for 2 months, they didn't drop many coins. In this way, he could see that players would still need to focus on using Hunters Association if they purely wanted to focus on collecting coins, or go for trade quests as Dylan did. He heard from Jeannie that the kid was rather rich now. He contributed his gold coins regularly to the guild, though, so Jack could rest easy now knowing he didn't make the wrong choice inviting the kid into the guild. While for investing in native shops or opening their own, not many players did yet. Players needed to build enough reps with the native owners before they were allowed to invest. Jack had been fortunate with saving Amy's mom's quest to gain the 2 natives' trust in just one quest. Others needed to build trust through multiple endeavors. While for opening players' own shop, they had the difficulty of collecting enough coins to buy the land. Even then, they needed coordination with other players to provide the merchandise. Guilds and other organizations had started to go this route, but they were a bit late. The prime areas had been swept up to be used for building guild bases. Plots of lands became scarce, so prices had skyrocketed. Many had no choice and end up buying lands in the slum district, but business there wasn't exactly accommodating. From this, Jack could see how fortunate he had been for getting a free plot of land so early and started building his restaurant before others. He was also grateful to have gotten 2 talented chefs and also Dylan, who provided sourcing on the materials. He figured he was probably the only player who did not need to do anything and still had coins rolling to him through his 2 investments. Except, of course, Wilted Tree and Master, Those two had a deep understanding of this game world's mechanics. He bet they had some secret ways of procuring coins easily. But despite having an advantage in coins, he didn't let this make him complacent. The coins were just assistance for him to get stronger. It's good that he could get enough of them without needing to spend too much effort, meaning he could focus his effort elsewhere for getting stronger. The profits accumulated in 10 weeks from the two investments were 610 gold coins. Jack felt rich again, a feeling that seemed to have left him when he last left the city with just a few coins in his bag. Ellie even apologized, saying that the first few weeks had fewer profits because she had been spending the coins to hire more workers as well as buying accessory goods to dress up the restaurant to make it more palatable. Jack replied by saying that he was more than satisfied with the coins he received. Amy's bakery had closed already at this time, so he knocked on the door. It was Amy who opened the door. The girl hugged him once she saw him. Jack was rather surprised by the hug. He only patted her head with a laugh. Jack went inside and chatted with her for a long time. Samantha had to force her to end the talk to have her go to bed. Jack told the two that it was time to upgrade their shop. He would do that tomorrow morning since he wanted to spend the night here. The next morning, after spending 500 gold coins, a translucent fabric covered Amy's bakery. Amy was grinning seeing it. Jack was happy too. He had fulfilled his promise to the girl. He bid the mother and daughter goodbye. Amy told him to come often. Jack said he would when he was free. Jack spent the morning going around the city buying up ores before entering the noble district. He went directly to Commander Quintus' residence. When he knocked, it was Lindsay who opened. "Mr. Storm," she exclaimed. Hearing her passionate exclamation, Jack thought for a second there that she was going to hug him as well, which was not unwelcomed. Sadly, she only said, "My father had been looking for you for quite some time." "Yes, I heard. That's why I come here today," Jack said. "He is in the palace, discussing the matter in which he needs you for." "Come, I will bring you there," Lindsay said. The two of them rode towards the castle. Aside from being the commander's daughter, Lindsay was also a good friend to Prince Alonso and had been frequenting the palace often. So the guards didn't make things difficult even when they entered through the main gate. They still threw Jack some suspicious glares though. There was a courtier who welcomed Lindsay and Jack. He ushered them inside the palace. Jack saw they continued to walk through the main hallway. "We are not going to the third prince's quarter?" Jack asked. "The princes were discussing in the throne room," the courtier answered. "All three princes?" Jack asked again. "Yes," the courtier confirmed. "Then why are we brought into a meeting between the three princes?" Jack wanted to ask, but he doubted this courtier had the answer. They came upon a very large door that was guarded by two high-level knights. They stopped in front of this door while the courtier announced their visit. The knight opened the large door slightly before whispering to someone behind the door. Afterward, they waited. The door opened some time after. Another knight from the inside gestured for Jack to enter. "Only the Outworlder," he said. Lindsay waved to Jack. "See you later." Jack waved back and entered the throne room. The throne room was larger and more extravagant than he imagined. The ceiling was probably 4-story in height. Stone pillars around 2 meters in diameter lined up the side. Behind them were walls with wide and very tall stained glass windows. Their heights almost reached the ceiling. At the end of the room was an elevated platform with an oversized throne made of wood and stone, and was adorned with some gold and jewel decorations. It must be very uncomfortable sitting on that oversized chair, Jack thought. Before the elevated platform, luxurious chairs lined up the two sides. The people that were already in this room, however, were not sitting on these seemingly comfortable chairs. They were standing and speaking in the middle of the hall. The discussion appeared rather heated. Jack saw the three princes, Royal Advisor Mason, Garland Thunderhand behind Prince Therabus, Red Death and a native with a cloak stood behind Prince Remus, while behind Prince Alonso were Commander Quintus and Duchess Isabel. The Duchess was cured already? Jack thought as he walked over. Although Jack had known Red Death to associate with Prince Remus, he was still surprised by her presence. When her eyes met Jack's, Jack waved at her with a smile. She turned away. Still so cold, Jack thought. But she did save him yesterday. He would go over and thanked her once this meeting was over, and probably ask her again if she mind adding him to her friend list. Another outworlder? Prince Therabus' voice boomed with displeasure. Since when did we keep allowing vermins to pollute this royal chamber? Jack acted as if he didn't hear and came to Prince Alonso's side. He bowed and said, "My prince." He also greeted Royal Advisor Mason and Duchess Elizabeth with a bow. To Prince Therabus and Prince Remus, he simply said to them, "Hi and hi." Therabus was clearly vexed by Jack's casual greeting. What did he think this was? A meeting between equals? Therabus might be angry, but he didn't let it show. The man behind him, on the other hand, couldn't stand his liege being treated that way. "How dare you lowly outworlder shows such disrespect? I can fry you where you stand." Garland thundered. Yellow lightning sparks appeared around him in an intimidating display. "No, you can't." A sweet voice came from behind Jack as he sensed an invisible force enveloping him. Jack turned back and saw it was the Duchess who spoke. Jack used Inspect on her. Isabel, mythical human, Duchess, level 70, health point, 1,500,000. Jack almost jumped after reading the data. This Duchess was at the same power level as the gold dragon, Cindrillis, in her weakened condition. No wonder the Duke said she was more powerful than him if cured. He was not kidding about it. Knowing such a powerful being was backing him, Jack looked back at Garland with a grin. "Yeah, you can't," he said. "Welp," Garland uttered furiously. His lightning sparks danced uncontrollably around the room. "Garland, control yourself," Therabus ordered. The lightning receded after the reprimand. Garland bowed and said, "My apology, Your Highness." Jack also didn't agitate the big guy any further. The man was still too powerful for him, after all. He turned to Prince Alonso. "I heard you need me for something?" "Yes. We need you to represent our country," the prince said. "Represent for what?" Jack asked. "A world tournament between outworlders." "World tournament?" Prince Alonso nodded. "There is a tradition among the 7 countries to hold a world tournament every 3 years, where we sent our finest champions to compete for glory. That tournament was still half a year ahead. However, since the appearance of Outworlders, the council in charge of this tournament had arranged for a preceding tournament that was exclusive for Outworlders. Most of the countries had agreed and will send their Outworlder champions to join. That's right. Since the king had been unavailable, I've taken the liberty to accept the invitation, Royal Advisor Mason said. Winning this tournament will bring glory and prestige to our kingdom. So you want me to participate in this tournament? Jack said. One of the participants. Yes, Prince Alonso said. How many Outworlders are required to join? Total 10. 5 for team battle. Another 5 for individual battles. I see Euro, are you discussing who to send for the rests? Jack asked. No, we are discussing how many slots for the 3 of us, Prince Alonso said. What is there to discuss? I am the eldest. I should have the most slots. 5 of the Outworlders should come from my camp. You two can discuss the remaining slots, Therabus announced. Big brother, please be reasonable. Everyone knows you hate Outworlders. You don't even know any of them. How will you be able to send proper candidates? Remus countered. I have the most connections amongst the Outworlders. I know who are the best combatants and thus, I should be provided the most slots. Brother, I beg to differ, Prince Alonso uttered. Although I admit you might have better connections, the Outworlder guild I associated with is the #1 in this country. They have clashed multiple times with the guilds from your side and came out on top. The top combatants are surely in this guild. I demand more or at least an equal amount of slots. The 3 continued to bicker. Jack roughly had the idea after listening to them. The 3 were competing for slots of how many Outworlders under their banner to join this competition. It was another battle for influence. If the Outworlders under them secured victory or performed well in the tournament, the glory would also be theirs in turn. He whispered to Commander Quintus. When will this world tournament take place? 3 weeks from now, the commander whispered back. Plenty of time then, Jack thought. Jack continued hearing the princes argue. When he saw there was a pause in their argument, he lifted his hand and spoke. May I offer a suggestion? Outworlders stay out of this, Prince Therabus said curtly. Considering they will be the ones that participate, I say their voices carry weight, Prince Alonso countered. Jack didn't wait further for them to start another argument of whether he was to be allowed to speak or not. So he just spoke. How about you organize another tournament within this country? All three of you select an equal number of contestants. Let's say 10 or 20. Have them compete. 10 winners will be the ones joining this world tournament. This will ensure you get the best to represent this country. Will you not? Everyone was silent after hearing it. Prince Therabus broke the silence first. That is a terribly a euro. I agree with that idea. Remus cut in while Therabus was still speaking. Me as well. Alonso threw his support. It's 2 against 1. Prince Therabus wore a scowl on his face. It was as Remus had pointed out. Therabus had the least interaction with Outworlders. His interaction with them was mostly through quests he put out via his underlings for missions that were too shady or too menial for his men to do directly. This idea heavily put him at a disadvantage since most of the more skilled Outworlders should have thrown their allegiance to the other 2 princes. I say this is reasonable as well. Royal Advisor Mason added his support. I thought so too. Duchess Isabel joined in. Seeing everyone was having an agreement, Therabus knew there was no point to continue debating. Just tell me when and where this selection tournament will take place. He uttered and then turned around and left. Garland gave Jack a hostile glare before following his liege with heavy steps. Alonso turned to Jack and asked, Do you have a suggestion as to the format of this selection test? That will depend on the nature of the world tournament. You said you will need 10 participants, 5 for team battles and 5 for individual ones? Meaning ones that joined individual can't fight in the team and vice versa. Yes, Alonso answered. Additionally, the individual battle is separated into class categories. The 5 will each represent classes that came from the advanced classes. Knight, Warrior, Archer, Rogue, and Mage. No tournament for classes from Healer Advanced class? Jack asked. After reviewing your Outworlders class, the Tournament Council concluded that Healer class is not suitable for single combat. In exchange, the team battle requires 1 spot reserved for the Healer class. The other 4 are unrestricted. After pondering for a while, Jack said, How about this? You organized the selection by advanced classes as well, so there will be 6 selections. How many participants for this selection process is up to you, but we only need 1 winner from the Healer class section, and 2 winners from the other 5 classes. We will have 1 winner more than we need, Red Death said. You are correct, Jack agreed. Except for the Healer class, the one who placed the first on each of the sections will join the individual battle. The remaining 5 will take a vote themselves on who is the 1 player to be excluded. They should be able to decide by themselves which compositions suit better for the team and make the decision. Ain't that mean the team match will be composed of runner-ups? Except for the Healer, Remus stated. Well, that's true, Euro, Jack said. The glory and reward for the team battle are the most out of the tournament. We can't ditch the team match for the individuals, Mason said. Euro, in that case, Euro, well, easy. Just place me as a participant in the team battle, Jack said. The others looked at him. Remus and the cloaked man behind him carried disdain in their gaze. I'm serious. As long as it is not one particular Outworlder, who I'm pretty sure won't be joining, I'm confident I can take care of 5 Outworlders. Are you talking about Master? What makes you so sure he won't join? Penuel asked inside Jack's mind. The guy was busy conquering a country to pave the way of him becoming a god. Do you think he will spare the time for a measly tournament? Jack replied. If you underestimate other players just because you have 3 classes, you will regret it sooner or later, Red Death said. Oh? So you already know I have 3 classes? Jack asked. The report of your fight with Saint Edge had already spread, Red Death replied. Then to Prince Remus, she said, That being said, I also agree that if he is placed in the team battle, our winning chance will be high even if the rests are second-rate. Remus considered Red Death's opinion. He then said, "Nevertheless, he has to join the selection like the rest. We can't just place him into one of the slots for team match while the others have to go through the selection." "I think it's pointless but fine. I will join the selection tournament," Jack said. "Good. Now that we agreed for a selection tournament, let's talk about the details," Mason offered. Jack wasn't fond of this talking session, but since he was already invited, he joined and gave his opinion whenever he thought of one. The selection tournament was decided to take place 1 week from now. Each prince would use their connections to gather 30 participants under their banners, totaling 90 participants. The participants were to come equally from all 6 advanced classes, meaning there would be 15 participants in each class. This selection tournament would mostly be dueling matches, but details on its format would be further discussed later among the 3 princes. For the healer class, they planned to have a special battle. 2 healers were to enter a constructed dimension where 2 teams of 4 equal-level puppets fought one another. The healers were to support their teams using healings. If the team won, the healer won. The kingdom was planning to talk with the League of Champions to borrow the arena inside their venue. After they hashed out the general outlines of the tournament, the 2 princes separated to their quarters to discuss their own selection process. Mason went to inform the details to Prince Therabus. Jack wanted to talk with Red Death before leaving, but the woman just left with Prince Remus without even a glance. When they were back at Prince Alonso's quarter, the prince first thanked Jack for the success in securing Prince Horatio's support. He then formally requested Jack to represent him in participating in the World Tournament. Jack received notification that his ambassador quest had been completed. He received EXP, coins, and merit points. The EXP pushed his Beastmaster class to level 37, while the merit points made him an Earl now. Another notification followed, informing him that he had received the 3rd part of his faction quest, Win the World Tournament. This quest provided even more faction points from the previous part. It granted 20,000 merit points upon completion. But seeing the quest was described as winning the World Tournament instead of joining the World Tournament, Jack thought this reward suited the quest's high requirement. Jack figured if he placed 2nd in the tournament, the quest would be considered a fail. The prince also asked Jack to prepare 15 participants from his guild. The remaining 15 he would gather from other sources. Jack didn't think that was weird. He didn't think that his guild was the only one the 3rd prince had associated with. Being asked to fill half of the required participants already meant that the prince gave Jack's guild a very high preference. He immediately sent a short message to Genie regarding this. He said he would explain in length later today when he was back at the headquarters. As for the first prince, Jack learned in later days that he made a countrywide announcement to gather participants under his banner. Since he had little interactions with Outworlders, other than the few he had unwillingly associated for shady missions, the rest he had gathered by using that announcement. This method mostly gathered those independent experts. Commander Quintus mentioned that other countries used this similar kind of method to gather their participants before having a selection screening. After the discussion ended, Jack exchanged some pleasantries with the Duchess, asking her condition. She thanked Jack because she knew Jack had been the one that got her the cure. She said she was still recovering at the moment, which drew wide eyes from Jack. Jack asked her what her real power was if she fully recovered. She informed him that she was level 80 before she was afflicted by the curse, drawing another wide eye from Jack. Jack also took the time to apologize to Prince Alonso about Heathcliff, saying it was his carelessness that caused the knight to lose his life. Alonso said he had known about the knight's death. Heathcliff was with the army, so he had a sole registry under the army. Any soldiers losing their lives would have their names grayed out in the registry. This way, no one would wonder if a missing soldier was indeed missing or had died. Jack informed the prince about World Maker. He didn't tell him about the nature of this world. He simply told him that World Maker had been manipulating Liguridan politics and was planning to attack the whole world once they secured their power, including Themisphere. He asked him to have his men take notice if members of this guild were seen. If possible, to have them barred from entering Themisphere. Alonso told Jack that he had no such power. Unless he could persuade his other 2 brothers, it was impossible to ban a particular organization. but he promised he would send out a command to have his people on alert if they encountered any such guild member. By the time Jack left the palace, it was almost sunset. Damn! This is very wasting time. I should have been spending my time leveling up, Jack uttered. Yeah, you are no politic man, Penuel agreed. Jack was not sure if that was an insult or what, so he ignored her. What will you be doing now? Penuel asked. 1 week is too short for me to go back to the Jagera region to farm essences. I think I will just help Genie with that Ice Throne Legacy dungeon. But tomorrow I wanted to go first to both League of Champions and Order of Magi. Yes, you have collected quite many challenge points. That's right. It's time my ranks rose in those two factions, Jack declared. Since Amy's bakery was still in the renovation process, Jack stayed the night in Heavenly Citadel. He had also promised to talk with Genie about the World Tournament and the Selection Tournament. Genie said she would take care of selecting the 13 remaining participants since she and Jack planned to join. You don't want to join? Jack asked John, who was there with them as well. I won't ask this in the past, but after our last fight, I think you will stand a chance even if you are fighting by yourself. Of course I stand a chance, John uttered. But such childish tournament is not my cup. I prefer a non-conditioned confrontation where I can use any deception and ploy as I wish. I see. Well, I'm sure many such confrontations will come to a villain like you sooner or later, Jack said before turning to Doman, who was there as well. What about you? He asked. Euro, it has been some time since I joined any tournament. To be frank, I always thought I am too old for this kind of thing. But in this world, perhaps it will be interesting. Yes, it will. Just think of the number of people whose ass we are going to whoop, Jack encouraged. Haha, when you say it like that. Okay, I will join, Doman said. Great. Then we already have one individual battle and one team battle secured in that world tournament, Jack announced. Isn't that being too confident? The world is wide. We don't know what manner of opponents we might meet in that tournament, Genie warned. Also, how can you be sure Doman will join the individual and not in the team with you? He is not suitable for team battle. He is best when he goes one-on-one in a duel, Jack replied. Also, if I am in the team, there is no need for any other experts. We better use the best ones for individual battles. As I said, you are being too confident, Genie complained. Let him. If he fails because of that confidence, we will have a good laugh, John said. Say someone who has blind confidence on his ploys, Jack countered. That is not confidence, that's simple facts, John replied. So, will you be helping us with the Ice Throne Legacy dungeon? Genie asked Jack, ignoring the two's bickering. Maybe late tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I still have something to do in Therath, Jack answered. Let me know when you are available. I will assemble the people for the dungeon raid, Genie said. Jack spent the night there. The next morning, he teleported back to Therath. He went to the League of Champions. Currently inside his League of Champions badge were 678 challenge points, while his Order of Magi badge contained 629 challenge points. When Jack entered the League of Champions building, he planned to go directly to the Colosseum-like hall where he took the challenges, but the sight of someone took his attention. That someone also coincidentally glanced at him when Jack looked over. Their eyes met. There was a brief pause as they stared at each other before the person Jack was looking at turned away and headed towards one of the doors reserved for high-ranking staff. Oh no, you don't, Jack uttered before executing shooting dash, covering a great distance in an instant. His sudden execution of movement skills startled the others who were there. The person he was chasing continued walking towards the door, as if not aware of the commotion. Don't you try to leave, Jack yelled as he used charge after his shooting dash ended. His charge brought him to the sidewall close to the door the person was heading to. Instead of crashing on the wall, Jack jumped towards the wall. With his feet planted on the wall, he started running sideways towards the person. What the euro? The person was dumbfounded seeing Jack was already next to him with acrobatic moves. Jack used the momentum and sent his clenched fist at the man's jaw. Wham! Ow! Instead of the man who had his jaw sucker punched by Jack, it was Jack who uttered the pained voice. What the fuck? Are your jaws made of steel? Jack said to the man. The man, who was gruff, was massaging his jaw that had just been punched. The hell are you doing, kid? I can arrest you for recklessly using skills in a public space and for assaulting a senior member of this faction, you know? Well, that's for tricking me with that quest you gave me. Jack was not backing off. And don't think you are off just from that one punch, considering it is me who is hurt from the punch instead of you. Not really, kid. I also felt the punch. What is your level now? 41, Jack answered. Damn, that is fast. You Outworlders are crazy. You probably will catch up to me in a short time. But then again, the others were mostly level 42 and 44. Why are you slower than them? Hey, don't change the subject. How do you plan to compensate me? Considering you have tricked me, Jack said. All right. How about I give you another quest, so you can get more challenge points? Buzz off. You already tricked me with the last quest. I will be a fool if I accept any quest from you again. Okay. I will give you complimentary challenge points and we call it even. How about that? How many points will you give me? Jack asked. 10, Gruff answered. How about you let me hit you one more time? But this time, instead of using my fist, I use my sword. You are truly a tough sell. Fine. I will give you 100 points. How about it? Jack made some calculations. He then said, 200 points. Kid, I'm already being generous for giving you 100 points free. Don't push it, Gruff said. Then give me 100 free and another 100 as credit. I will pay you back when I get enough points. How about that? Jack asked. Oh? Why are you so eager to get an extra 200 points now? Gruff asked. If I get another 200 points, I should be able to become a centurion, Jack answered. You want to beat stage 50? Gruff asked with astonishment. He then burst into a laugh. Tell you what, kid? If you do pass stage 50, you don't need to pay me back. Take your badge out. Jack brought his badge out. Gruff also took out his and brought it near to Jack. Some stream of light started flowing from Gruff's badge to Jack. After a while, the stream stopped. Jack checked his badge and there were 878 challenge points inside. You go ahead and do your challenges first. I will be there soon, Gruff said. Oh? Why do you want to be there? Jack asked. To make sure you truly pass stage 50, of course, Gruff uttered. Jack was confused. Why did he passing stage 50 had anything to do with Gruff? Well, maybe this old warrior was passionate about his improvements. Maybe that's why Gruff gave him these challenge points as well. Thinking this, he thought this old warrior was not bad after all. Jack thanked the old man and went to the Colosseum-like hall. There were even slightly more players than the last time he was here. But it didn't matter. It's not like they had to queue to take the challenge. They would be sent to different dimensions even if they challenged the same stage. Jack headed for stage 29 and used the challenge points in his badge to activate the challenge. With his current 3-class attributes, these early stages were nothing, even if he could only use Blade Dancer skills. Jack completed one stage after another. Starting stage 41, things required a bit more effort, but it was still easy. In this stage, he fought against 5 level 35 special elite monsters, 10 level 38 elites, and 10 level 40 basics. After completing stage 43, he saw Gruff in the hall. Interestingly, several other natives who looked like important personnel of the League were with him. Jack even saw the grumpy Dormu amongst them. Jack came and greeted Gruff. Are you having difficulty already? Gruff asked. No, Jack answered. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish stage 50. He urged. Jack was confused. Why did it look like that guy was more eager than him to have him pass stage 50? Jack didn't think too much about it. His goal was indeed stage 50. With encouragement or not, he definitely would make it today. He walked back to the wall and entered stage 44. He continued non-stop. By the time he came out of stage 49, it was not only Gruff's team that was watching. Many of the other players were also watching. Apparently, until now, the highest stage a player managed to get to was stage 46. Hence, his act had also drawn other players' attention. Jack was slightly awkward seeing the attention. Go on now. One more stage to go. You can do it, Gruff encouraged. Jack nodded at him. He stood before stage 50 and looked at his badge. There were only 59 challenge points left on his badge. He spent 50 challenge points and was transported into the challenge space. In front of him were 30 werewolves. There was no basic grade anymore. 20 of them were level 45 elites, 9 were level 42 special elites, while the last one was a level 40 rare elite. Shit! A rare elite already? Jack looked at the lead werewolf with disquiet. This rare elite was one level below him. He remembered in Jagera region he had beaten a rare elite, but that was with the help of his Thuras beast and when his archmage spells were available to him. This time, he could only rely on skills that originated from Fighter's Branch or those that were classless. Not only that, but Penuel was also not available since she was considered as part of an archmage spell. But he remembered when he was going against the rare elite in Jagera region, he had managed to contend against it at first even without his pet. There was just more risk. So he only needed to be more careful. Considering he had also leveled up his equipment when he returned to Heavenly Citadel, he should be stronger now to better deal with one. Anyway, Jack didn't plan to just give up. He only needed to fight more carefully than usual. The rare elite howled. The elites and the special elites came swarming at Jack while the rare elite stayed back. Jack didn't dare to slack. He activated life-burning art to increase his overall stats and adrenaline rush to increase his hand speed. The werewolves came at him one after another, from every direction. Their coordination was very good. This was just like his wolf pack, he thought. The individual wolf in his pack was nothing to write home about, but the pack became more efficient when all of them were going up against the same opponent. They covered each other's weaknesses while targeting their opponent's weak spots. This werewolf pack behaved the same. Luckily, Jack's formless flowing sword style was perfectly good against large numbers. Combined with his 100 synchronous thoughts, 8 diagram illusory steps, and almost perfect mana sense. He could perceive all the assaults coming his way and either parried or dodged them. But the werewolves' number was indeed too many and their coordination too good. Jack was having trouble coping with them. Is my bloodline getting nullified here? Jack wondered and used his thought to try activating the skill. Golden scales covered his skin. Yes. In this case, that other inherent skill should be available as well. With the gold scale armor protecting him, Jack had less trouble dealing with the pack. But suddenly, one thought that he left to monitor the rare elite found that the alpha werewolf had vanished from its initial position. Fully alert, Jack focused his mana senses to search for it, only to find it was dangerously close at his back. Jack immediately activated Dragon Eye's active ability, turning everything to slow motion. He unleashed 48 burst slashes at the same time, repelling all the werewolves surrounding him with the largest portion of the slashes directed at the rare elite who was trying to sneak attack him. After that, he immediately used Shooting Dash to break out of the encirclement. The whole pack was grouped in close quarters at the place where he originally was. Jack had been waiting for the rare elite to come as well before making his move. His Stormbreaker activated its overlimit ability as he used Lightning God Barrage. 20 large lightning balls shot towards the clustered werewolves. Explosions after explosions detonated amid the pack. By the time the lightning energy dissipated, only the rare elite and the 9 special elite werewolves were left. All the elite ones were already turned to dust. Half of the special elite ones were inflicted by paralyzed status. Jack didn't let the chance go to waste. These special elite werewolves had one of their feet in the grave already. Jack swung his sword. 2 streaks of wind energy shot out, cutting for immobile werewolves that were paralyzed, claiming their lives. He made another swing and a crescent light shot out, hitting another werewolf amid its running. This werewolf also fell. Seeing his pack getting decimated, the rare elite lunged at Jack, preventing him from claiming more of his underlings. The remaining 4 special elite werewolves spread out. Jack saw green numbers appeared regularly above their head, meaning they were recovering even during combat, albeit at a slow rate, similar to Beastmaster's health point recovery effect during beast form. Jack was not going to give them the time to recover. If he was to have a chance against this rare elite, he needed to remove all the other werewolves first. He used charge, evading the rare elite and approaching the nearest special elite. The special elite was startled by Jack's sudden approach. It tried to flee in another direction, but Jack was faster. One slash at its legs caused it to stumble, and another slash finished it. Only 3 critically wounded werewolves were left and one rare elite with 2/3 of its life. Jack tried to chase one of the near-death special elites, but they were not foolish. They ran away, evading Jack while the rare elite came at Jack again. With the 3 classes attributes, Jack was faster than these werewolves, but they were not exactly slow as well. With the interference of the rare elite, Jack saw no chance of him finishing those 3 fleeing werewolves, so he redirected his attention to the rare elite. The objective was to have a one-on-one with the rare elite. If those 3 did not dare to approach, then it's fine as well. It's a good thing they had no ranged capability. Those 3 might have recovery ability, but the recovery was very slow. It would take them probably almost an hour to fully recover their lives. Jack's battle with the rare elite would be long over by then. So, Jack clashed with the rare elite while having a part of his attention monitoring the 3 wounded special elite werewolves. He would deal with them if they approached. If they didn't, that's completely fine as well. The rare elite werewolf's assaults were all melees. Its movement was fast. Its assault was mostly using claws and bites. Every swing of its claws created a streak of light. Its ferocious attacks seemed non-stop. Jack didn't back down. His formless flowing sword style was also superb in non-stop assault. His offhand was back to using whirlwind falchion since magic weapon spell was unavailable. His 2 swords swiveled around, meeting the werewolf's claws strike by strike. After several rounds of contests, Jack was actually in advantage. Mostly it was due to the profoundness of Jack's sword art, where the werewolf's assaults were mostly just mindless savageness. On several occasions, Jack deflected the claws using his swords and at the same time continued his slash to hit his opponent with one smooth motion. This allowed Jack to chip the werewolf's health point while preventing his opponent's attacks from landing on him. But still, some attacks still landed from time to time. The rare elite was not exactly weak after all. The rare elite werewolf whose life had been reduced by lightning god barrage continued to go down. Its life was now below half already. Seeing their alpha losing the confrontation, the 3 special elites could not afford to continue staying by the sideline anymore. They ran circling to Jack's back before coming at him at high speed. Jack, who never had his attention leaving those 3 with the help from his 100 synchronous thoughts, was already aware of their actions. He waited until they were almost upon him before he used Flame Strike to force the alpha back. He then used his super jump just as the 3 werewolves were about to hit him. The 3 special elites passed by from below him. When he landed, the 3 were in front already. The 3 stopped abruptly since their prey had jumped away. Jack utilized this pause and used Devouring Cross, which had high damage and also covered a large area to his front. The 3 were devoured by the dark energy. The health point they had recovered all this time went down by a large chunk again, at the same time replenishing Jack's health point, which was down to almost half after a long contest with the alpha. Jack chained the skill with swing and whirlwind slash, cutting those 3 special elites to their demise. The alpha lunged forward trying to work together with his remaining 3 underlings. But when it arrived, those 3 had fallen already. Jack never paused his assault. As soon as the whirlwind slash ended, he used blitz slash on the rare elite that had just arrived, blitzing past it while delivering slashes to its body. Once he was behind him, he turned around and used pentaslash. Following his previous trick, he combined the last slash with his race skill again, Slash of Determination, scoring a very high damaging last hit. The rare elite howled in fury. Some clouds of red swirled around its body after the howl, enhancing its speed and strength. Yet, those increases were not too drastic. Jack could still contend with it. Jack had a feeling that howl could affect the whole pack, making all the werewolves in the pack more dangerous. But the beast had used the skill too late. There was no more pack. Jack fought more reservedly when the alpha was covered by the clouds of red. He knew that skill had a duration. Once he saw the red clouds disappear, he went on offense. Not long after, the rare elite fell. In the Colosseum-like hall inside the League of Champions building, a crowd was gathered in front of the wall with the Roman number of 50. Suddenly, that wall glowed with blue light, indicating that a contestant inside had succeeded in passing the stage and was about to come out. If one failed, the color would be red instead. Yes, €1, Gruff exclaimed loudly. Jack came out from the wall at that time and was puzzled to find Gruff cheering so passionately. You make it! You are awesome! The old warrior uttered. Behold the birth of a new centurion. Jack felt gratified. He never imagined Gruff to feel that strongly about his success. His opinion of this warrior had been less than favorable after finding out that Gruff had tricked him before during the expedition. Now, however, he felt that this guy was not bad at all. Gruff then swiveled to the crowd behind him. Now pay up, he said as he took out his League of Champions badge. The others despondently took out their badges. Streams of light started flowing from their badges into Gruff's badge. Jack froze seeing the scene. The genuine respect he had just felt for Gruff had now plunged back down again. Thank you, €1, thank you, Gruff said as one by one, his colleagues were done transferring either challenge points or glory points to his badge. The people who had made the transfer left soon after, all of which gave Jack one last glance before leaving. Dormu wore an especially deep frown when he left. After everyone left, Gruff came over to Jack with a victorious expression. Asshole! Did you use me for a bet? Jack cursed. Haha. I've learned to not bet against you after our first meeting, Gruff replied, referencing the time he had lost the bet against Jack when Jack took the warrior class trial. What do you get from them? Challenge points or glory points? Jack asked. Glory points, of course, Gruff answered. What do I need challenge points for? It's not like I can pass stage 79 yet. Jack took out his badge and gave it to Gruff. What's this? The old warrior asked with a confused expression. I want my share, of course, Jack replied. Ha, Gruff simply laughed. Hey, I'm serious. It's me doing the work. I should at least get some glory points as well. Didn't I already give you 200 challenge points? Don't expect you can swindle me out with that measly 200 points. Also, those are only compensations for the last time you tricked me. The bet just now is a different matter altogether. Now, give me some glory points. €1 Gruff seemed to be doing some pondering. Hey, come on. What are there to think about? I hear you will be representing Themisphere for the World Tournament. Will you not? Gruff asked. Don't try to change the subject, Jack said. Fine here. 500 glory points, Gruff said and transferred the points into Jack's badge. Jack checked his badge after. When he came out of stage 50, his badge contained 1,035 glory points. Now, there were 1,535 glory points. 500 points were equivalent to him repeating stage 50 10 times. Jack felt elated with this unexpected boon. Now, let's get back to the World Tournament subject. You will be representing Themisphere, right? Gruff asked again. Yeah, Jack answered while storing his badge. How confident you are in becoming the champion? Well, if I say 100%, it will sound too cocky. So, I guess I will say 99% then. Gruff rolled his eyes at Jack. He then said, Good. You have to put in the most effort to become number 1. Jack's eyes narrowed to a slit. Are you going to bet on me for the World Tournament Championship? He asked. Ha. Gruff simply laughed again. Whatever you bet on. I want a share, Jack uttered. Fine. If you manage to become a champion in the World Tournament, I will give you 1,000 glory points, Gruff declared. Jack gave him a hard stare that made the old warrior slightly uncomfortable. Jack then said, I think you are swindling me again. I'm pretty sure you will be betting more than that. I want 5,000 glory points. You are vicious, Gruff uttered. 3,000 points then. 4,000. Kid, do you think you are buying fish in a fish market? 3,000. No more. But since we are such good friends, I will throw in 1 rare grade chest armor as a bonus. Rare? Should at least be a super rare grade. All the armors I wear now are already super rare. What do I need a rare grade for? Jack asked. Really? Gruff knocked Jack's breastplate. It does feel like super rare quality. Damn, kid. No wonder you just keep on defying expectations. You truly are one special outworlder. I like to think so, Jack said. Now, do we have a deal? €1 fine. 3,000 glory points and 1 super rare armor. Now, go and make sure you become the champion. I will be there to cheer on you. You will be watching the tournament? A lot of important people will be watching, Gruff replied. Not only is this tournament a special event, but it is also held in the arena inside Domino's Square Garden. This place is closed to the public except during this sort of tournament. I wouldn't waste the chance to visit that place when it is available. Really? It's such a special place, Jack asked. The place is a settlement built atop the summit of Mount Audacious, one of the mountains inside Hydron Dominion, the country of Draconian race. It was Penuel who explained. The place is special because it housed the Council of Virtus. It's an organization that worships the god of courage and carries out his will in this world. Gruff turned his attention to Penuel. He had seen the fairy on Jack's shoulder, but didn't give her much attention because he thought she was just a simple familiar until she spoke just now. I believe I have not yet made your acquaintance, Miss Euro. Penuel answered. Gruff gave her a slight bow. As the fairy had spoken, this place is very beautiful, but most of all, the place is the gathering place of the mightiest warriors and knights. Hearing you two say it like that, I'm really looking forward to visiting the place, Jack said. You should. Now don't forget our deal. If you fail to be a champion, I won't forgive you, Gruff warned. Don't worry, Jack said confidently. After Gruff left, Jack asked Penuel, the god of courage, isn't that one of the gods that have been erased? If Wilted was telling the truth, then yes. Does this council know their god is no more? God rarely makes any contact with the mortals. They do lay down their values to their worshippers though. So those worshippers can still carry out their duties even without their god's divine intervention. But I suspect the head priest of the council would have had an idea that something is wrong. He is the person that has the most connection to the god of courage. That is Sadhuro if only someone managed to save that god as well, Jack lamented. By the way, that Gruff just now gets an easy way out by just giving you 500 glory points, Penuel said. Huh? What do you mean? Well, I can't say for certain, but from the number of energies being transferred, I think the glory points he had received from his comrades should total around 6,000 or 7,000 points. What a euro, Jack uttered. He gave me not even 10% and still dared to grumble about it? That asshole. I should have punched him harder. Wasn't your fist hurt when you punched him? If you punched him harder, doesn't that mean more pain to you? I will punch him again when I become stronger. Forget that asshole. Let's go see what my current glory points can give me. I should be able to get some battle skills now, right? You are a centurion now. So yes, there should be some battle skills for choosing, Penuel replied. Jack headed over immediately to the hall with the booths for exchanging glory points. He came to one of the free booths and asked for the list. He had gone up 2 ranks to a centurion after completing stage 50, so the items displayed were much more numerous than previous when he was still a Principales. Jack skipped the list from the Principales section and went directly to the upper ranks. In the Pilus rank section there were some battle skills but mostly only basic skills for fighter and a few advanced skills for warrior. In the Centurion section, more advanced skills were available and a few elite skills. Jack checked on the elite skills first, but seeing the required glory points to exchange, he knew that he could not afford to be a spendthrift. Each of these elite skills required around 800 to more than 1,000 glory points. Seeing this, Jack concluded he had to be selective. He could only choose one elite skill for now. He ignored all the basic and advanced skills and only looked at the elite skills. There were also elite skills that were restrictive to other classes such as Weapon Master, Berserker, and Mage Knight. He also ignored them. He only checked the skill for Blade Dancer and the one that could be used by all 4 classes branched out from Warrior. There were 3 such skills. Flash Slash, Drilling Thrust, and Wings of Devastation. Flash Slash was similar to his Flash Step skill. It teleported him a short distance. The difference was at the end of the teleport, he unleashed a slash with enhanced damage. This skill cost 950 glory points. Drilling thrust was similar to Genie's penetrating stab, but it added a drilling animation to the stabbing energy. It dealt decent damage and ignored the opponent's defense. It also reduced the opponent's defense for subsequent hits. This would have been the perfect skill to deal with the hard-shelled drakeling in Jagera region. It cost 1,200 glory points. Both Flash Slash and Drilling Thrust could be learned by any classes that branched out of Warrior class. The last elite skill, Wings of Devastation, was an exclusive class for Blade Dancer. It was executed by slashing both swords outwards, arms expanding upon the end of the move as if spreading one's wings. It created a V-shaped wave of energy resembling wings. This energy wave swiped forward a long distance. Everything engulfed by this wave received devastating damage. This skill was the most expensive at 1,600 glory points. Jack's current points were not enough for this skill. Any suggestion? Jack asked Penuel. They are pretty straightforward, up to you, Penuel replied. Well, with my current available points, I only have two choices. Okay, let's take the Drilling Thrust. That should help me if I meet an opponent with high armor value, Jack said. He proceeded with the transaction. 1,200 glory points disappeared from his badge. He received the technique book and learned the skill without delay. He opened his skill page after. Drilling Thrust, level 120th active skill melee, requires melee weapon, deals 200% physical damage to a single target, ignores defense. Reduces target's defense by 30% for a duration. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 minute, stamina, 60. Not bad, Jack said. Satisfied with his gain, he took a look again at the exchange list. One item had caught his attention, but because he prioritized studying available skills, he didn't look at it yet. Now he was clicking at the item to see its description. EXP Pill, Common Grade, grant 50,000 EXP points, cost 100 glory points. This pill it can help me solve my leveling problem, Jack uttered. You need a lot of glory points though. Do you want to spend your points for this pill? Penuel asked. After consideration, Jack said, Nah, the EXP provided is too little. I only have 335 glory points left. 3 of those pills is not even 5% of my current EXP bar to level up. I better save the points for better skills. By the way, I see that this pill is common grade. Does it mean there is a higher rarity grade of the pill? Yes. The higher the rarity, the more EXP points provided. The rare grade 1 provides 1 million EXP points, Penuel answered. Now that will be rather useful for my current level. You don't happen to know where I can get that pill easily, do you? The higher rank of this faction should have them, but of course, the glory points needed are also more expensive. These pills can drop from loots, but very rare though, and not every monster has the chance to drop it. I have no information which monster has the better drop rate. I see. Never mind then, Jack said. Let's head over to the Order of Magi now. In the hut that was the entrance to the order, Jack of course saw Janice on his desk. Sup, yo, Jack uttered once entering. What? Janice asked with a confused expression. Uhayuro, you really need to hang out more, man. I meant what's up, Jack clarified. Then you should have used proper language, Janice reprimanded. What can I do for you today, Mr. Stormwind? You forgot to change. You do know that I can't let you in with that appearance, don't you? Oh, right, Jack said and activate his orb of disguise. He changed into his mage persona. Well, this disguise has been found out, but I guess it still has its use, Jack thought. To Janice, he said, I would like to take on the challenges. He walked directly to the back of the room while talking, not waiting for Janice's answer. Same as the last time. The rectangular void appeared once he was nearby. See you on the other side, Jack said and walked inside. He came out at the huge plaza with the obelisks. He looked around and as expected, another Janice came and greeted him. Come to continue the challenge? This Janice asked. Yes, I'm going to rank up to novice today, Jack declared. He then asked Janice with a hopeful feeling, any chance for me to loan challenge points? I need 370 points to rank up to apprentice. Haha. You want to challenge stage 50 at your current level? Janice asked. How about we make a bet? You loan me the points I need. If I manage to clear that stage today, I don't need to pay you back. If I fail, I will pay double the amount. As interesting as your offer, I'm afraid I must decline. I am not allowed to gamble, Janice said. You specifically? Or all of you? Jack tried to make sure. All of us, Janice said. What about a loan? Is it possible? Jack didn't give up. I'm sorry. Janice shook his head. That complimentary 10 points I gave before will be the only gift. No more gift and no loan. Jack shrugged. Okay then. At least I tried. He then walked over to the obelisk with number 24 floating above and activated the challenge. Since the difficulty of the stages here was similar to the League of Champions, he had no problem on all stages below stage 50. He used up 627 of his challenge points and cleared stage 42. He was at novice rank already by then. He had only 2 points left afterward. His knowledge points, on the other hand, were 903 points. He asked Janice for the exchange list. Same as the League of Champions, new items were added after he became novice rank. Only basic and advanced spells though, no elite spells were available yet for this rank. He saw the fire, ice, and lightning enchantment in the list of spells. He heard in the previous guild battle both Trinity and Selena used these spells. There were also fire, ice, and lightning resist spells. All of those were only learnable by elementalists though. Seeing no elite spells, he planned to just save his current knowledge points for the elite spells when he increased to the next rank. Get that float spell, Penuel said. Float. Jack was not paying attention to the spells, he only checked their grades. Now that Penuel mentioned it, he looked at the spell. Oh, this must be the spell master used to float when he fought me? Jack asked. Yes, Penuel replied. No flying spell? You will need another spell in addition to this float spell for flying. Just grab this one first. Need another spell? Why do I need 2 spells for flying? Jack thought within, but he decided to not ask further since Penuel was ignoring his thought anyway. He paid the required 600 knowledge points for the float spell. It was one of the more expensive advanced spells on the list. Jack received the technique book and learned the spell. The spell required 3 runes to cast. It only allowed him to float up and down vertically. The maximum height he could travel with this spell was 20 meters. The duration of this spell in its first level was 30 seconds. He didn't see much use of this spell aside from avoiding melee contact or getting to a high elevation. Considering that he preferred melee combat, there was no point for him to use this spell to flee. So to him, this spell was only useful for traveling. Nevertheless, if having this skill allowed him the chance to fly, he gladly accepted it. After all, who didn't dream to fly? Jack said goodbye to Janice and left. There was one more place he wanted to visit before he called it a day. He went to Commander Quintus Tower. Arriving there, he asked the staff for the merit exchange list. Now that he was an earl, there should also be more services he could use his merit points on. The staff in charge displayed the list. There was a new section for earl rank. Like before, there was a page for individual service and another for guild service. Individual list, superior training ground equals 50 merits / 3 hours. Use silver mining cave equals 50 merits / 3 hours. Use training cave, level 30 to 40, equals 100 merits / 5 hours. Use training cave, level 40 to 50, equals 200 merits / 5 hours. Guild list, Imperial Guards, hire a squad of 30 level 50 Imperial Knights to be stationed inside guild headquarters for 1 week. The squad cannot be controlled. Will act only if headquarters is breached. Only 1 squad can be hired at a time equals 2,500 merit. Imperial Knight insignia limit 1. Convert trained Knight unit to Imperial Knight unit equals 5,000 merit. Training boost, cooldown 1 week. Boost training speed of headquarters soldiers in the next 3 days equals 1,000 merit. Building boost, cooldown 1 week. Boost building speed of headquarters structures in the next 3 days equals 1,500 merit. The training cave looked tempting, but their guild had one as well. Also, Jack had promised Genie that he would help with the Ice Throne Legacy Dungeon. After some consideration, Jack forked out 6,000 merit points to exchange for the Imperial Knight insignia and the training boost. They had lost a decent amount of trained units in the last battle. As John had pointed out, recruiting new soldiers for replacement should not be a problem, but training them to the appropriate level was. This training boost should help ease the effort. Finished with the exchanges, he activated Guild Return Scroll and teleported directly to Heavenly Citadel. Jack spent the night in Heavenly Citadel. He had informed Genie that he was good to dive into the Legacy Dungeon tomorrow morning. Genie said that she would prepare the manpower for tomorrow. Before going to rest, Jack also sent another message to one other person on his friend list. Yo, Heian, how are you doing? You are not getting captured again, are you? Jack said in his message. What do you want? Leave me alone, asked back. So cold. And here I thought we have bonded enough after what we went through together. Well, anyway, I called you to ask if you know about the World Tournament. What World Tournament? Heh, I figure a hermit like you will have no idea. Go to the nearest main city and ask the country officials about it. They should post a request looking for Outworlders to participate in a world tournament. You can try to offer yourself as a champion for the Sangrod Empire. Is that so a euro? There will be lots of strong people participating. Aren't you on your way to competing in the World Championship before the world turned? This is your chance to continue what you are meant to do. A euro, I will think about it. Don't think too long. The tournament happened less than 3 weeks from now, Jack said. He didn't receive any reply from Heian anymore. Damn. Talk about being rude, Jack said to himself. The next morning, Jack went to the place that housed the legacy structure. It was an open plaza with a large horseshoe-shaped sculpture at its center. This sculpture was where they activated the gate for the legacy dungeon. Jack had learned that this legacy dungeon have a cooldown after activation. Unlike the natural dungeon where people can continue entering without limitation. The different difficulties were calculated differently. The easy difficulty had a 6-hour cooldown. Once a team entered, another can only enter 6 hours later. The medium difficulty had a 1-day cooldown, while the hard difficulty had a 3-day cooldown. The maximum number of people that could enter at a time was the same as the natural dungeon, 10 players. When Jack arrived there, the other 9 people had been waiting. They were Genie, John, Fierce Flame, Giant Steve, Viral Cora, Star Bowler, Below, Jason Wu, and Old Demon. My Gramps is not joining? Jack asked. He was helping the man and his team on a guild quest, Genie replied. Yeah, instead of an expert, we are stuck with this one instead, John said as he pointed to Bowler. A word of warning. You can go ahead and heal yourself inside. Don't expect me to cast any heal on you, Bowler threatened. As if anything can touch me, John said. You are joining? I thought you were too lazy for this kind of shit. You are not waiting for everyone to study and get accustomed to this dungeon first before joining the raid yourself. Jack asked John. Well, I suppose I can join for fun once in a while, John answered. All right. Everyone ready? Genie asked. She had activated the interface on the sculpture while everyone was talking. A silvery gateway now appeared before the structure. Do we really have to try the medium difficulty? Bowler asked. The easy one is already rather difficult. Why take the risk? We should give it a try later after we level up further. See what I mean? John ridiculed Bowler's words. If it's difficult, just take it as a challenge. If it's an easy win, then be grateful, Jack said to Bowler. That's a pretty laid-back way of looking at a situation, Viral commented. Jack shrugged. It's practical. We have to try it to know how far we are from conquering this difficulty, Genie said to Bowler. The last time the scout team consisted of only average players. Now we are trying it with our best members. Considering the rare timing when Jack is here, we should give it a try. Why does it sound like it's my fault? Jack asked. I have to correct you about this team being our best members, considering Euro, you know. John again pointed at Bowler, which retorted with a glare. Enough with the bullshit. Let's go, Genie announced. She then stepped into the portal. Okay. The second leader is entering next, Jack said as he walked to the portal. You are right. The second leader is entering, John exclaimed as he ran past Jack and dove into the portal. So childish, Jack said and entered next. The others followed in after. They came out into an ice world. The sky above was filled with aurora while the ground was solid ice. Around them were trees that had been frozen solid. The silvery portal was behind them. As with most natural dungeons, they could opt to retreat from this portal if they thought they couldn't successfully raid this dungeon. It's colder than the easy difficulty, Viral remarked. Everyone, gather here. Please, Jeannie said as she took out a magic scroll. This is the scroll that contained Resist Ice spell. It will increase everyone's ice resistance in the next 15 minutes. Cool. Where did you get that scroll? Jack asked. Our advanced expert scrollmaker made it for us, the native that joined us after we completed Dylan's quest. He made the scroll with the help of Trinity's spell. This Resist Ice spell was originally hers, Jeannie answered. Oh, that one, Jack remembered. It was the quest that Dylan had asked for his help, but he redirected it to the guild. So why did Trinity not join this raid? We don't need a scroll if she joined. Was she busy as well? Her ability is not suited for this dungeon. Most of her spells are ice-based. The monsters here have very high ice resistance, Jeannie explained. Once everyone gathered, Jeannie activated the scroll. A soft blue light shrouded them. The cold that they felt was lessened. Jack checked his status window and found out his ice resistance had gone up 30 points to 80. He already had a very high ice resistance prior, contributed by his Ice Swift Ring, chest armor, amulet, and Archmage's inherent skill. I have more of these scrolls. I will cast it every 15 minutes as long as we are still in here, Jeannie informed. Everyone nodded. Everyone then got ready and started advancing slowly with Jeannie and Giant Steve taking the vanguard position. The frozen woods around them were eerily silent. It was also empty of hostiles around the starting position in the easy difficulty. We should meet with enemies once we proceed deeper, Jeannie explained. The savage wind wolf was beside Flame. Flame had summoned it from the start since a pet had no duration limit. She only needed to take care that the pet didn't die while it was out. One thing about that pet surprised Jack. It was wearing some sort of armor in the shape of dog clothing. Is your wolf wearing armor? Jack asked. Not only armor. See her feet? Flame answered. Jack noticed after Flame said it, the wolf's paws were also wearing some sort of metallic claws. They can wear equipment? Jack was astonished. They can. It was Penuel who answered. It can only be made in a special shop, though. I didn't see any in the cities we have visited. Where did you make the armor for your pet? Mine was made by a native hermit who dwells inside a forest near the edge of this country. I stumbled upon her by chance. She gave me a quest and we became friends after. She rewarded me by crafting the equipment for my wolf. I still have to pay her with coins and materials, though. I can take you to meet her if you want, but I can't guarantee she will craft the equipment for your pet, Flame answered. Yes, please bring me there, Jack said with excitement. I haven't seen your pet, by the way. Why not summon it yet? Flame asked. Well, my pet's level is still below average. I'm just afraid this place's monsters will be too strong, Jack said. But after giving it a thought, considering his pet was a rare elite and his tame pet skill that boosted the pet's health point was at maximum. The players here would most likely get killed first before his pet did, so he summoned it. The Thuras beast appeared beside him majestically. The players nearby needed to move aside to avoid bumping into the beast. Flame's savage wind wolf felt intimidated by Thera's presence and moved away. Thuras was now level 36. Jack had continued feeding it with the expensive pet food. Jack had made a detour to the Magic Association shop to buy the pet food when he visited Commander Quintus Tower yesterday. He had spent another 108 gold coins for another 2 months' supply. He planned to keep on feeding Thuras until his pet caught up with the mainstream level. He was probably the most luxurious player in growing his pet. That is an unusual beast, Flame commented. Unusual in a good way, right? Jack said proudly. I think so. Its aura is really strong, Flame said. The others also felt that way. Most of them already had the basics in mana sense, so they could tell. Hee. I do believe that Euro Jack stopped when he noticed movements on his radar. John caught the same thing in his. Incoming. He warned everyone and started casting a spell. John's spell formation was completed and his dual sword-wielding avatar appeared. He continued casting and 8 dirt golems came out. They stood in a formation surrounding him. Oh? You have increased your spell level? Jack asked. The last time he fought against John, the dirt golems he summoned were only 7. The enemies were pretty fast, John uttered while he watched his radar. There are 3, coming from 10, 12, and 3 o'clock directions. What? Below asked, puzzled. Jason came beside his fellow martial artist and used his arm to point in the directions John meant. They heard the sound already of frozen leaves getting crushed by fast movements. Above! Genie shouted. 3 pale blue creatures rushed out from the tree's branches above. They looked like deformed pterosaurs. They had leathery wings for arms, 2 clawed legs, and a tail. Their heads ended with a sharp beak. Jack used Inspect on them. Ice Ray Bird, Special Elite Monster, Avian, Level 45, Health Point, 205,000. Ranged players, attack. Genie commanded. Only 2 amongst them had no ranged capability whatsoever, Genie and Giant Steve. The others started shooting ranged attacks at the 3 birds, while Viral played her music to increase everyone's attack speed. Viral gained a ranged skill when she went past level 40 called Sonic Darts. It allowed her to shoot sound projectiles periodically when her music was in play. Below also gained a ranged skill called Key Bullet at level 40. His punch shot out an energy wave that hit an opponent in the distance. This attack could only be used every 30 seconds, though. Seeing that his 2 summons served no purpose against these monsters, John cast another spell to summon his Fae. The Fae joined the others in shooting ranged attacks. The 3 birds were fast and durable. Despite so many bombardments, not many hit. The few that hit resulted in damages less than usual. The birds themselves attacked by shooting ice bullets from their mouth. These ice bullets dealt ice damage and caused either slow or freeze. Heads up! They heard Old Demon shout. A dark red energy rope shot out from him and entangled one ice ray bird that was about to swoop down using its claws. The energy rope was Warlock's Hell Whip. The rope was pulled and the bird was forcefully dragged down. Genie, Giant Steve, and Below immediately pounced at the grounded bird. Jack was not to be left behind. He cast Magic Bind at one of the remaining 2 birds in the air. Losing its ability to flap its wing, it fell to the ground. Everyone immediately focused their attacks on these 2. The remaining one, seeing its 2 comrades were bullied, swooped down in an attempt to disrupt the players. Its 2 claws came down at Below's back, who was still pinning the grounded bird. Below was aware already that danger was approaching from behind, but he heard a voice. Don't worry, I got your back. Jason came and put himself between Below and the ice bird. The claws struck Jason's long mace. Everyone was worried because Jason's level was low, at 38. He had been focusing on leveling up after becoming an Inquisitor. But it was only a few days since then. He was selected because his class was healer-based. Genie figured they needed at least 2 healers on the team. There were, of course, higher-level healers. But when it came to survivability, this martial artist still beat the other healers without a sweat. Jason's mace turned the same time the claws hit. In one fluid motion, Jason redirected the force of the bird's attack, sending it reeling to the side without suffering any damage. Jack thought Jason's timing was uncanny. This senior of his was truly the best when it came to martial redirection methods. John's avatar came over to deal damage to this ice bird that was losing balance. Jack rushed over as well, but Jack only managed to hit it one time before it flew away. John's avatar unequipped his swords and grabbed 2 small dirt golems by its feet. It then threw the 2 golems at the bird that had not yet flown far. One of the golems missed. The other one hit the bird and clung to it. The extra weight caused the bird to not be able to fly higher. Good job, Jack said and jumped. His superhuman jump brought him to where the bird was due to being bogged down by the golem's weight. Jack used Flame Strike, slamming the bird to the ground below. The avatar and the other dirt golems came at once to keep the bird from flying back up again. Jack's magic bind was still holding the other bird. Although this bird was not strong enough to break the magic bind, that spell also didn't last indefinitely. When the duration ended, the bird immediately tried to break away. But before it could fly far, one arrow hit it and energy chains came out from the point of impact and locked it again. It squawked frustratingly for being sealed yet again. That was Fierce Flame's lock shot, another non-standard skill she had learned from a technique book. The three birds were helpless as the players battered them to submission. When the three birds were in critical health, John noticed many red dots incoming. "Many more are coming," John shouted. He continued watching the new red dots on his radar. The way these new ones were moving was different, they were faster. "New ones are different monsters. Hurry up and finish the ones here. Then why don't you help us attack instead of just standing there?" Jack complained. "My summons are attacking," John countered. "Now shut up and continue attacking. I should be the only one who talks." They managed to kill two. For the one getting locked by Flame's lock shot, when the skill ended, another magic bind hit it again before it could fly. It was cast by Old Demon. The bird seemed resigned after being sealed for the third time. It just received the players' attacks quietly. The last bird lost its life just as the new monsters arrived. They were dog-like creatures of pale blue skin, similar color to the Ice Ray bird that had just been defeated. These dogs were level 44 elite monsters. These ice dogs ran around haphazardly. The party figured that trying to chase after them would be troublesome, so everyone assumed defensive formation and waited for these dogs to approach. Viral, Bowler, Flame, and John took positions at the inner of the group, while the others stood circling them, including ranged class players such as Old Demon and Jason. Old Demon cast Demon Hand spell. His two hands enlarged and turned crimson, ready for melee engagement. Jason readied his long mace. He cast Empowering Prayer, giving everyone increased defenses and health point recovery bonus. John had his summons guard the rear. The 8 dirt golems stood around the avatar in 9 stars formation. All the ones with ranged capability shot at the dogs as they approached. The ones that didn't stay their ground until the dogs came before they attacked. The ice dogs attacked with claws and bites, but they also spew short-ranged ice breath. All their attacks dealt ice damage and caused slow or freeze. It's a good thing everyone's ice resistance had increased, reducing the damages they suffered. Flame's Savage Wind Wolf didn't lose in terms of speed against these dogs. In fact, her wolf was even faster. Whenever it managed to pin a dog down, Flame's arrows arrived soon. Thuras had more difficulty trying to catch these fast-moving dogs, but Thera's health point was much higher. It just waited for these dogs to come swarming at it before it activated its imperious pressure. All the dogs in the vicinity lost their speed. Seeing that, Jack immediately dashed over. "Cover my gap," Jack told the others. Below, who was next to Jack, was taken by surprise when Jack suddenly left. Luckily, he had a good reflex. An ice dog attempted to charge in through the gap left by Jack. Below turned his body and gave it a roundhouse kick that sent the dog away, with the dogs incapacitated by Theraz's gravity field. Jack's sword art speedily took care of them. Even though there were many more of these dogs compared to the Ice Ray birds, they were 1 grade weaker and also ground-based. With the cooperation between the 10 expert players, these dogs were soon routed. They advanced once the coast was clear. Not long after, they met another wave of these ice dogs and Ice Ray birds again, and again, and again. They spent almost an hour going forward. Genie had used 4 resist ice scrolls in that time frame. "How far is the easy difficulty?" Jack asked. "Less than €30, Genie replied. "We would have met the boss 20 minutes ago if this is the easy version." "Guys, do you feel yourself getting slower?" Jason asked. "Oh, you feel it as well? I thought it is only me," Below said. "What are you two saying?" Bowler asked. "They are martial artists, they are more sensitive to the change in their bodies." "Actually, I also feel a bit slower than I should be," Jack said. "Really?" Penuel asked. "HM? Do you know something?" Jack asked Penuel. Well, some higher-level dungeons or special locations possessed something that we called environmental buildup. The longer you stayed in that location, the more you get affected. Considering this icy environment, if it has this kind of buildup, it should be affecting your speed. At one point, you might get notified that you are affected by the slow status. If you continue to allow this buildup to accumulate, you might end up with a frozen status. This status couldn't be cured like usual. If you get frozen, then it is over. What the euro? Bowler suddenly uttered. What? Jack asked. I just got notified that I have been afflicted by the slow status, Bowler answered. Shit. So it is really as Penuel said. Jack cursed. Why does he get it while we don't? Giant Steve asked. Your ice resistance affected the rate of the buildup. The higher your resistance, the longer you can last, Penuel answered. Is there a way to eliminate the buildup? Genie asked. By leaving this dungeon, or completing it before everyone got frozen, Penuel answered. They all looked at each other. We've come quite far, Jack said. John shrugged. We will just lose one level if we die in this dungeon, right? The others' expressions said that they had no problem continuing. Genie nodded. All right, let's proceed. Now that we know we are against time, let's pick up the pace. Everyone nodded. Yeah, right. Have at thee. Everyone showed high spirit. They advanced forward by running, no longer applied caution. They met another 2 waves of monsters after. At the end of the second wave, John, Flame, Jason, and Viral were also afflicted by the slow status. Seeing half of their team was already afflicted, Bowler asked worriedly to Penuel, what if all of us get frozen here? Are we going to stay in this place forever? No. If everyone is frozen, this raid will be considered a fail and everyone will be sent out -1 level, Penuel answered. Jack turned to Bowler. Come on. This is originally a game. You don't think Wilted would have designed a game that traps their customers forever now, do you? Can't help to worry. I'm getting really slow now, you know. Have to put in a lot of effort just to run, Bowler replied. Yeah. You are truly slowing us down, John said. You are one to talk. You are also getting a slow status already, Bowler retorted. Don't worry, people. Once we meet the boss, it will be over soon. Whatever the boss is, my companion will make short work on it, Jack declared to motivate the others. How do you get that companion anyway? It was indeed very powerful, John said. He had seen firsthand Arlcard's performance via the hologram platform in St. Edge's Guild Hall. We get the report also. It said your companion mowed down St. Edge's members without breaking a sweat, Genie added. I don't like to burst your bubble, but I'm afraid you won't be able to call your companion here, Penuel told them. Huh? Why is that? Our other summons worked just fine, Jack said. Companion is not a summon. They are considered as another person. This dungeon allowed only 10 people to enter. There are already 10 of you here, Penuel answered. What? Why didn't you tell us this rule before we enter this dungeon? Jack asked. Why didn't you tell me you planned to call Arlcard? Penuel scolded back. Don't worry. We only need to open one spot, right? Let's just kill the most useless one here to make up for space. John offered while pointing at Bowler. I will kill you first, Bowler said, taking a fighting stance. That won't work. Your party is already registered when the first 10 people entered. Even if one dies or left this dimension afterward, your party is still considered as full already. No new addition is allowed, Penuel said. Damn the euro, should we leave and retry again? Well, a euro tomorrow, considering the cooldown time, Giant Steve asked. We've come this far, euro, Jack said again. Everybody looked at each other again. Seeing everybody's down expression, Genie uttered, as Jack had said, we have come this far. Even if we fail, we will only lose one level. We can use our current run for reference next time. The scout team never make it this far and this long. We need to reach the boss first to see how feasible it is for our next run. Okay. Fine. Let's go. Everyone agreed, but with much less zeal this time. They encountered another monster wave again. After they were done, it was Old Demon that got the slow status. While they were worried about who would be next, The terrain sloped down to a huge dry basin. They could see the entire basin. At the center of the basin sat a large yet strange-looking creature. Not so strange to Jack since he had seen a similar-looking creature before. "My money on that is the boss," Viral Cora said. "It is," Jack said. "I fought something like that which get me the legacy item that makes this whole legacy dungeon possible. This one is slightly slimmer though. The one I fought before also didn't have those two protruding skeleton things on its back that look like it wants to grow wings but decided against it halfway. Good. It's a good thing we reached the boss before all of us get slowed or frozen. We should." Genie paused. I just got a slow status," she said. "Damn. We should hurry up then. Will be difficult to fight the boss if all of us get the handicap. Not to mention if get frozen mid-fight," Giant Steve uttered. Bowler shifted uncomfortably. Since he was the first to get a slow status, he would also be the first to get frozen. He felt like he carried a ticking bomb inside him. "All right. All the ones that not yet slowed, which mean the three of you," John said while looking at Jack, Giant Steve, and below. "You three engage the boss. We will stay at the back and provide backup." Jack rolled his eyes. "You sent your summons also to accompany us," Jack said to John. Fine, John said. He called out his entire arsenal. The avatar, dirt golems, and giant lizard. Only the face stayed behind since it was a ranged attacker. The others who could summon also did the same. Old Demon opened up his Hell Gate spell to call out his hellhounds. There were 3 this time, meaning that Old Demon had leveled up the spell since the last time to at least level 10. Jack called out his wolf pack and rock golem. They decided to let their summons engage the boss first, but Old Demon suggested letting him do the opening strike. He took out a magic scroll. "This is a scroll with an enhanced spell that let me increase my spell range and power," the old veteran said. "I will snipe him using my hellish explosion. I won't be able to use that spell once you all traipsing around the beast. Might as well use it first." Hellish explosion already had a very long range, but Old Demon still used the enhanced range scroll for precaution. If the boss started acting once they came into its area of perception, it will be harder to target it. They walked slowly until the limit of the enhanced range for Hellish Explosion. It was also the range by which they could use Inspect on the boss. Ice Demon Fiend, Rare Elite Boss, Demon, Level 50, Health Point, 530,000, a Rare Elite of 9 levels higher, Jack thought after seeing the boss data. It also carried the name Fiend instead of Spawn, meaning it was a different type of monster than the Ice Demon spawn he had fought. If he was alone, he would be sure that he won't be able to win against the boss. At least not without Arlcard's help. But with his friend's support, he thought that maybe there was still a chance. Even if most of his friends were under slow status. "What can you tell us about this boss?" Jack asked Penuel. "As I said before, I can't say for sure about its complete arsenal. Considering it is a rare elite, it sure packs quite an amount of surprise. Anyway, this Ice Demon Fiend is both strong and fast, unlike the spawn who is lacking in speed. It also had a natural ice aura. So whoever gets close to him will have the environmental buildup further accelerated. But unlike the spawn, it doesn't have high resistance against physical attack. It's still weak against fire except for its mouth area." The boss was still sitting leisurely on its spot while they chatted. Logically, it should have seen them already, but it just ignored them. As long as they didn't attack or get into a minimum set distance, it won't do anything. Talk about the convenience of the gaming system. Jack looked around the basin. There were countless ice spears stabbed randomly all around the basin. He felt gloomy seeing those spears because he knew what they were for. He told the others about those spears. Old Demon completed his spell formation and unleashed the powerful spell without delay. They watched from the distance the flash that turned into a tiny red orb of energy above the Ice Demon. The appearance of this orb drew the demon's attention that it looked up. The orb then exploded with a devastating force covering a large area. "Forward!" Genie uttered her battle cry. Everyone started running forward. The summons took point with Jack, Giant Steve, and below followed closely. The others trailed behind slowly due to their slow status. When the dust subsided, Those with high mana sense already found out the result of their first strike. The boss aura didn't reduce at all. Crap! It was not hurt at all, Jack uttered. What they saw in front of them was an ice sphere. Its surface glistened. No crack was seen on the almost perfect sphere. The sphere abruptly broke into tiny particles that dropped to the ground, forming a pile of ice dust. The ice demon fiend which was inside the sphere was now standing. It was facing the incoming intruders. The large mouth on its stomach was grimacing menacingly. Jack felt something building up inside that mouth. "Move to the side! Move to the side!" he shouted. He used roll at the same time. Below, Jason and John, who were more adept at mana sensing, also hurriedly ran to the side. The others were more clueless, but seeing the urgent warning, they didn't dilly-dally. All their summons did the same. The ice demon's large mouth opened and a large beam of ice shot forth. It went in a straight line. Everything it touched got frozen. By the time the beam ended, there was a tall, jagged ice wall along the path the beam had touched, separating the basin into two. Everyone was flabbergasted by the display of power. It was fortunate that everyone had taken evasive maneuvers early. One of Oldman's hellhounds was hit by this ice beam though. It was currently trapped inside the jagged ice wall. They saw the hellhound's health point bar was below half already, and the health point was still going down rapidly while the hellhound was helpless inside the ice. When the hellhound's health point reached 0, the ice wall broke apart into ice dust. The ice demon, after making the initial assault, took a crouching position before dashing forward. Jack was taken aback by the speed. It was indeed not lacking in speed, but it was more than Jack expected. When it almost rammed into the nearest player, something fast with a blazing trail crashed into the charging ice demon. It was Jack's Thuress. This pet didn't appear intimidated by the ice demon despite being 14 levels lower. Jack felt pride seeing his pet. But after that initial clash, it was pretty obvious that his Thuress was at a disadvantage. The ice demon fiend's every swipe of claws created a strong gush of icy wind. The skeletal half-wings behind it were also not just decorations. Their sharp ends stabbed and caused damages in addition to the demon's claws. The demon made a forceful grab and caught Thera's neck. It then slammed the pet hard onto the ground. Jack cast Mana Beam. The pillar of energy knocked the arm that was grabbing Thera's, allowing the beast to break free. Flame's Savage Wind Wolf came from the back leading Jack's wolf pack and the remaining 2 of Oldman's hellhounds. They swarmed the ice demon, clawing and biting with hit and run tactic. John's avatar, dirt golems, and giant lizard also came surrounding the ice demon in a 9-gate formation. John planned to trap the demon inside the formation and wore it down while they sent ranged attacks. The demon's body suddenly glowed and a ring of light radiated out. All the summons were knocked away. Some were frozen while the rest slowed. "That is a Euro ice ring," Jack said, recognizing his own spell. But of course, the ice demon fiend's ice ring was more deadly and powerful, considering it had a higher level. The ice demon fiend made a throwing motion. An orb of ice appeared in his hand halfway through that motion. It was then thrown out at the end of the motion. As if a stone being thrown from a catapult, the icy orb left a blue trail as it flew in a curve towards the players at the backline. Those players had been sending the ice demon ranged attacks nonstop. Everyone hurriedly tried to run away from the point of impact, but their slow status made their movements very slow. The orb hit the ground and a shockwave of ice energy spread out, hitting everyone, causing high ice damage and further slowing them. The ice demon fiend attempted another throwing motion. Before it did, a crimson whip shot out from behind and caught the ice demon's arm mid-motion, canceling its throwing attempt. It looked back and saw Old Demon behind, holding his hell whip which was entangling the demon's arm. The old veteran had intentionally separated from the others and sneaked to the ice demon's back. The ice demon made a hard pull. His strength completely eclipsed Oldman's. Old Demon was yanked into the air towards the demon. The ice demon readied its claw to receive the incoming outworlder. Old Demon didn't panic. He released his hell whip and rapidly cast another spell mid-air. His 2 hands turned into giant demon claws. The 2 claws clashed with the ice demon's one. Shockwave erupted as Old Demon shot away from the impact, crashing onto the ground and sliding some distance away. Jack, Giant Steve, and Below came before the Ice Demon before it sent another ranged attack at the backline players again. Giant Steve activated Protection Field to reduce the damage to Jack and Below. Giant Steve also used Shield Stance, Sentinel's level 40 skill. It increased his defense by 200%, reduced all damage received by 30%. This skill had no duration, he could keep it active indefinitely, but his movement during this stance was slowed by 80% and his attack speed slowed by 40%. He could deactivate the stance by choice, but once deactivated, he had to wait for a cooldown of 20 seconds before he could go into the stance again. Giant Steve used Shield Bash. His large tower shield rammed the Ice Demon and drew its aggro. Jack and Below went to its flanks and started dishing out damage. The backline players who had been scattered by the Ice Catapult now resumed their range assaults. Genie didn't have any ranged capability. She waited until the Ice Demon Fiend's attention was fully drawn by the 3 melees before executing Jump Attack, striking from above before jumping to the demon's back. She kept herself at its back while delivering her stabs. The summons also came back and joined the attacks again. Jason cast Hallowed Ground, level 35 Inquisitor's skill. The spell marked an area around the Ice Demon Fiend. Every ally in the area received a small regenerative effect, increased defense, and increased resistance. This spell was inferior to Penuel's healing field in terms of healing effect, but the increased defense and increased resistances made up for it. While things seemed to go their way, both Below and Giant Steve informed that they had been afflicted by the slow status. Genie also felt that her movement was getting slower. As I said, this Ice Demon has a passive cold aura. The elemental buildup will be accelerated if you continue staying close to it, Penuel told them. But leaving would be disastrous. The 4 of them with their summons were currently employing multi-layered 9-star formation around the Ice Demon Fiend, controlling its assaults and preventing it from moving away at the same time, while the ranged players bombarded it with attacks. Unless the demon used another Ice Ring or Ice Beam skill, they should be able to wear this boss to death in this way. If they moved away, the demon could go at them one by one. Oh no! They heard a shout. Those that could spare to look found that Bowler had turned into ice. The elemental buildup had finally completed its course in his body and he was frozen. This was a huge blow since Bowler's healing had been great at reducing the pressures on those meleeing the Ice Demon. Now their healers were down to Jason and Penuel. I don't think I can last longer Euro, Genie uttered. Her movement had been getting slower and slower. Not long after, she became rigid amid her stabbing motion. Ice then coated her entire body, turning her into an ice block. She was not the second person that got the slow status, but because of her vicinity to the Ice Demon Fiend, her elemental buildup had been accelerated. Her stopping had caused a gap in their formation. The Ice Demon Fiend, who had lost more than half its health point, noticed this gap. It turned around and in a powerful motion shattered Frozen Genie into pieces. It then ran through there. The wolf pack and dirt golems tried to block the demon, but they were smacked aside easily. It ran with speed in a curve and headed towards the ranged players. Jack used Shooting Dash and came before it. John had predicted the demon movement and had his avatar blocked the demon's path as well. Both John's avatar and Jack executed formless flowing sword style, showering the demon with sword lights. Jack felt the mana gathering inside the demon. "Back!" he shouted. But the ice ring had been fast. Both he and the avatar were still hit. The demon then jumped very high and made a grabbing motion towards the sky. The ice spears around the basin were sucked up into the sky simultaneously. "Already," Jack said dismayingly. Even though Jack had informed everyone, countless ice spears raining from the sky were not something that could be avoided despite knowing. Jack cast Magic Wall and had it facing upward. It was like he was holding a huge rectangle umbrella above himself. Thuras and his wolf pack came to take cover under the umbrella. The ice spears hit the magic wall repeatedly, finally breaking it. While the magic wall was blocking the spears, Jack cast Barrier. After his magic wall broke, he used the same trick as before. He activated Dragon Eye's slow motion vision and used 48 burst slashes to deflect the spears. His barrier protected him from any spears that were still falling after his burst slash ended. His barrier and burst slashes didn't cover his summons. Most of his wolves died after all the ice spears fell. His Thuras was still fine since it had a very high health point pool. When he looked back, he was dismayed that most of his teammates were gone already. There were only Giant Steve, Below, and Jason. The others had perished from the ice spear move. At this time, Jack heard a notification. You have been afflicted with slow. Jack's ice resistance was the highest among all of them. Hence it took him the longest to get afflicted. Giant Steve's had survived the ice spears due to his high defense and also because he activated Final Shield, the skill that had saved him when going up against the Grim Sandrake. Below and Jason survived due to their martial art expertise. Below's health point was in critical condition, though. Jason was surprisingly in a better condition despite his lower health point. He had used a master redirection martial technique called reversing heaven and earth. His long mace moved in a rapid movement that created a field that deflected almost any incoming attack. After seeing the result, Jack thought the technique was aptly named. After another look, Jack realized the avatar was still around. This Xianxia, he looked around again. There he was. John was walking back slowly. Shit, Jack thought. The dude had run out of the area when the ice spears fell, leaving everyone behind. He must have stayed as far to the back as possible after hearing Jack's explanation about the ice spears. John was the only one who could afford to fight that way since he fought mainly using summons. But still, Jack was amazed that the guy had predicted the boss would use his ultimate skill early. Jack had been reserving from using his Lightning God Barrage because he thought the boss would only use its ultimate skill when its health point was at a critical. Jack planned to use his divine skill once the boss health points touched 100,000. Hoping that this divine skill would do enough damage to one-shot it at that state, thus eliminating the chance for it to use its Ice Spear's move. When the Ice Demon Fiend landed back to the ground, Jack first cast Myriad Ensnaring Chains. He knew the chains wouldn't be able to hold this high-level boss for long, so he had Thuras used its Imperious Pressure as well. The two restraining skills rooted the boss in place for a brief moment. Since there was no need for Jack to save his divine skill anymore, he unleashed it on the incapacitated boss. The 20 balls of lightning landed on the Ice Demon Fiend. When the tempest of lightning energy subsided, Jack saw that his skill had taken out 80,000 of the Ice Demon Fiend's health point. Less than he had hoped for. The demon's health point was now only slightly above 100,000. It was paralyzed by the lightning attack. Jack took this chance to approach and meet it head-on. His speed was not as before after getting a slow status, but he compensated with finesse. His two swords danced with precision as he focused all his attention. He incorporated his offensive skills in between his sword arts, trying to wear the boss' remaining health point down. John's avatar was in a bad shape. It was saved due to its high health point and high armor value from the full set of rare equipment. Penuel cast Group Fast Heal, bringing everyone's health point up again. Jason also used his heal on Below, who was the one most near death. The avatar, Below, and Giant Steve came to help Jack. Penuel cast Healing Field for them. Jason stayed at the back and sent them heal once in a while. As time passed, Below succumbed to the frozen status. Not long after, it was Jason. They had lost their remaining healer player, leaving only Penuel as their sole healer. Penuel's healing, though, was much more powerful. Its cooldown was also much longer than the player's heal. The avatar who was with them suddenly vanished. They knew then that John had been frozen. After a while, Giant Steve was so slow that he didn't do much except for being a human punch bag. The demon gave the sentinel a strong punch and Steve flew away. Jack saw the big guy become solid ice in the middle of his flight. Jack was the only one remaining now, accompanied by his Thuras beast and Penuel. But the Ice Demon Fiend was also not in the best shape. Its life hit 50,000 health point when Giant Steve got frozen. Seeing his opponent's health point hit that mark, Jack decided it's time for the final struggle to decide winning or losing. Jack activated Stormbreaker's over limit. His body then enlarged into a large werewolf. The werewolf's black fur also turned golden at the same time as Jack activated his Bloodline's gold scale armor. He forwent evasion and went full offense, clawing and biting in a manner more ferocious than the demon he was fighting. Despite his increased health point and defense, Jack's health point still went down faster than the demon. Luckily, Penuel's fast heal had come off cooldown. She brought Jack's health point up again to give him more time in the brawl. But time seemed to be against them. Due to his near-perfect mana sense, Jack could feel the elemental buildup within him. He knew the frozen status was coming soon. It was like he heard an internal timer via his mana sense. The demon's health point was almost 20,000. Jack hoped that if he unleashed his 48 burst slashes, this move should finish the demon. But when he was about to do it, he felt familiar mana from the ice demon fiend's large mouth. "Fuck! Penuel, invulnerability!" Jack shouted urgently. The demon's mouth opened and the devastating ice beam poured out at Jack point blank. There was no chance for him to dodge. Their ass was situated further away. Jack had sent it a mental order to run away to not get caught by this ice beam. He watched his entire vision turn white. He wondered if Penuel had managed to cast her spell in time. After the beam subsided, he found himself locked inside the jagged ice wall created by the ice beam. He looked at his health point, it was not going down. Penuel had made it in time. One other thing Jack noticed, according to the internal timer of his mana sense, his body should be frozen by now due to the elemental buildup, but the accumulating mana was currently halting. He surmised it must have been due to the invulnerability as well. The spell had halted the buildup progress, meaning he had bought himself 3.5 seconds. The ice demon fiend was directly in front of Jack. Jack saw its triumphant expression as it thought Jack had been incapacitated inside the ice wall it had created. Jack used his race skill Willpower, which broke him free of any restriction. The skill shattered the ice wall, imprisoning him. The ice demon fiend's triumphant expression turned to shock when it saw the scene. Before the demon could react, Jack's two claws danced in a frenzy. The demon was caught unaware and thus was not adopting any defensive action. All 48 burst slashes of Jack's sword art landed on the demon's body. Due to no missed nor blocked attacks, the damages were fully boosted by combo multipliers. By the end of his assault, Jack saw the demon's health point zeroed. As the demon fell and disintegrated, Jack wondered if the elemental buildup carried on. If he got frozen after this victory, would the raid still consider a fail? Luckily, he felt the cold mana accumulating in his body slowly dispersing. At the same time, he heard a notification that the guild had successfully completed this dungeon. The guild received reputation points, gold, mana, building materials, and some resources for craftings. The boss itself dropped loots. Jack did not forget to use his runestone of luck when he executed his burst slashes. For being the two soul survivors, Jack and their ass received full EXP from killing the boss. As for clearing this legacy dungeon, all party members received EXP, even those that had been killed. Those that had been frozen were considered killed as well. Jack saw their frozen bodies crumble when the victory notification was announced. Extra EXP points were granted to all members for clearing this dungeon's difficulty for the first time. Jack's 3 classes were already close to level up. So from this triple EXP he received, all 3 of his classes leveled up one time. Their ass only received the EXP from killing the boss, but it also leveled up by 3 levels to level 39. A notification informed him that he could opt to exit this dungeon at any time or wait until 5 minutes before he was automatically sent out. Jack crouched down and reviewed the boss loots. There were the usual coins and mana cores. Since this was a guild party effort, he decided he would just donate these coins and mana cores to the guild. A few uncommon equipment and materials. 1 rare gun weapon. Weird, Jack thought. There was no gunner in their team, but the monster still dropped a gun. Maybe this was because it's a guild dungeon. Jack had left the 3 most unusual items for the last. After he stored the other loots, he looked at these 3. 2 out of the 3 exuded denser mana compared to the others, so Jack knew they were the best grade among the loots. 1 looked like a tiny medicine tablet. The 2 with denser aura were a round bottle and a piece of ice rock. Jack picked up the medicine tablet. EXP pill, rare grade, grant 1 million EXP points. I'll be damned, Jack uttered. Now we know the place that dropped this thing, Penuel remarked. Without delay, Jack used the pill for his Blade Dancer class, filling its EXP bar by 1,000,000 points. He then picked up the remaining 2 items. 1000-year wine, super rare consumable. Usage on players. Add 15 days to age. Usage on NPCs. Increase level growth rate. Duration 30 days. Cooldown 90 days. Restriction. Human race. Heart of ice. Super rare material. For crafting purpose 1000-year wine? Jack remembered Penuel mentioning this potion. It was equivalent to the Ancient Blood Awakening potion, except it was used on the human race. While the Ancient Blood Awakening potion drew out the hidden strength of a native vampire and gave them a burst of strength for a short duration, this 1000-year wine boosted a native human growth rate for a long duration. Their functions on players were the same though, adding 15 days to age. Jack thought for a bit. Since there was only him here and he was the one that killed the boss, he thought no one would complain if he took all the best loots, would they? He would just compensate by giving all the coins, cores, equipment, and materials dropped by this boss to Genie. So, he proceeded to open the lid of 1000-year wine and emptied its content into his throat. It was unexpectedly delicious, Jack uttered. It isn't called wine for nothing, Penuel said. It was 3 days yet before his age reached age 7 months. Due to this 1000-year wine, he received notification that he had reached that month once he finished drinking. His race skill, Limitless Potential, was upgraded to rank 5. This skill now granted 1000 health point, 150 to stamina and mana point, and +5 to all attributes except luck. He checked his status window. His next rise in age would be 18 days later. Cool, he thought. If he could get another of that 1000-year wine, he would be 1 month ahead of the general population. Jack then checked the Heart of Ice. It was described as crafting material, but he remembered another item with a similar name and description. I figure I should be able to use this on my Amulet of Summoning. Shouldn't I? Jack asked Penuel. You are correct, Penuel confirmed. Awesome. That rock golem had been rather lacking as a summon. About time that I get a better one, Jack uttered. Considering this thing dropped from the Ice Demon Fiend, did it mean that the rare elite demon would be the monster that was summoned when he used his amulet? He was excited to find out. He immediately interfaced his amulet with this ice rock. The ice rock merged with the amulet smoothly. HM? I don't get my Heart of Rock back, Jack asked when the merging was completed. No. This is different from imprinting. If you make a change, whatever previous item you merged with this amulet is lost, Penuel said. Jack didn't think it a waste. He had no use for the Heart of Rock anyway. When he wanted to test the summon, he was surprised to find out the summoning cost. Oh, €100 mana cores, he uttered. The cost was 10 times when he summoned Rock Golem. What do you expect? The Ice Demon Fiend is a rare elite monster. Do you honestly think the summoning cost will be the same? Penuel said. Jack cancelled his attempt. With his current stock of mana cores, he could only do the summon 4 times. He won't waste it just to have a look at his new summon. Seeing that there was nothing further to do here, he exited this ice world. Outside, the others had been waiting. They had heard the successful notification and received the EXP points. All of them had lost 1 level due to death, but some went up back to their previous level due to the EXP granted. Expert. Color me impressed. I thought for sure the raid was a fail already when I, as the main character, left the dungeon. Jack heard John's words when he came out. He completely ignored the guy's narcissistic comment and went to Genie. Here are the rewards, Jack said as he gave Genie the loots from the Ice Demon Fiend. I took some of them. I hope you don't mind. The guild already received rewards from clearing the dungeon. Considering you are the one who killed the boss, I'm sure nobody will object if you take all the loots, Genie said. The others nodded. It was teamwork, Jack said. I wouldn't have one if it was me alone. But then he thought if it had been him alone, he would have been able to summon Arlcard and the dungeon would have been completed as well. But he kept that thought to himself. Well, I guess this taught us one thing. We are still not strong enough to raid this medium difficulty, Genie said. We will have to just continue raiding the easy version for the time being. I beg to differ. As long as we enter with only 9 members, We should be able to clear the dungeon regularly, Jack said. Oh? You surprised me again, expert. I thought you were going to tell us that you have some other thing to do, and will leave us again first thing tomorrow. John said. I need to join the selection tournament 5 days from now. I won't be able to do much with such few days. Might as well spend my time here raiding this dungeon and using the training cave, Jack said. The training cave in Heavenly Citadel had been built to accommodate levels 40 till 50, so it was a suitable place for leveling up. Jack only needed to pay contribution points to use it. He had lots of contribution points, so that was not a problem. The drawback of the training cave was the monsters inside dropped no loots, coins, or mana cores. Another reason why Jack was willing to stay and farm the medium difficulty legacy dungeon was due to the 2 items he had gotten just now, EXP pill and 1000-year wine. Jack told the others that he would like priority on these 2 items if they dropped. He let go of all other loots in exchange. The others responded that if the medium difficulty was successfully raided, it was all due to him, so he had the right to ask for priority. In the remaining days, that was how Jack spent his schedule. The medium difficulty had a 1-day cooldown, so Jack could only enter once a day. As planned, they entered with only 9 members, leaving 1 for Arlcard. On the first run with 9 members, Jack summoned Arlcard once they entered. One thing that Jack noticed when Jack last summoned him, Arlcard's level 49 EXP bar was only around 10%. Now it was around 30%. It was getting more difficult to level up after reaching such a high level, so Jack could see that his vampire companion was not less passionate than him in getting stronger. Why such passion, though? The vampire didn't seem to have the interest to share. Everything went as expected. Not only did Arlcard make short work of the ice ray birds and ice dogs, but he also didn't appear to have any difficulty soloing the boss despite the boss having the same grade and even 1 level higher. This vampire companion was exceptional even amongst same grade opponent. Penuel mentioned that Arlcard could probably be considered half-mythical grade already. Jack asked the other 8 members to stay back while he and Thuras helped Arlcard to speed up the process. After the ice demon fiend was slain, Arlcard said to Jack, "Next time, call me only when you reach the boss. Don't call me for small fries. I don't have all the time in the world." The vampire left afterward. Jack was morose. Perhaps he was the only player that ever got scolded by their own companion. So on their next run, Jack and the others fought the small fries by themselves and only called Arlcard after they arrived at the boss. With Arlcard, running the medium difficulty Ice Throne Legacy dungeon became low risk. Thus, Genie allowed other weaker core members to enter as well, just to get the experience for future reference. All they needed to do was get to the boss as quickly as they could, to allow sufficient time before the frozen status hit the one with the lowest ice resistance. The rest they left to Jack and Arlcard. Not every run rewarded Jack with the items he wanted, but he still got some after the next 5 runs. He got 4 rare grade EXP pills, 13 uncommon grade EXP pills, and 2 bottles of 1000-year wine. There was no doubt, of course, this drop rate was due to Jack's very high luck stat added by the boost of Runestone of Luck. Penuel said if it was any other person, perhaps they won't see 1 bottle of 1000-year wine even after more than 10 runs. Jack gave 1 of each to Genie so she could duplicate it, but the mana cores needed were a lot, especially the 1000-year wine, which needed 1000 mana cores. For the 1 bottle he kept, he drank it. On that day, which was the day before the challenge tournament, he only needed 14 days to reach age 8 months. This second bottle immediately raised him to 8 months old. He was now officially 1 month ahead of the others. At the age of 8 months, his limitless potential became rank 6, granting him health point plus 1200, stamina and mana point plus 180, all attributes plus 6 except for luck. From the EXP pills he kept, he used 3 rare grades for his Blade Dancer, while the uncommon grade pills went to his Beastmaster class. With the boss and dungeon's generous EXP rewards combined with Jack's non-stop grinding using the training caves. On the day of the selection tournament, Jack had managed to level up his Blade Dancer class again to level 43, while his Beastmaster went up 2 levels to level 40. When his Beastmaster was level 40, Jack received another new skill. Combination Assault, level 120th active skill, requires pet, perform a joint charge with Beastmaster's pet against a single target. Deals 400% physical damage. 10% chance to dizzy and fear. Reduce target's defense by 30% for 10 seconds. Range, 20 meters. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Stamina, 100. Jack had 18 free skill points for Beastmaster saved up. He used them all for this skill. On level 19, this skill dished out 760% physical damage. He also had 6 Blade Dancer and 3 Archmage skill points. He spent them on Wind Slash and Myriad Ensnaring Chains. Both became level 12 after. Wind Slash now dealt 410% damage and shot 3 wind energies. Myriad Ensnaring Chains released 13 chains. Each of its chains was also more sturdy, more resistant to breaking. The Ice Demon boss provided a large number of souls. After all the runs, Jack had collected 530,000 soul points. He used them to again max out his advanced skills and spells. With the current available amount, he maxed out Charge, Shredding Fang, Arcane Turbulence, and Ice Ring. Jack had 21 free attribute points. He distributed them to Dexterity this time. His Blade Dancer and Beastmaster already gave excellent Dexterity stat, but he figured he should just enhance it more, trumping the speed of all the challengers in the tournament. Combined with the boosts from his race skill and equipment, his Dexterity was at 573 points. On the day of the selection tournament, Jack went first to Amy's Bakery and Ellie's Restaurant to take his profits. He received 84 gold coins from both establishments. Amy's Bakery was now 5-story tall after becoming a luxury shop and featured a much better look. It was 3-story less than Ellie's Restaurant despite being the same grade. But Jack didn't complain. He was happy as long as the profit it produced increased. Afterward, he joined his 14 guildmates and went to the League of Champions building which housed the tournament. The news of the tournament was already spread. A lot of players crowded around the building, hoping to be allowed in to watch the tournament. But only tournament participants and members of the League of Champions were allowed access. Even the faction's members were not allowed into the arena hall where the tournament was carried out. Due to the popularity of the tournament amongst Outworlders, the League of Champions had arranged to broadcast the tournaments at selected venues, charging them coins for the views. These venues were at theaters, VIP rooms of taverns, and other public closed buildings. The VIP rooms of Ellie's Restaurant were selected as one of these venues. These crowded players hurriedly ran to those venues, fearing the venues would be filled up if they were late. Jack and his group went into League of Champions building after rigorous checkings. Together with him were Genie, Doman, Fierce Flame, The Man, Bowler, Giant Steve, Trinity Dawn, Viral Cora, Below, Jason Wu, Michelle, Old Demon, Sturdy Serpent, and First Mate. First Mate was part of the Warriors of Solidarity. He was the man's adjutant, a level 44 Avenger. Before they left, Jack had used the stock of ores in the guild's warehouse to increase the level of these 14's equipment. All of them had rare equipment on them. With the increased levels, Jack was confident this team was the best in terms of equipment amongst the participants. John had ridiculed Bowler for joining, but Genie defended by saying that Healer's tournament was focused on their healing, not their fighting prowess. Jack submitted his list of participants to the prince a few days ago. Since every prince was told to bring only 30 participants with equal numbers between the 6 advanced classes, they would have to bring 5 participants from each advanced class. So after receiving Jack's list, the prince adjusted his selection of participants outside Everlasting Heavenly Legends. The 15 of them were brought into the hall where the selection tournament took place. It was another huge round hall, much like the Colosseum-like hall where the members of this faction underwent the challenges. Yet, Jack didn't see anything that looked like an arena. There were, however, similar large plates along the wall as in the challenge hall. The plates here were simply missing the numeric numbers. Several natives of the faction were seen tweaking those plates. From this scene, Jack figured the tournament would take place inside constructed dimensions similar to faction challenges. Many players were already inside the hall. These others huddled into 3 different groups. One was led by Garland Thunderhand. Another had the cloaked man who stood behind Prince Remus during the tournament meeting in the palace. Commander Quintus stood amongst the 3rd group. Those would be the tournament participants representing the 3 princes. Jack went to the group led by Commander Quintus. Jack saw many familiar faces among the participants. Remus' team mostly consisted of coalition experts. Red Death, Yellow Death, Princess Purple, Selena, Stonecleave Warpath, Grimclaw, Killmonger, Goliath, Lustful Ellie, and Beauty Beholder. Among Therabus' team, he saw Blackjack, Kill Order from Black Cloak Guild, Honeycomb and Dashrunner from White Scarfs, and Radiant Phoebe from Saint Edge. All the others were unfamiliar faces. Jack didn't see any of the old experts such as Iron Fist and Force Labor. Jack thought perhaps this kind of tournament was beneath them, or perhaps they were worried if they lost, they would lose the current prestige they enjoyed. "Hey, I recognize that person," Bowler said. He waved at the person who was with Therabus Camp. The person nodded back with a smile. "Who is he?" Jack asked. "That's David," Bowler answered. "He is one of the high-ups in the mercenary guild that John asked me to build relationships with." "The Dogs of War?" Jack asked, remembering the guild's name. "Yes," Bowler replied. Doman also nodded to another person from Therabus Camp. This person didn't return the nod. He instead looked away. "You know him?" Jack asked his grandfather, surprised that the old man socialized with people outside the guild. Master Doman beat his ass during the Coalition's latest invasion attempt. It was Bowler who answered. "That guy's name is Jim. He is in the other mercenary guild that helped the Coalition." After a while, Royal Advisor Mason appeared with a League of Champions executive who Jack knew as well, Gruff. Gruff clapped his hands loudly, attracting everybody's attention. Everyone stopped their chatting and turned to him. Mason spoke first. "For those who not yet know me, my name is Mason, the Royal Advisor to this Themisphere Kingdom. On behalf of this kingdom, I thank you all for having come here. I know that you are not of this world and this is not your real country, but we would like you to think that it is. We have accepted you with open arms, and now we hope you can do something in return to contribute to this country. I will hand over the explanation on the details of this selection tournament to my associate here, Mr. Gruff of the League of Champions." "Thank you, Royal Advisor," Gruff said with a slight bow. "As is requested by the kingdom, we will host this selection tournament to select amongst you to represent the Themisphere Kingdom in the World Tournament. We need the cream of the crops so that you can bring honor to this country. Glory and rewards await those that are sent to the World Tournament." Cheerings were heard, mostly from the League of Champions staffs around the hall. Probably Gruff had them do that to rile up the room. Gruff continued, "Now, all of you will be divided into 6 groups based on your past advanced classes. Each group will have 15 participants. Each of you will fight against all the participants in your group. One round will have 10 minutes. Winners will be given 2 points, loser 0 point. If no one win after 10 minutes passes, both will be awarded 1 point. The ones with the highest points will be the ones who are sent to the World Tournament." "Oh, a point system? I thought at first we are going to do an elimination system," Jack mumbled. That meant he had to fight 15 times. He had been hoping this event to end early so he can go back to grinding. The fight will be inside constructed spaces. Everyone's match will take place at the same time so we can round this up by today. No need to worry about dying. You won't lose any level or equipment by dying inside the constructed space. Please note, however, that tools are restricted in that space. This rule is the same as when you fight in the World Tournament. No tools. You can rely only on your skill or your equipment only. Jack turned to Penuel. "Is companion token considered a tool?" he asked. "Yes," Penuel answered. "Darn. And here I thought I can bully everyone using Arlcard." Jack thought, then added, "Well, I still have the Ice Demon Fiend." "I'm afraid that is not available as well," Penuel informed. "What? It's my amulet's ability. Equipment can't be considered a tool, right? Are we supposed to fight buck naked in the match?" "Your amulet is not a tool, but the Heart of Ice is. Even if it has been merged with your amulet, it is still considered as one. So you can't use your amulet's summoning ability." "Sigh, never mind then. Not like I need them anyway." Gruff was still speaking. "Now everyone, please separate yourself based on past advanced classes. We have placed an icon under the wall indicating your class. Please head over to the corresponding walls. The staff there will give you further instructions. Everyone looked over to the indicated walls. There were now icons above the plates on the wall. Shield, sword, dagger, bow, staff, and a plus sign. Shield icon should represent the knight class, sword for the warrior class, and so on. Jack thought the healer icon with the plus sign was rather modern for this world setting. But as long as people understood, he guessed it's fine. Gruff ended his speech by shouting passionately, "Let this selection tournament begin!" Jack, Doman, Michelle, and the man shared the same advanced class, so they went together. Arriving in front of the walls under the sword icon, he saw Stonecleave, Warpath, Killmonger, and Goliath from Remus Group. He didn't recognize anyone from Therabus Group. "Why do you pick this section?" Stonecleave asked Jack when he arrived. "Why? Because I am a blade dancer, of course. That class is from the warrior class, in case you didn't notice," Jack replied. "But you are also an archmage and beastmaster. Why pick this one?" "Oh, now that you mention it, you are right. But then again, I will still choose this place. HMA can it be that you are worried because I am here? You people have no chance," Jack asked back. Stonecleave turned away. He didn't deign to answer. "Humph. We can still strive for the second," Warpath exclaimed. Jack was amazed. It seemed that the guy had accepted reality by now. In the past, he would have made some stupid excuses to indicate that he was still the better swordsman. But this type was more dangerous. That meant he knew his shortcomings and thus could work on improving them, as opposed to those daydream lunatics who kept on making excuses for their failures. Still, Jack felt pity for him. Perhaps if Jack was alone, then these people could still strive for second place. But with his grandfather beside him, it was a tall order. Even Jeannie had told the man no need to participate. It was better to give the slot to players from the other classes, but the man insisted. He was not to let go of this chance to have a spar with the other experts, even if he knew he won't be the champion selected to go to the world tournament. Once everyone gathered, the staff explained to them that 7 matches would happen at the same time, meaning 14 participants. The last participant would wait. After the first 14 came out, the last one would join the next matches, while one of the 14 would sit out one match. The process would continue in this way until every participant had fought the other 14. Once all the matches were completed, the points would be tallied to decide the champions. The staff threw a dice to decide the order. It didn't matter really, since in the end, everyone would fight everyone. And unlike the real world, after coming out of the space, all health point, stamina, mana point, and fatigue would be restored to full. So it didn't matter who fought who first. The dice were thrown. The first 14 to fight then came out to the plates on the wall. Jack looked beside him and said, "Good luck." His towering opponent replied, "Go fuck yourself." "So rude," Jack uttered. The plate in front of them glowed. Goliath touched the plate and vanished. Jack did the same. For members of the League of Champions, they were familiar with such a process. Jack came out into the empty space similar to when he took the factions challenges. Goliath was opposite him. While Jack was observing, both of them heard the voice, "Fight!" Goliath, who was now a level 45 berserker, activated his berserk skill at once. Black tattoos covered his skin as he lunged forward. "So hasty," Jack uttered. Goliath used Punishing Cyclone. His body spun rapidly. His large two-handed heavy axe came at Jack with destructive speed. Any opponent would have retreated seeing such a threatening move, but Jack was not anyone. "I won the last time we competed in strength when I only have 2 classes. Now that I have 3, let's put it to test," Jack said as his Stormbreaker slashed forward. The sword was engulfed by fire as it went to meet Goliath's high-speed spinning axe. Clang! The 2 weapons met. Flame strike against Punishing Cyclone. Under normal circumstances, any other player who used Power Strike would have his arm smacked aside before the player got cut to pieces by the Punishing Cyclone. But in this instance, it was Goliath who got smacked aside. His Punishing Cyclone was forcefully cancelled due to the huge difference in force. Jack then crossed his 2 swords while Goliath was unbalanced. Devour Cross sent thick dark energy, sweeping Goliath's body. His 3650 health point was zeroed instantly, "Oh hi Euro," Jack uttered. He forgot his devouring cross had already fully maxed to level 20. It dealt 700% darkness damage. Additionally, Goliath's Berserk was a double-edged skill that reduced his defense, causing him to receive more damage than he should. Jack looked at Goliath's slumped body below his feet. Jack didn't mean to finish the guy in one hit. This was not a life-and-death battle. He felt like he should have let the fellow fight a bit longer, allowing the poor giant to keep some of his dignity. "Well, what's done is done," Jack shrugged. Everyone's fight was broadcast. The people in the hall outside could see the fight, as well as those that had paid to watch in selected venues. Multiple screens were portraying different matches, but everyone's attention was on the same screen. Both the ones in the hall and at the venues were silent. No one would have expected any of the fight to have ended so fast. This was a fight between experts, for goodness sake. How could the difference be so vast? The plate on the wall shone brightly. Jack and Goliath materialized in front. Jack looked to the big man who was wearing a gloomy expression. "Good fight," Jack said, trying to display sportsmanship. Goliath didn't reply. He just stormed away, walking all the way to the exit. "Wait, you still need to fight the others, don't you?" Jack called out. "Go fuck yourself a euro." Goliath repeated his previous curse, with much more intensity this time. "Crap. Did I just cause a participant to abandon this tournament?" Jack thought, scratching his head. Since he finished his fight so fast, he came back to Commander Quintus' side. There were chairs there. He sat on one. "I can see now where your confidence comes from when you said you will win this tournament," Quintus said. "Exactly, right? It's just a waste of time for me to be here. I said already, it's pointless for me to join this selection tournament." "I'm sure to get selected anyway," Jack said. "Not too humble, aren't you? By the way, is there any reward for being the champion of this selection tournament?" Jack asked. "The reward is the right to join the world tournament," Quintus answered. "What? So boring," Jack sighed. He then remembered something. He said to Quintus, "I remember last time you said, you will help me learn your sword skill after I help the prince with a couple of assignments. I help with a couple already, haven't I?" Commander Quintus laughed. "All right, tell you what, I will try to talk with one of the kingdom's basic master scroll makers. I will try to get the technique book for you before you leave for the world tournament. How about that?" "That will be great," Jack uttered. "I still need you to pay the coins though." "Sure. Here," Jack said as he offered 100 gold coins. "I need 150, Quintus said. "Eh? Last time you said 100. 100 is for the materials and production process. Since you can't find your own scroll maker, I still need to pay the scroll maker for his service." "Oh, okay." Jack fished out another 50 gold coins. It's a good thing he had picked up his profits earlier today. Otherwise, he won't have enough. After giving the coins to Commander Quintus, he only had 33 gold coins left in his purse. After a while, the other participants finished their matches one by one. Some took the entire 10 minutes without a clear winner. They were forcefully ejected out of the match. The staff then called for everyone to gather again for the second round. For the warrior class section, since there were only 14 participants left, no participant needed to wait anymore. Jack was paired with Stonecleave for this second round. The staff told everyone that they should enter. When Jack was about to enter, Stonecleave uttered, "I forfeit." Jack looked at him questioningly. Stonecleave turned to the staff who asked him, "Are you sure?" Stonecleave replied with a nod. "All right, I declare Stormwind the winner, receiving 2 points. Stonecleave 0 points. Since there was no match, Jack and Stonecleave went back to their respective groups. "He must have heard what happened to your first opponent," Quintus said when Jack came. "Yeah. How wonderful it will be if everyone just forfeits and let me become the champion without even needing to lift a finger," Jack joked. Bored, he decided to walk around looking at the projections of the fight in the other places. He came upon the rogue section and saw Red Death was fighting against Below on the screen. Seeing that match, he didn't know who to cheer for. He should be rooting for his guildmate Below to win, but he felt that he preferred to have Red Death going to the world tournament with him. The two fought fiercely. Being both a martial art expert, the battle was evenly matched. Below had a deeper understanding of martial arts, but Red Death had more experience with gaming mechanics. Their equipment seemed equally powerful, but Red Death's possessed more non-standard skills. In the end, Red Death managed to wear Below down when the time limit almost ended. "Ah, too bad," Jack uttered. Penuel was beside him. Jack was saying pity, but why did she sense that he was feeling glad instead? It's the third round now. Everybody was preparing to enter again. Jack was now paired with a stranger, a level 44 Mage Knight. When it's time to enter, this Mage Knight said, "I forfeit." In the subsequent matches, every player who was paired with Jack forfeited. Even the man, when it was his turn to fight Jack, he said, "Although it would be great for me to experience fighting you, I will never be able to bring myself to raise my weapon against my boss, so I surrender." As a result, Jack mostly sat on the waiting bench through the selection tournament. He continued sitting even when it was time for everyone to step in front of the wall plates because his opponents would just forfeit again. Until one time, the staff called for him, "Storm Wind, if you don't arrive in the next 10 seconds, you will be considered forfeiting." "Eh? Someone is not forfeiting against me?" Jack uttered with surprise. He hurriedly went to the wall. As he approached, he understood why the person was not forfeiting. "I forgot you are in the tournament as well," Jack said to the person waiting in front of the wall. "You forgot your own grandfather?" Doman said. "Hee hee." Jack simply laughed. The staff asked them to enter. The two did. They soon appeared inside the empty constructed space. "Should we fight for real?" Jack asked, flexing his arms. "Sure, we never do that, do we?" Doman said. "We don't lose anything by dying here, right? So, this is a perfect chance for me to see how good you have become. You sure I should go all out? I don't want you to lose your dignity. People out there are watching, after all. Ha ha ha. If you can beat me, I have nothing to complain about." "You are still underestimating this world's game skills," Jack said. "And you are still underestimating our world's martial arts," Doman replied as he took a fighting pose. "Come at me with all you got. Let's see if your game skills or my martial arts that is better. Tell you what, I will use everything except my divine skill and summons," Jack uttered. He then cast Magic Weapon, turning into a dual swordsman. His sword swung, 3 green and sharp energies shot at Doman with incredible speed. Doman jumped, but his body was a little bit at an angle. He also spun a bit. Jack felt strange seeing that weird jump. He then saw his 3 wind/energies fly beside Doman, missing the old man by a hairbreadth. One passed next to his head, cutting a little bit of his hair. One passed below his back that was on the air. The last one flew past in between his open legs. "Fuck! How did he dodge them with such accuracy?" Jack uttered with shock. Such an uncanny mana sense and body control. While Jack was still shocked, Doman landed and immediately lunged forward. His glaive thrust out, leaving a trail of energy in a straight line. One word thrust. Jack recognized the move that he had learned himself. His left magic sword immediately formed a magic shield. The thrust struck the magic shield and broke it to pieces. Jack reeled backward from the impact. Such a powerful hit, Jack thought with alarm, and that was not even a game skill. He used mana manipulation with his attack, Penuel informed. She was allowed inside this space. Unlike the space in League of Champions challenges, this space didn't restrict Jack's other classes. "Exactly, now that my body is stronger, I can do it more frequently," Doman said as he got into a low stance. Jack felt dense mana accumulating on the blade of Doman's glaive. This move his grandfather was about to unleash was not less dangerous than a high-leveled game skill. Jack used Flash Step to move back, but he still felt the danger, so he made his superhuman jump when he sensed Doman was about to strike. "Heh! Don't think you can escape," Doman uttered as he slashed vertically. A dense and straight energy line went up to Jack, who was in the air. It was Doman's one-word slash. The last time he used it in a horizontal slash. This time he did it vertically, adjusting to his opponent's position. Jack, who still felt the danger, had been casting a spell while he was in the air. A magic wall appeared in front of him. The one-line energy hit the magic wall, causing it to tremble for a sec before shattering. Shit! Only one hit to destroy my magic wall? He is not kidding about the power of mana manipulation, Jack thought. But as the danger had passed, he was ready to take the offensive. Now is my move. Watch my swords, Jack uttered as he fell back down towards Doman. His two swords blurred as 48 burst slashes targeting Doman's whole body. You managed to reach phase 2 this fast, impressive, Doman said. Doman's glaive whirled at high speed in front of him. Jack saw as if the air in front of Doman became compressed. All of the sword energies Jack sent get deflected to the side. None of Jack's burst slashes touched Doman's body. Jack recognized this martial art. It was the same one Jason was proficient with, reversing heaven and earth. Jack's swords which got deflected give his body an opening. Doman's palm came then. Jack saw in his vision as if Doman's palms broke into 8 palms. It was the 8 gates illusory palms. Every palm hit Jack's chest successively. Each palm made Jack feel as if a small detonation happened inside his chest. These palm hits also generated more than 300 damage each hit, resulting in almost 3,000 total damage. Jack flew away from the hits. Jack skidded to resist the force. For an attack that didn't calculate the weapon's stat, such damage was very high. Doman was not even a battle monk. Jack made the right choice by not relying on his defense to tank through Doman's glaive attacks. His lost health points slowly went up again due to his exceptional body recovery ability. Jack aimed his left magic sword at Doman. Mana bullet and energy bolts shot out. Doman easily swatted those magic attacks with his glaive. Such basic spells were meaningless against him. But those basic spells were only distractions. The ground underneath him started to glow. Doman quickly jumped to the side. He used his glaive to push him further, bringing him out of the danger zone as arcane turbulence took effect. When he landed, the ground glowed again. This time 13 crimson chains came out. Doman's body turned into multiple images. It was as if the old man shook with high speed at the same spot. The chains came, but all they hit was the afterimages. Several of the chains were smacked by Doman's glaive. Doman's shaking body moved slowly to the edge of the area as the chains failed repeatedly to grab Doman. Hey! Why are you gaping? It's the perfect time to shoot, Peniel said. Jack was indeed planning to attack once Doman was incapacitated by his chains. But seeing how his grandfather constantly dodged his chains, he couldn't help but be entranced. Doman finally stepped out of the area where the chain could grab him. What was that just now? Jack asked. You don't recognize it? It's the 8 diagram illusory steps. Didn't I teach that to you as well? Doman asked. The 8 diagram illusory steps? Jack muttered. He thought he had become quite proficient with that movement art. But after seeing Doman's display just now, Jack understood then that he had only touched the surface of that martial art. Outside, everyone was transfixed by the scene showing Jack and Doman's fight. Everyone had been expecting Jack to finish this round instantly at first. Doman had swept the other challengers as well, but they didn't truly see anything special. Only after this fight did they see his real ability. Who is that person? Yellow Death asked. My former master, Doman Fei, Red Death answered. The two of them were coincidentally the 15th players who had no match at that moment. Oh, that is the other expert you said residing inside everlasting heavenly legends? Red Death nodded. I felt like I have heard that name before, Yellow Death said while pondering. At selected venues, most of the top guilds high-ranking had paid to watch the competition. Everyone had wondered the same thing about Doman's identity. Despite clashing 2 times with everlasting heavenly legends, they didn't clash much with Doman. The first time, Doman was absent until they used the disaster items. The second time, Doman mostly clashed with the mercenary players they hired. In one of the VIP rooms inside Raven's Den, General Manager Iron Fist and Director Force Labor were watching with the other corporate United's brass. That persona Euro, Iron Fist muttered. Do you know him? Force Labor asked. Iron Fist nodded. He said, that is Doman Fei. Doman Fia Euro? That Doman Fia Euro? Forced labor uttered. Who is Doman Fei? Steelhand, who was also in the room, asked. Your generation might not know him, but he was a legend during our time. I heard he retired and opened a martial arts school somewhere obscure, but then any news about him disappeared completely some years ago. We thought he had gone to live as a recluse or even pass away. Euro never expect to see him here. How did that guild even recruit a legend like him? Is he really that famous? I never heard of him in the gaming community, Steelhand asked. He never plays a game. He also didn't promote himself even in the martial art community. But even without promotion, no true martial artist of our generation not knows his name. He was recognized unanimously as the best martial artist of his generation. He held the world championship title 10 years in a row. Never suffer a defeat. Send people to find out about him. If there is any possibility, we must bring him to our side. Inside the constructed arena space. What are you doing daydreaming during a fight? You know that is a taboo to expert practitioners. Doman uttered. He came again with his glaive swinging. Doman performed death-carrying cyclone. His glaive glowed with white light. He had activated key weapon. The glowing glaive swung in a wide arc as his body spun. His spinning was not as absurdly fast as a berserker who used punishing cyclone, but it was more controlled and accurate. Jack dodged the initial swing. When the glaive came again, Jack used flame strike. The two weapons collided with a loud clang. When a similar impact occurred between Jack and Goliath, Goliath had been forced reeling back while Jack was completely fine. This time, both Doman and Jack were staggered as they took one step back. Jack couldn't stop being shocked by mana manipulation. This technique had turned a normal attack into something as strong as a fully leveled skill. It was truly heaven-defying. At the same time, he couldn't help to be excited. He would double his effort to learn this method. Doman's body, which was pushed back, suddenly turned in the other direction. Instead of fighting the force, he had utilized it for his own. His body swiveled and his glaive thrust forward again with one word: thrust. Jack had sensed the attack coming. He used roll to move away. Jack used shredding fong at the end of his rolling. Doman countered using his key wave. Shredding fong was only an advanced skill, but since it had been max leveled, it could still cause a stalemate against Doman's elite skill. Let's see how you deal with consecutive skills, Jack uttered. He slashed forward, sending sword of light. Doman stepped to the side, evading the crescent light. But he soon sprang in the other direction as Jack's body zoomed past. Jack's blitz slash didn't hit Doman, so the 5 slashes didn't activate. Jack had been casting magic bind while he blitzed past Doman, but Doman again sensed his attack and jumped away as a magic ring attempted to lock his legs. Jack continued with mana beam while running forward. Doman easily dodged the thick energy beam. Jack swung the beam to the side, chasing Doman. Doman uncannily ducked and slid below the beam before dodging to the other side from where Jack swung his beam. Bloody heck! It's like trying to catch a fly with chopsticks, Jack cursed. I can catch a fly with chopsticks. Doman still had the time to give his remark. Good for you. Jack was close enough now. Doman also didn't show any intention to back away. The two clashed head-on. Jack tried capitalizing on his superior speed, but Doman's perfect finesse allowed him to perfectly evade, parry, and even counterattack with fewer movements. At one opportunity, Jack executed pentaslash. He had mastered this skill enough that he could control the rapid slashes accurately. His experience dealing with formless flowing sword style did help in this department. Yet all 5 slashes failed to touch Doman. Doman used his glaive to deflect the 2nd and 4th slash while dodging the rests. Doman's glaive was still alight with the energy of key weapon. Enhanced by mana manipulation, it was enough to eliminate penta-slash's high damage. At the end of penta-slash, Jack didn't stop. The 5th slash ended using his right hand. His left hand continued with a 6th slash. A fiery 6th slash in the form of flame strike. Because this 6th slash was not part of penta-slash, it was much slower. Doman used engulfing vortex. His glaive spun, forming a whirlpool that sucked in Jack's energy. John's avatar had also used this move to terminate Jack's flame strike the last time they fought. After that clash, Jack had thought about how to deal with this martial art. He activated Dragon Eye. The entire scene turned to slow motion. Doman had taught Jack most of his martial arts, including this engulfing vortex. It's just that Jack wasn't proficient enough to use it yet. Another reason was that Jack didn't spend much time practicing it. He didn't think learning too many arts was good for him considering his limited time. Better for him to focus his time and effort on a few selective martial arts instead, following the quote of one martial art legend. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. However, despite not practicing engulfing vortex, he knew its basics. It was basically a form of redirection. The vortex drew the opponent's blow and guided it in a clockwise turn. This vortex would then let the force of this blow run its course. Once the force was fully absorbed, the weapon would lose its power and thus easily deflected. In the slow-motion vision, Jack could see the vortex's current. He let his weapon get sucked into this whirlpool. Instead of fighting the current, Jack accelerated the clockwise turning of the vortex instead. So instead of letting the vortex eliminate the energy of his sword, he increased the spinning energy. Jack's sword picked up in speed within the whirlpool. Doman realized something was wrong, but it was impossible to modify the art's execution midway. When the engulfing vortex ran its course, Jack's sword was not deflected. Jack used the chance and activated drilling thrust using that left-hand sword. Spiraling energy shot out, knocking Doman's glaive away as well as causing damage. Seeing the opening, Jack's right hand slashed forward. But his arm stopped midway as a strong kick hit his right hand's wrist. Dragon Eye's active ability was still in effect. Even then, Jack almost didn't see the kick. He knew then it was the shadowless kick. Jack activated his gold scale armor, just as a series of kicks landed on his body. Under normal circumstances, these kicks would have pushed the opponent away, allowing Doman a respite to rebalance himself. The bloodline power prevented that. The gold scale armor made Jack immune to knockback, so the kicks only caused damages but failed to force Jack back. Jack even forced himself forward by using charge. With Doman's glaive hand still open and his leg in the middle of kicking, Doman had no chance to dodge. Jack's body shot forward and bumped into Doman's. The old man had completely lost balance now. His body was stuck with Jack's as he was carried forward by charge. A martial artist who had lost control of his body was no different than normal people, no matter how expert he was. Jack didn't let this chance go. He used the burst slashes of his sword art again, this time at point blank while his charge was still active. The swords slashed multiple times at Doman's body. By the end of Jack's charge, Doman's health point had been depleted by the slashes. Doman fell to the ground once the charge ended. A notification voice was heard soon and the constructed space dissolved. Both Jack and Doman found themselves back in front of the wall. Jack turned to Doman, wondering how his grandfather took the loss. The old man was, surprisingly, smiling. That is a good one. I've seen you combine both your martial arts and game skills before, but it still surprised me when you did, Doman said. You merged the best of both worlds. I am genuinely impressed. I'm glad that you take it well, Jack said. Don't be absurd. I'm not a petty person. A true teacher will always be glad if their students overtake them. True parents will be relieved if their offspring performed better than themselves, Doman replied. Oh, but don't be so glad, boy. A true teacher is also one who learns from their students. I honestly never really put much thought into these game skills, tried to use them as little as possible. I guess I will give them more consideration from now on. Let's have a spar again some other time. Sure, Jack uttered with a grin. For the remaining tournament. Not only did Jack's opponent forfeit, the opponents that faced Doman also did the same. Grandson and grandfather ended up spending most of their time on the waiting bench chatting with one another. They only fought one more time when going up against another of their guildmates, Michelle. Michelle knew that she was not Doman's opponent, but she simply saw the match with her teacher as a training spar to improve herself further. When it was her turn to fight Jack, she fought seriously. Jack was her junior martial brother, after all. No reason for her to forfeit. Even though Jack had beaten Doman in the previous match, Michelle still challenged him to make sure that his win against her teacher was not a fluke. The two fought fiercely. Jack was inspired by Michelle's expertise in dual wielding. Despite not having the 100 synchronous thoughts, Michelle's right arm and left arm were both coordinated and independent at the same time. It's like the two arms had a mind of their own and could deal with incoming attacks separately, yet still exhibited a harmonious unity. It was like fighting two persons with linked minds. But Jack had fought such opponents before when he took his Blade Dancer trial. Additionally, Jack's 100 synchronous thoughts didn't lose in this regard. Jack's higher attributes and better experiences of in-game skills gave him a solid advantage over his senior sister. Michelle lost. But same as her master, she didn't show any ill feeling on her loss. She congratulated Jack on the win. And like her master, she told Jack that she would like to have a spar again once in a while if Jack didn't mind.